War Letters of Kiffin Yates Rockwell, Foreign Legionnaire and Aviator. France, 1914 to 1916, with memoir and notes by Paul Ayres Rockwell. Letter to the Reader. Shane Kiffin Ayres, for all of the relatives of KYR and those named for him. First edition printed 1925. By Doubleday, Page & Company, The Country Life Press, Garden City, New York. This edition made available in 2011. Letter to the Reader. Dear reader, I hope your journey finds you in a great condition. If you are weary, then thank you for taking the time to read a bit of this notable history. If you are solidly abiding and strong to your journey's call, then thank you too, and may you be encouraged to continue your bravery toward life. We all find ourselves wondering what things or events were like in history. It is always wonderful to read a first-hand account of any experience. War is a rough experience that should be wished on no one. But as history tells, we are faced with these realities. The intent of this book is to fly us back to a time that many will never know, and those who remember it are the ones encapsulated in a work such as this. Immortality may not be the intent of a true hero, but heroism has a way of being immortalized. The stories we tell, the movies we enjoy, and the relatives we honor are all part of our hero's journey. It may not mean that they were perfect or were always successful. It will mean, however, that their part in the larger community of the world was integral in shaping where we are today. I believe that history is perceived as boring or stale to many because of a lost connection with our dependency to history. The value in recognizing this connection is found through learning from the mistakes of our collective past to empower a future. By identifying with our ancestors by name and seeking to understand the world in which they lived, we are participating today in an effort that can bring reconciliation to a world community that longs to identify with humanity. If I die, you will know that I die as every man should, in fighting for the right. I do not consider that I am fighting for France alone, but for the cause of humanity, the most noble of all causes. The aforementioned quote is for me the most prominent quote of Kiffin Yates Rockwell. It gives a glimpse of his raw passion and genuine respect for others. It is hard to compare people like Kiffin, but I believe that everyone who rises to a challenge and stands in the face of adversity becomes a hero to someone who needs one. Rising to the occasion, Shalom, S.K. Ayres, to the memory of Kiffin Yates Rockwell, American aviator. You who fought for France with a mystic passion, soaring fierce and lonely above the thunder. Fiery one, aggressor in 50 combats, ever the bravest. We who knew your look and the noble sweetness, all your high disdain for the death you smiled upon, bend our thoughts in reverence down before you, fallen in beauty. Paul Scott Maurer, forward. I sincerely thank Mr. Paul Scott Maurer and Mr. Edgar Lee Masters for permission to reprint their beautiful poems to my brother. Mr. Maurer and Mr. Victor Lawson for permission to reprint Mr. Maurer's copyrighted articles, first published by the Chicago Daily News, and Doubleday, Page & Company for permission to quote passages from James Rogers McConnell's book, Flying for France. Paul Ayres Rockwell. Introduction. Biographical memoir. Sketch from Official History of Lafayette Flying Corps. Kiffin Yates Rockwell was born September 20, 1892 at Newport, Tennessee, a picturesque little town spread out along the Pigeon River, in the edge of the Appalachian Mountains. He should have been born in Eastern Carolina, the country of his parents, but following doctor's advice, his father and mother had left the flat and rather malarial region where their families had been installed for generations, and removed to the higher altitude of East Tennessee. I well remember the first time I saw Kiffin. I was about 4 years old, and my sister and I had been sent to spend the night with some little friends. When we returned home in the morning, our father took us by the hand and led us into our mother's bedroom to see the present Dr. Snoddy had brought during the night. As I looked at the tiny red mite, my feelings were of pride and pleasure that I had a brother. When Kiffin was within a few days of being 1 year old, our father died of typhoid fever, which was very prevalent in Newport that year. With our mother, we 3 children spent the following winter at our maternal grandparents' place in South Carolina. Kiffin, being then the youngest grandchild, was his grandmother's favorite. and until he was 14 years old, she insisted on his spending at least half of his time with her. Usually he spent the winters in South Carolina, where the climate during that season was mild and agreeable, and his summers in the cooler, forest-clad mountains of East Tennessee. The outdoor life on his grandfather's cotton and tobacco plantation was wonderful for the growing youngster, and did much to mold his character. Best of all for Kiffin was his grandfather, a Southerner of the old school, who had fought through the Confederate War from the beginning until the end. With Lee at Appomattox in April 1865, Marse Enoch, as the Negroes called him, had mounted upon his horse when news of the surrender spread through the ragged little army, and had ridden away to his South Carolina home without waiting to be paroled. It was his boast that he had never surrendered to the Yankees, had never taken the oath of allegiance to the federal government, and that he was unreconstructed. The paternal grandfather, also a Confederate war veteran, had died almost 20 years before Kiffin was born. From his grandfather, Kiffin heard stories of war, in camp and in battle. The little boy would listen for hours to his grandfather, his great-uncle Tommy, and other elderly men of the neighborhood recounting their battles, their marches, their sufferings from hunger and cold, and their disappointment and grief over the lost cause, and their struggles after. His imagination and his ambition were constantly fired with desire to shine upon the battlefield for a worthy purpose. He learned also how to handle men. The Negroes, who outnumbered the white people at least 5-1 in this particular part of South Carolina, under the authority of such men as Enoch Shaw Ayres, had gotten over their unrest and unruliness of the years immediately following the war. The bad Negroes and the carpetbaggers had been driven from the country almost 2 decades before Kiffin was born, and the blacks remaining, all ex-slaves or children of ex-slaves, were fairly industrious and polite. Cheap education brought to the Negroes of the South by well-intentioned but poorly informed New Englanders had barely begun to poison them. The region abounded in virgin stands of timber, mostly pine on the uplands and cypress in the swampy lowlands and islands, and wildlife was very plentiful. There were a few deer to be found, and countless rabbits, squirrels, raccoons, opossums, foxes, otters, minks, polecats, wildcats, while alligators frequented the Lumber and Peedy rivers only a few miles away. Mockingbirds sang all around the house, and the fields and pine woods teemed with bobwhites and innumerable smaller birds. Upon the lakes and the swamps were wood ducks, herons, cranes, and in season many kinds of wild ducks and wild geese. Enterprising lumbermen, whom many people look upon as vandals because of the ruthless and destructive way in which they worked, had not yet come down from the north and cut away the forests, and the Negroes had not begun to buy cheap mail-order shotguns from Chicago with which to massacre beast and bird in and out of season, so as virtually to wipe out game in the South. Kiffin knew how to handle a gun before he was 10 years old, and spent many hours in the woods and swamps shooting bobwhites, hawks, rabbits, squirrels, etc. He was accounted a good shot, and was an excellent fisherman, learning from his grandfather how to hook and land trout, bass, redbreasts, and other excellent and gamey fish. For his books he did not especially care, although he learned his lessons well and quickly, having a keen and clever mind. His favorite reading were books of travel and adventure, and he fairly reveled in the Henty books and the stories of Captain Mayne Reid. But his best hours were those spent out in the open. He was a good swimmer and an excellent horseman. He was especially fond of mounting a wild and unruly Puerto Rican pony we had at Newport. When Kiffin was 14, his family went to live at Asheville, not a great distance from Newport, across the border of North Carolina. Asheville was at a higher altitude, a larger and more healthy city, with excellent schools. Kiffin attended the Asheville High School in 1906 to 1907 to 1908, but being intent upon a military career, entered the famous Virginia Military Institute at Lexington, Virginia, in the fall of 1908. He enjoyed the atmosphere of this great school, with its memories of Stonewall Jackson and other of America's most wonderful military chiefs, despite the strictness of the discipline and the severity of the hazing, which at that time was particularly bad. All the rats, as the newcomers at the Institute were called, were beaten regularly and religiously with bed slats, tin dippers, flats of bayonets, broomsticks, or anything that came to the hand of the masterful third-classman. I was at Washington and Lee University, whose campus was only a few hundred yards from the grounds of the Institute, and Kiffin came every Saturday for lunch at my fraternity house and would often show me his stripes and bruises. I would fairly froth at the mouth with rage and indignation. I was never able to see him suffer, and even as a little boy would weep bitterly when Kiffin was punished for some mischief. But Kiffin would merely laugh in his dry way and say that it was all in the game and that the best way to make men of the rats was to haze them. The summer of 1909, Kiffin received an appointment to the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, having decided that there was more chance for action in the Navy than in the Army, and in the fall went up to Annapolis and entered Bobby Werntz's preparatory school to take a preliminary course for the Naval Academy entrance examinations. Here he met many other boys also preparing to enter the academy, and a number of naval cadets. Talking with these new acquaintances, he got the impression that it would be many a day before the United States Navy would see action, and caring nothing for naval or army life in time of peace, he wrote and asked me to try to influence our mother to let him resign his appointment and join me at Washington and Lee University. Our mother readily consented, saying that she only wanted Kiffin to do that which would make him the most happy and the most useful in life. So about the end of November, 1909, he arrived at Lexington and matriculated at Washington and Lee University. He was initiated into the Sigma Phi Epsilon fraternity, which counted amongst its members most of the men from Asheville at Washington and Lee. By a sad coincidence, the only two other members of the Washington and Lee chapter of Sigma Phi Epsilon to fall in the Great War were also from Asheville and had been intimate friends of Kiffin at the high school there. Lawrence Loughran, killed July 28, 1918, as a lieutenant pilot attached to the Royal Flying Corps, and Fag Malloy, cavalry lieutenant, who died October 22, 1918, during the terrible influenza epidemic in France. Kiffin's life at Washington and Lee was a very happy and carefree one. He was bright enough not to have to grind in order to learn his lessons, and had plenty of time to mix with the other students. A good judge of human nature, he did not quickly make friends with people and accept them into his intimacy, but he was never discourteous to anyone, and when he deemed someone worthy, he was a real and devoted friend. Therefore, he was very popular and well-liked among his fellows. Tall and handsome, with clear blue eyes, a graceful dancer, and of a pleasing manner, he was much sought after by the girls, but he was not of a sentimental nature and was quite unspoiled. Here again at Washington and Lee, Kiffin found everything to inspire his liking and desire for military life. General Washington had endowed the school, which before the Confederate War had been called Washington College. General Robert E. Lee had been president of the institution from shortly after the close of the war until his death, and was buried with other members of his family in the Lee Memorial Chapel. As was the case with the Virginia Military Institute, the graduates and students of Washington College had distinguished themselves upon the battlefield and had left many lasting memories at Lexington, and General Lee seemed ever present there. Perhaps the only study in which Kiffin had a real interest was history. As I look back, it is clear to me that Kiffin was all this while only unconsciously marking time. He was in school more from family habit and tradition than from a real desire to follow classical studies. He usually had a faraway, dreamy look in his eyes, and often seemed to be living in another world from that surrounding him. In 1912, he decided to see something of the world, at least that part of it lying inside the boundaries of the United States and Canada. He made a trip to the Pacific coast and then through Western Canada, thinking perhaps he might find a place where he would like to settle and make his home. Next, he spent several months in San Francisco, which he liked greatly. After he came to France, he said that the life in San Francisco was more nearly like that of France than any other place he knew in America, and he came very near stopping there. At this period of his life, Kiffin liked to appear older than he really was, and never admitted that he was younger than at least 25. He started in San Francisco an advertising agency, and had at one time working for him some 20 people, all of them considerably older than himself. Many of them probably would have been much humiliated had they known they were taking orders from a mere lad of 19 years. He also thought of founding, in California, a paper or magazine. But in spite of his youthful and impatient idea that the Southern people were old-fashioned and set in their ways, the urge to come back home to the South was always strong within Kiffin. So in the fall of 1913, he returned to Asheville and spent a few months with his mother there. On New Year's Day of 1914, he joined me at Atlanta, Georgia, where I was then living. I shall never forget that morning when Kiffin arrived. I had been up late the evening before, properly ushering in the new year, and was asleep at the Georgia Tech chapter house of our fraternity when I was awakened by the feeling that someone was watching me. I opened my eyes, and there stood Kiffin at the foot of my bed, with an amused expression on his face. I was amazed to see how tall he had grown. He was then a little over 6 feet 2 inches, having grown fully 3 inches since I had seen him. We spent the day talking over anything and everything. I was full of curiosity as to his impression of the places he had seen, and Kiffin wanted to know if I really liked Atlanta well enough to make it my home. We agreed never again to part company, but to live together, and began making plans for leaving the fraternity house and finding a suitable bachelor's apartment. Both of us rather liked writing. Our father, although only 26 years old when he died, had written and published in various magazines and papers a number of poems and essays very highly spoken of as showing considerable promise. We discussed starting some sort of magazine or publication, and did get out the following March a rather unsatisfactory paper called The Commerce of Greater Atlanta, intended to boost our adopted city. Kiffin also achieved considerable success, considering the short while he was in Atlanta, with the Massengale Advertising Agency, the largest house of the kind in the South. He had decided that there was about as much romance in advertising as in any other settled-down, peacetime calling, and enrolled as a student of a course in modern advertising with some correspondence school. But this was not what his ardent nature really yearned for, and he was constantly restless. We were in Asheville with our mother for a few weeks in June and early July. When we returned to Atlanta, the war clouds were already gathering over Europe. We had an apartment in West Peachtree Street, with a fairly efficient Negro boy as cook, butler, and general factotum. The last Sunday in July, we sat for a long time at the lunch table with 2 other Atlantans of about our age. Kiffin and I talked of the war which seemed inevitable, and of how interesting it would be to go over and fight for France. Both of us were fairly well read in French history, especially that of the Ancien Régime and of the Napoleonic Wars. We did not admire the French Revolution, and knew little of the history of the country during the 19th century, except the Franco-Prussian War, about which the stories of Guy de Maupassant and others had made our blood boil. Our 2 friends, nice young Americans of good education, but small imagination outside their business, agreed mildly that it would be a great thing to fight against the Germans, and turned the conversation to the hands they had held in their last poker game. After lunch, Kiffin called me aside, and very seriously told me that he had been thinking a great deal during the past several days about the coming war, and that if I really wanted to go to France and join the French forces, his mind was fully made up to go. Talking together, our minds became more and more inflamed at the thought of what a general European war must be, and of the possibility of our country being drawn into it. Kiffin felt that it could not escape developing into a world war, and we then and there decided to offer our services to our favorite among the nations, France. The following morning, Monday, we composed and mailed the following letter. 136 West Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. August 3, 1914. His Honor the French Consul, New Orleans, Louisiana. Dear Sir, I desire to offer my services to the French government in case of actual warfare between France and Germany, and wish to know whether I can report to you at New Orleans and go over with the French reservists who have been called out, or must I go to France before enlisting? I am 21 years old, and have had military training at the Virginia Military Institute. I am very anxious to see military service, and had rather fight under the French flag than any other, as I greatly admire your nation. If my services can be used by your country, I will bring my brother, who also desires to fight for the French flag. Trusting to receive a favorable reply from you soon, I beg to remain. Yours most sincerely, Kiffin Yates Rockwell. Inquiries the next morning at the steamship ticket office in Atlanta brought the information that few steamers were leaving for Europe, that the British and French liners had put back into American ports after being chased by German war vessels, and that it would be difficult to get abroad at that time. There was an American line vessel, the St. Paul, sailing from New York on August 7th, however, and places might be had for us on board this boat, although it was sure to be crowded with people transferring from foreign ships. We begged the steamship agent to telegraph to New York to see if berths could be had for us. A favorable reply was received on Wednesday, and without waiting for a reply from the French consul general at New Orleans, we packed our belongings, leaving most of them behind, turned the apartment over to friends, and leaving faithful Black Jim, who predicted that he would never see us again, in tears, we took the Thursday afternoon express for New York. When the St. Paul steamed out from New York Harbor the following morning, we were aboard. Kiffin's letters, which follow, tell the story of the remainder of his life far better than anyone else could write it. The clarity and simplicity of style of these letters is remarkable when the circumstances under which they were written are considered. Many were hastily scrawled with a pencil at odd moments snatched from Kiffin's duties in the trenches or in the air. Few were written under anything approaching normal conditions. They are given here without changes or corrections, though several to me were penned in moments of impatience or irritation, and express opinions or criticisms that Kiffin would have disavowed after calm reflection. Kiffin was not writing for publication, and he sometimes let himself go. It is well to give here, as an example of the impression he made on his war comrades, the chapter on Kiffin Yates Rockwell, written by James Norman Hall, the celebrated writer and pilot of the Escadrille Lafayette, for the official history of the Lafayette Flying Corps. Kiffin Yates Rockwell. It is probable that Kiffin Rockwell was the first American to offer his services to France against the German aggressors, for on August 3, 1914, he wrote to the French consul at New Orleans, "I desire to offer my services to the French government in case of actual warfare between France and Germany, and wish to know whether I can report to you at New Orleans and go over with the French reservists. Or must I go to France before enlisting? I am 21 years old and have had military training at the Virginia Military Institute. I am very anxious to see military service, and had rather fight under the French flag than any other, as I greatly admire your nation. If my services can be used by your country, I will bring my brother, who also desires to fight for the French flag." Rockwell was a born soldier. Both his grandfathers, Captain Henry Rockwell of North Carolina and Major Enoch Shaw Ayres of South Carolina, were officers of the Confederate Army, and a more remote ancestor was a captain on General Washington's staff during the Revolution. His nature was made up of the simple virtues of a medieval warrior, pride amounting almost to sensitiveness, energy, determination, dauntless courage, and unbounded faith in the justice of his cause. Such men are rare and unmistakable when met. They stand a little aloof from the rest of the world and radiate a sense of great things, an atmosphere which shames the cynic and stills the voice of the doubter. It is not difficult to imagine the train of reasoning which led him to enlist. A great war was about to overwhelm Europe. France was preparing to defend her frontiers and ideals against an aggression which menaced all human liberty. One's course was clear: one must enlist to fight for France. And the flame of his idealism never for an instant flickered. Long afterward, when he had come to know all the squalor and disillusion of war, he wrote to his mother, "If I die, you will know that I die as every man should, in fighting for the right. I do not consider that I am fighting for France alone, but for the cause of humanity, the most noble of all causes." In August 1914, accompanied by his brother Paul, Rockwell crossed to France and enlisted in the Foreign Legion. From the beginning, his record of service was a splendid one. Months of dreary trench life with the infantry did nothing to diminish his enthusiasm or fighting spirit. On May 9, 1915, when the Legion stormed La Targette, he was severely wounded in the thigh and transferred to the aviation after a long period of convalescence. In the autumn, Victor Chapman wrote from Avord, "I find a compatriot I am proud to own, called Rockwell. He got his transfer about a month ago from the Legion. He was wounded on the 9th of May, like Kisling. In fact, half of the 12e de Marche were wounded that day. not counting the killed and missing. He gives the best account I have heard. Having charged with the 3rd Battalion and being wounded in the leg in the last book, he crawled back across the entire field in the afternoon. At this moment I have mixed feelings of pride, envy, and sorrow, for he has just received a postal from a friend who has returned to the regiment. They were given a banner, and 3 days ago were up where the big advance took place. On account of their reputation and the general understanding that they were reserved for attack, the regiment must have been in the very thick of it and has enormous losses. Rockwell is chafing because he changed too soon. There is nothing like it, he says. You float across the field, you drop, you rise again. The sack, the 325 extra rounds, the gun, have no weight. On the Alsatian front, May 18, 1916, Kiffin Rockwell shot down the first enemy plane credited to the Escadrille Lafayette. The combat was characteristic of the man and his method of attack. He told of it in a letter to his brother Paul. This morning I went out over the lines to make a little tour. I was somewhat the other side of our lines when my motor began to miss a bit and I turned back. Just as I started, I saw a Boche machine about 700 meters under me and a little inside our lines. I reduced my motor and drove on him. He saw me at the same time and began to dive toward home. It was a machine with a pilot and a machine gunner, carrying 2 rapid-fire guns, one facing the front and one facing the rear, turning on a pivot so that it could be fired in any direction. The gunner immediately opened fire on me and my machine was hit, but I didn't pay any attention to that and kept going straight for him until I got within 25 or 30 meters of his machine. Then, just as I was afraid of running into him, I fired 4 shots and swerved my machine to the right to avoid having a collision. I saw the gunner fall back dead on the pilot, his machine gun fall from its position and point straight up in the air, and the pilot fall to one side of the machine as if he too were done for. The machine fell off to one side, then dove vertically toward the ground with a lot of smoke coming from the rear. I circled around, and 3 or 4 minutes later saw smoke coming up from the ground, just behind the German trenches. It was his first combat, the first time he had encountered an enemy machine in the air, the first time he had fired his gun at a German plane. And with 4 shots, afterwards verified by the squadron armorer, he killed both pilot and observer and sent the machine down in flames. In discussing men, the French used a phrase describing admirably a keen and bitter fighter. Il en veut. Il fait la guerre. Rockwell had come to France to fight, not to loaf, swing the lead, or pose as a hero, and when he went over the lines, it was la guerre à l'outrance. He shot down several Germans so far in their own lines that even the combats were invisible to friendly observers. On the Verdun front, in July 1916, he took part in 40 officially reported combats. In August, he fought 34 aerial duels. Wounded in the face by an explosive bullet, he refused Captain Tenault's offer to send him to a hospital for treatment, and after 24 hours in Paris to reassure his brother, he hurried to the front to fight and fly again. His letters to Paul Rockwell give us glimpses of an extraordinary driving energy and determination. I had thought beforehand that yesterday and today I would try my damnedest to kill 1 or 2 Germans for the boys, comrades in the Legion, who got it this time last year, but I had no luck. Am tired out now. Have been out 4 different times today, all the time going up and down. Once I dropped straight down from 4,000 meters to 1,800 meters on a Boche, but he got away. It tires one a lot, the change in heights and the maneuvering. The day after Victor Chapman's death, he wrote, "He and I had roomed together and flown together a great deal, and I had grown very fond of him. I am afraid it is going to rain tomorrow, but if not, Prince and I are going to fly about 10 hours, and will do our best to kill 1 or 2 Germans for Victor." Rockwell's brief and splendid life was ended by the most glorious of deaths, struck down in the heat of combat, 12,000 feet above the earth. Flying with Lufbery over the Vosges, on the 23rd of September, 1916, Rockwell became separated from his companion and attacked a German 2-seater well inside the French lines. In his daring and headlong fashion, he plunged straight at the enemy, paying no attention to a stream of bullets from the observer. He did not open fire until at such close quarters that watchers on the ground thought a collision inevitable. His gun stammered faintly, and the Newport turned its nose down, losing one wing as it hurtled toward the earth. A great wound, where an explosive bullet had passed through his chest at the base of the throat, must have caused instant death. His loss was an irreparable one to the Escadrille Lafayette, for he was a rare combat pilot, and his chivalrous and romantic example brought out the finest qualities of his companions. His funeral was worthy of his life and death. 50 English pilots and 800 RFC mechanics, a regiment of French territorials, a battalion of colonials, and hundreds of French pilots and mechanics marched behind his bier. At the grave, Captain Tinole said, "When Rockwell was in the air, no German passed, and he was in the air most of the time. The best and bravest of us all is no more." Chapter 1. Letters from New York and London. Hotel Imperial, New York City, Thursday, August 6, 1914. Dear Mama. Well, Paul and I are sailing on the American liner St. Paul tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We would have gone by home to see you and explain things if there had been time. But we had to do some hurrying to catch this boat, and it was practically our only safe chance. It is the only boat leaving here in 2 weeks' time flying the U.S. flag, and we did not want to wait 2 weeks. I don't want you to worry or feel bad. You have always told me that you wanted me to live my life without interference, and this opportunity is one that only comes once in a lifetime. I would not have come with Paul if I had not felt it was really a great opportunity. We stopped off in Washington today and got our passports. We also carry letters of introduction to Honorable Walter Page, Ambassador to Great Britain, and to Stovall, Ambassador to Switzerland. He used to spend much time at Kenilworth Inn, and you probably know him. We are due to arrive in Southampton, and from there we'll go across to Paris. You know I have always been a great dreamer, and I just couldn't keep myself from this trip, for I felt the call of opportunity. You have always said you had great faith in my future, and now is the time for you to prove it by not worrying about me. I will write you often, but of course the mails will be uncertain. You can write me in care of the U.S. Embassy in Paris. My actions have often appeared as if I didn't care about you and the rest of the family, but it isn't that way. It is just that I must and will live my life as I... War Letters of Kiffin Yates Rockwell, Foreign Legionnaire and Aviator. France, 1914 to 1916, with memoir and notes by Paul Ayres Rockwell. Letter to the Reader. Shane Kiffin Ayres, for all of the relatives of KYR, and those named for him. First edition printed 1925. By Doubleday, Page & Company, The Country Life Press, Garden City, New York. This edition made available in 2011. Letter to the Reader. Dear Reader, I hope your journey finds you in a great condition. If you are weary, then thank you for taking the time to read a bit of this notable history. If you are solidly abiding and strong to your journey's call, then thank you too, and may you be encouraged to continue your bravery toward life. We all find ourselves wondering what things or events were like in history. It is always wonderful to read a first-hand account of any experience. War is a rough experience that should be wished on no one. But as history tells, we are faced with these realities. The intent of this book is to fly us back to a time that many will never know, and those who remember it are the ones encapsulated in a work such as this. Immortality may not be the intent of a true hero, but heroism has a way of being immortalized. The stories we tell, the movies we enjoy, and the relatives we honor are all part of our hero's journey. It may not mean that they were perfect or were always successful. It will mean, however, that their part in the larger community of the world was integral in shaping where we are today. I believe that history is perceived as boring or stale to many because of a lost connection with our dependency to history. The value in recognizing this connection is found through learning from the mistakes of our collective past to empower a future. By identifying with our ancestors by name and seeking to understand the world in which they lived, we are participating today in an effort that can bring reconciliation to a world community that longs to identify with humanity. If I die, you will know that I die as every man should, in fighting for the right. I do not consider that I am fighting for France alone. but for the cause of humanity, the most noble of all causes. The aforementioned quote is for me the most prominent quote of Kiffin Yates Rockwell. It gives a glimpse of his raw passion and genuine respect for others. It is hard to compare people like Kiffin, but I believe that everyone who rises to a challenge and stands in the face of adversity becomes a hero to someone who needs one. Rising to the occasion, Shalom, S.K. Ayers, to the memory of Kiffin Yates Rockwell, American aviator. You who fought for France with a mystic passion, soaring fierce and lonely above the thunder. Fiery one, aggressor in 50 combats, ever the bravest. We who knew your look and the noble sweetness, all your high disdain for the death you smiled upon, bend our thoughts in reverence down before you, fallen in beauty. Paul Scott Maurer, forward. I sincerely thank Mr. Paul Scott Maurer and Mr. Edgar Lee Masters for permission to reprint their beautiful poems to my brother. Mr. Maurer and Mr. Victor Lawson for permission to reprint Mr. Maurer's copyrighted articles, first published by the Chicago Daily News, and Doubleday, Page & Company for permission to quote passages from James Rogers McConnell's book, Flying for France. Paul Ayers Rockwell. Introduction. Biographical memoir. Sketch from Official History of Lafayette Flying Corps. Kiffin Yates Rockwell was born September 20, 1892 at Newport, Tennessee, a picturesque little town spread out along the Pigeon River, in the edge of the Appalachian Mountains. He should have been born in Eastern Carolina, the country of his parents, but following doctor's advice, his father and mother had left the flat and rather malarial region where their families had been installed for generations, and removed to the higher altitude of East Tennessee. I well remember the first time I saw Kiffin. I was about 4 years old, and my sister and I had been sent to spend the night with some little friends. When we returned home in the morning, our father took us by the hand and led us into our mother's bedroom to see the present Dr. Snoddy had brought during the night. As I looked at the tiny red mite, my feelings were of pride and pleasure that I had a brother. When Kiffin was within a few days of being 1 year old, our father died of typhoid fever, which was very prevalent in Newport that year. With our mother, we 3 children spent the following winter at our maternal grandparents' place in South Carolina. Kiffin, being then the youngest grandchild, was his grandmother's favorite, and until he was 14 years old, she insisted on his spending at least half of his time with her. Usually he spent the winters in South Carolina, where the climate during that season was mild and agreeable, and his summers in the cooler, forest-clad mountains of East Tennessee. The outdoor life on his grandfather's cotton and tobacco plantation was wonderful for the growing youngster, and did much to mold his character. Best of all for Kiffin was his grandfather, a Southerner of the old school, who had fought through the Confederate War from the beginning until the end. With Lee at Appomattox in April 1865, Marse Enoch, as the Negroes called him, had mounted upon his horse when news of the surrender spread through the ragged little army, and had ridden away to his South Carolina home without waiting to be paroled. It was his boast that he had never surrendered to the Yankees, had never taken the oath of allegiance to the federal government, and that he was unreconstructed. The paternal grandfather, also a Confederate war veteran, had died almost 20 years before Kiffin was born. From his grandfather, Kiffin heard stories of war, in camp and in battle. The little boy would listen for hours to his grandfather, his great-uncle Tommy, and other elderly men of the neighborhood recounting their battles, their marches, their sufferings from hunger and cold, and their disappointment and grief over the lost cause, and their struggles after. His imagination and his ambition were constantly fired with desire to shine upon the battlefield for a worthy purpose. He learned also how to handle men. The Negroes, who outnumbered the white people at least 5-1 in this particular part of South Carolina, under the authority of such men as Enoch Shaw Ayres, had gotten over their unrest and unruliness of the years immediately following the war. The bad Negroes and the carpetbaggers had been driven from the country almost 2 decades before Kiffin was born, and the blacks remaining, all ex-slaves or children of ex-slaves, were fairly industrious and polite. Cheap education brought to the Negroes of the South by well-intentioned but poorly informed New Englanders had barely begun to poison them. The region abounded in virgin stands of timber, mostly pine on the uplands and cypress in the swampy lowlands and islands, and wildlife was very plentiful. There were a few deer to be found, and countless rabbits, squirrels, raccoons, opossums, foxes, otters, minks, polecats, wildcats, while alligators frequented the Lumber and Peedy rivers only a few miles away. Mockingbirds sang all around the house, and the fields and pine woods teemed with bobwhites and innumerable smaller birds. Upon the lakes and the swamps were wood ducks, herons, cranes, and in season many kinds of wild ducks and wild geese. Enterprising lumbermen, whom many people look upon as vandals because of the ruthless and destructive way in which they worked, had not yet come down from the north and cut away the forests, and the Negroes had not begun to buy cheap mail-order shotguns from Chicago with which to massacre beast and bird in and out of season, so as virtually to wipe out game in the South. Kiffin knew how to handle a gun before he was 10 years old, and spent many hours in the woods and swamps shooting bobwhites, hawks, rabbits, squirrels, etc. He was accounted a good shot, and was an excellent fisherman, learning from his grandfather how to hook and land trout, bass, redbreasts, and other excellent and gamey fish. For his books he did not especially care, although he learned his lessons well and quickly, having a keen and clever mind. His favorite reading were books of travel and adventure, and he fairly reveled in the Henty books and the stories of Captain Mayne Reid. But his best hours were those spent out in the open. He was a good swimmer and an excellent horseman. He was especially fond of mounting a wild and unruly Puerto Rican pony we had at Newport. When Kiffin was 14, his family went to live at Asheville, not a great distance from Newport, across the border of North Carolina. Asheville was at a higher altitude, a larger and more healthy city, with excellent schools. Kiffin attended the Asheville High School in 1906 to 1907 to 1908, but being intent upon a military career, entered the famous Virginia Military Institute at Lexington, Virginia, in the fall of 1908. He enjoyed the atmosphere of this great school, with its memories of Stonewall Jackson and other of America's most wonderful military chiefs, despite the strictness of the discipline and the severity of the hazing, which at that time was particularly bad. All the rats, as the newcomers at the Institute were called, were beaten regularly and religiously with bed slats, tin dippers, flats of bayonets, broomsticks, or anything that came to the hand of the masterful third-classmen. I was at Washington and Lee University, whose campus was only a few hundred yards from the grounds of the Institute, and Kiffin came every Saturday for lunch at my fraternity house, and would often show me his stripes and bruises. I would fairly froth at the mouth with rage and indignation. I was never able to see him suffer, and even as a little boy would weep bitterly when Kiffin was punished for some mischief. But Kiffin would merely laugh in his dry way, and say that it was all in the game, and that the best way to make men of the rats was to haze them. The summer of 1909, Kiffin received an appointment to the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, having decided that there was more chance for action in the Navy than in the Army, and in the fall went up to Annapolis and entered Bobby Werntz's preparatory school to take a preliminary course for the Naval Academy entrance examinations. Here he met many other boys also preparing to enter the academy, and a number of naval cadets. Talking with these new acquaintances, he got the impression that it would be many a day before the United States Navy would see action, and caring nothing for naval or army life in time of peace, he wrote and asked me to try to influence our mother to let him resign his appointment and join me at Washington and Lee University. Our mother readily consented, saying that she only wanted Kiffin to do that which would make him the most happy and the most useful in life. So about the end of November, 1909, he arrived at Lexington and matriculated at Washington and Lee University. He was initiated into the Sigma Phi Epsilon fraternity, which counted amongst its members most of the men from Asheville at Washington and Lee. By a sad coincidence, the only two other members of the Washington and Lee chapter of Sigma Phi Epsilon to fall in the Great War were also from Asheville and had been intimate friends of Kiffin at the high school there. Lawrence Loughran, killed July 28, 1918, as a lieutenant pilot attached to the Royal Flying Corps, and Fag Malloy, cavalry lieutenant, who died October 22, 1918, during the terrible influenza epidemic in France, Kiffin's life at Washington and Lee was a very happy and carefree one. He was bright enough not to have to grind in order to learn his lessons, and had plenty of time to mix with the other students. A good judge of human nature, he did not quickly make friends with people and accept them into his intimacy, but he was never discourteous to anyone, and when he deemed someone worthy, he was a real and devoted friend. Therefore, he was very popular and well-liked among his fellows. Tall and handsome, with clear blue eyes, a graceful dancer, and of a pleasing manner, he was much sought after by the girls, but he was not of a sentimental nature and was quite unspoiled. Here again at Washington and Lee, Kiffin found everything to inspire his liking and desire for military life. General Washington had endowed the school, which before the Confederate War had been called Washington College. General Robert E. Lee had been president of the institution from shortly after the close of the war until his death, and was buried with other members of his family in the Lee Memorial Chapel. As was the case with the Virginia Military Institute, the graduates and students of Washington College had distinguished themselves upon the battlefield and had left many lasting memories at Lexington, and General Lee seemed ever present there. Perhaps the only study in which Kiffin had a real interest was history. As I look back, it is clear to me that Kiffin was all this while only unconsciously marking time. He was in school more from family habit and tradition than from a real desire to follow classical studies. He usually had a faraway, dreamy look in his eyes, and often seemed to be living in another world from that surrounding him. In 1912, he decided to see something of the world, at least that part of it lying inside the boundaries of the United States and Canada. He made a trip to the Pacific coast and then through Western Canada, thinking perhaps he might find a place where he would like to settle and make his home. Next, he spent several months in San Francisco, which he liked greatly. After he came to France, he said that the life in San Francisco was more nearly like that of France than any other place he knew in America, and he came very near stopping there. At this period of his life, Kiffin liked to appear older than he really was, and never admitted that he was younger than at least 25. He started in San Francisco an advertising agency, and had at one time working for him some 20 people, all of them considerably older than himself. Many of them probably would have been much humiliated had they known they were taking orders from a mere lad of 19 years. He also thought of founding, in California, a paper or magazine. But in spite of his youthful and impatient idea that the Southern people were old-fashioned and set in their ways, the urge to come back home to the South was always strong within Kiffin. So in the fall of 1913, he returned to Asheville and spent a few months with his mother there. On New Year's Day of 1914, he joined me at Atlanta, Georgia, where I was then living. I shall never forget that morning when Kiffin arrived. I had been up late the evening before, properly ushering in the new year, and was asleep at the Georgia Tech chapter house of our fraternity when I was awakened by the feeling that someone was watching me. I opened my eyes, and there stood Kiffin at the foot of my bed, with an amused expression on his face. I was amazed to see how tall he had grown. He was then a little over 6 feet 2 inches, having grown fully 3 inches since I had seen him. We spent the day talking over anything and everything. I was full of curiosity as to his impression of the places he had seen, and Kiffin wanted to know if I really liked Atlanta well enough to make it my home. We agreed never again to part company, but to live together, and began making plans for leaving the fraternity house and finding a suitable bachelor's apartment. Both of us rather liked writing. Our father, although only 26 years old when he died, had written and published in various magazines and papers a number of poems and essays very highly spoken of as showing considerable promise. We discussed starting some sort of magazine or publication, and did get out the following March a rather unsatisfactory paper called The Commerce of Greater Atlanta, intended to boost our adopted city. Kiffin also achieved considerable success, considering the short while he was in Atlanta, with the Massengale Advertising Agency, the largest house of the kind in the South. He had decided that there was about as much romance in advertising as in any other settled-down, peacetime calling, and enrolled as a student of a course in modern advertising with some correspondence school. But this was not what his ardent nature really yearned for, and he was constantly restless. We were in Asheville with our mother for a few weeks in June and early July. When we returned to Atlanta, the war clouds were already gathering over Europe. We had an apartment in West Peachtree Street with a fairly efficient Negro boy as cook, butler, and general factotum. The last Sunday in July, we sat for a long time at the lunch table with two other Atlantans of about our age. Kiffin and I talked of the war which seemed inevitable, and of how interesting it would be to go over and fight for France. Both of us were fairly well read in French history, especially that of the Ancien Régime and of the Napoleonic Wars. We did not admire the French Revolution, and knew little of the history of the country during the 19th century, except the Franco-Prussian War, about which the stories of Guy de Maupassant and others had made our blood boil. Our two friends, nice young Americans of good education, but small imagination outside their business, agreed mildly that it would be a great thing to fight against the Germans, and turned the conversation to the hands they had held in their last poker game. After lunch, Kiffin called me aside, and very seriously told me that he had been thinking a great deal during the past several days about the coming war, and that if I really wanted to go to France and join the French forces, his mind was fully made up to go. Talking together, our minds became more and more inflamed at the thought of what a general European war must be, and of the possibility of our country being drawn into it. Kiffin felt that it could not escape developing into a world war, and we then and there decided to offer our services to our favorite among the nations, France. The following morning, Monday, we composed and mailed the following letter. 136 West Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. August 3, 1914. His Honor the French Consul in New Orleans, Louisiana. Dear Sir, I desire to offer my services to the French government in case of actual warfare between France and Germany, and wish to know whether I can report to you at New Orleans and go over with the French reservists who have been called out, or must I go to France before enlisting? I am 21 years old, and have had military training at the Virginia Military Institute. I am very anxious to see military service, and had rather fight under the French flag than any other, as I greatly admire your nation. If my services can be used by your country, I will bring my brother, who also desires to fight for the French flag. Trusting to receive a favorable reply from you soon, I beg to remain. Yours most sincerely, Kiffin Yates Rockwell. Inquiries the next morning at the steamship ticket office in Atlanta brought the information that few steamers were leaving for Europe, that the British and French liners had put back into American ports after being chased by German war vessels, and that it would be difficult to get abroad at that time. There was an American line vessel, the St. Paul, sailing from New York on August 7th, however, and places might be had for us on board this boat, although it was sure to be crowded with people transferring from foreign ships. We begged the steamship agent to telegraph to New York to see if berths could be had for us. A favorable reply was received on Wednesday, and without waiting for a reply from the French consul general at New Orleans, we packed our belongings, leaving most of them behind, turned the apartment over to friends, and leaving faithful Black Jim, who predicted that he would never see us again, in tears, we took the Thursday afternoon express for New York. When the St. Paul steamed out from New York Harbor the following morning, we were aboard. Kiffin's letters, which follow, tell the story of the remainder of his life far better than anyone else could write it. The clarity and simplicity of style of these letters is remarkable when the circumstances under which they were written are considered. Many were hastily scrawled with a pencil at odd moments snatched from Kiffin's duties in the trenches or in the air. Few were written under anything approaching normal conditions. They are given here without changes or corrections, though several to me were penned in moments of impatience or irritation, and express opinions or criticisms that Kiffin would have disavowed after calm reflection. Kiffin was not writing for publication, and he sometimes let himself go. It is well to give here, as an example of the impression he made on his war comrades, the chapter on Kiffin Yates Rockwell, written by James Norman Hall, the celebrated writer and pilot of the Escadrille Lafayette, for the official history of the Lafayette Flying Corps. Kiffin Yates Rockwell. It is probable that Kiffin Rockwell was the first American to offer his services to France against the German aggressors, for on August 3, 1914, he wrote to the French consul at New Orleans, "I desire to offer my services to the French government in case of actual warfare between France and Germany, and wish to know whether I can report to you at New Orleans and go over with the French reservists. Or must I go to France before enlisting? I am 21 years old and have had military training at the Virginia Military Institute. I am very anxious to see military service and had rather fight under the French flag than any other, as I greatly admire your nation. If my services can be used by your country, I will bring my brother, who also desires to fight for the French flag. Rockwell was a born soldier. Both his grandfathers, Captain Henry Rockwell of North Carolina and Major Enoch Shaw Ayres of South Carolina, were officers of the Confederate Army, and a more remote ancestor was a captain on General Washington's staff during the Revolution. His nature was made up of the simple virtues of a medieval warrior, pride amounting almost to sensitiveness, energy, determination, dauntless courage, and unbounded faith in the justice of his cause. Such men are rare and unmistakable when met. They stand a little aloof from the rest of the world and radiate a sense of great things, an atmosphere which shames the cynic and stills the voice of the doubter. It is not difficult to imagine the train of reasoning which led him to enlist. A great war was about to overwhelm Europe. France was preparing to defend her frontiers and ideals against an aggression which menaced all human liberty. One's course was clear: one must enlist to fight for France. And the flame of his idealism never for an instant flickered. Long afterward, when he had come to know all the squalor and disillusion of war, he wrote to his mother, "If I die, you will know that I die as every man should, in fighting for the right. I do not consider that I am fighting for France alone, but for the cause of humanity, the most noble of all causes." In August 1914, accompanied by his brother Paul, Rockwell crossed to France and enlisted in the Foreign Legion. From the beginning, his record of service was a splendid one. Months of dreary trench life with the infantry did nothing to diminish his enthusiasm or fighting spirit. On May 9, 1915, when the Legion stormed La Targette, he was severely wounded in the thigh and transferred to the aviation after a long period of convalescence. In the autumn, Victor Chapman wrote from Avord, "I find a compatriot I am proud to own, called Rockwell. He got his transfer about a month ago from the Legion. He was wounded on the 9th of May, like Kisling. In fact, half of the 12e de Marche were wounded that day, not counting the killed and missing. He gives the best account I have heard. Having charged with the 3rd Battalion and being wounded in the leg in the last book, he crawled back across the entire field in the afternoon. At this moment I have mixed feelings of pride, envy, and sorrow, for he has just received a postal from a friend who has returned to the regiment. They were given a banner, and 3 days ago were up where the big advance took place. On account of their reputation and the general understanding that they were reserved for attack, the regiment must have been in the very thick of it and has enormous losses. Rockwell is chafing because he changed too soon. There is nothing like it, he says. You float across the field, you drop, you rise again. The sack, the 325 extra rounds, the gun, have no weight. On the Alsatian front, May 18, 1916, Kiffin Rockwell shot down the first enemy plane credited to the Escadrille Lafayette. The combat was characteristic of the man and his method of attack. He told of it in a letter to his brother Paul. "This morning I went out over the lines to make a little tour. I was somewhat the other side of our lines when my motor began to miss a bit and I turned back. Just as I started, I saw a Boche machine about 700 meters under me and a little inside our lines. I reduced my motor and drove on him. He saw me at the same time and began to dive toward home. It was a machine with a pilot and a machine gunner, carrying 2 rapid-fire guns, one facing the front and one facing the rear, turning on a pivot so that it could be fired in any direction. The gunner immediately opened fire on me and my machine was hit, but I didn't pay any attention to that and kept going straight for him until I got within 25 or 30 meters of his machine. Then, just as I was afraid of running into him, I fired 4 shots and swerved my machine to the right to avoid having a collision. I saw the gunner fall back dead on the pilot, his machine gun fall from its position and point straight up in the air, and the pilot fall to one side of the machine as if he too were done for. The machine fell off to one side, then dove vertically toward the ground with a lot of smoke coming from the rear. I circled around, and 3 or 4 minutes later saw smoke coming up from the ground, just behind the German trenches. It was his first combat, the first time he had encountered an enemy machine in the air, the first time he had fired his gun at a German plane. And with 4 shots, afterwards verified by the squadron armorer, he killed both pilot and observer and sent the machine down in flames. In discussing men, the French used a phrase describing admirably a keen and bitter fighter. Il en veut. Il fait la guerre. Rockwell had come to France to fight, not to loaf, swing the lead, or pose as a hero, and when he went over the lines, it was la guerre à l'outrance. He shot down several Germans so far in their own lines that even the combats were invisible to friendly observers. On the Verdun front, in July 1916, he took part in 40 officially reported combats. In August, he fought 34 aerial duels. Wounded in the face by an explosive bullet, he refused Captain Thénault's offer to send him to a hospital for treatment, and after 24 hours in Paris to reassure his brother, he hurried to the front to fight and fly again. His letters to Paul Rockwell give us glimpses of an extraordinary driving energy and determination. I had thought beforehand that yesterday and today I would try my damnedest to kill 1 or 2 Germans for the boys, comrades in the Legion, who got it this time last year, but I had no luck. Am tired out now. Have been out 4 different times today, all the time going up and down. Once I dropped straight down from 4,000 meters to 1,800 meters on a Boche, but he got away. It tires one a lot, the change in heights and the maneuvering. The day after Victor Chapman's death, he wrote, "He and I had roomed together and flown together a great deal, and I had grown very fond of him. I am afraid it is going to rain tomorrow, but if not, Prince and I are going to fly about 10 hours, and will do our best to kill 1 or 2 Germans for Victor." Rockwell's brief and splendid life was ended by the most glorious of deaths, struck down in the heat of combat, 12,000 feet above the earth. Flying with Lufbery over the Vosges, on the 23rd of September, 1916, Rockwell became separated from his companion and attacked a German 2-seater well inside the French lines. In his daring and headlong fashion, he plunged straight at the enemy, paying no attention to a stream of bullets from the observer. He did not open fire until at such close quarters that watchers on the ground thought a collision inevitable. His gun stammered faintly, and the Nieuport turned its nose down, losing one wing as it hurtled toward the earth. A great wound, where an explosive bullet had passed through his chest at the base of the throat, must have caused instant death. His loss was an irreparable one to the Escadrille Lafayette, for he was a rare combat pilot, and his chivalrous and romantic example brought out the finest qualities of his companions. His funeral was worthy of his life and death. 50 English pilots and 800 RFC mechanics, a regiment of French territorials, a battalion of colonials, and hundreds of French pilots and mechanics marched behind his bier. At the grave, Captain Thénault said, "When Rockwell was in the air, no German passed, and he was in the air most of the time. The best and bravest of us all is no more." Chapter 1. Letters from New York and London. Hotel Imperial, New York City, Thursday, August 6th, 1914. Dear Mama, well, Paul and I are sailing on the American liner St. Paul tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We would have gone by home to see you and explain things if there had been time. But we had to do some hurrying to catch this boat, and it was practically our only safe chance. It is the only boat leaving here in 2 weeks' time flying the U.S. flag, and we did not want to wait 2 weeks. I don't want you to worry or feel bad. You have always told me that you wanted me to live my life without interference, and this opportunity is one that only comes once in a lifetime. I would not have come with Paul if I had not felt it was really a great opportunity. We stopped off in Washington today and got our passports. We also carry letters of introduction to Honorable Walter Page, Ambassador to Great Britain, and to Stovall, Ambassador to Switzerland. He used to spend much time at Kenilworth Inn, and you probably know him. We are due to arrive in Southampton, and from there we'll go across to Paris. You know I have always been a great dreamer, and I just couldn't keep myself from this trip, for I felt the call of opportunity. You have always said you had great faith in my future, and now is the time for you to prove it by not worrying about me. I will write you often, but of course the mails will be uncertain. You can write me in care of the U.S. Embassy in Paris. My actions have often appeared as if I didn't care about you and the rest of the family, but it isn't that way. It is just that I must and will live my life as I think best, even though I am often mistaken. I am completely tired out and have many things to think about and can't write you a good letter tonight. My only anxiety is that you will worry too much, and I ask you please not to do that. Very much love, Kiffin. USMS St. Paul, August 14th, 1914. Dear Mama, we are now in the Irish Channel and expect to arrive in Liverpool at 6 o'clock this evening. We do not go to Southampton as the English Channel is closed. I have spent a week of absolute rest, thinking neither of the past nor the future. Paul and I both feel the best we have in years, and I think I have gained at least 2 pounds. We have enjoyed the trip. There is certainly a cosmopolitan bunch on board. Here are a few of them: the Duchess of Marlborough, 2 or 3 lords, several ladies and a few knights, several U.S. Army officers, including 2 generals, Colonel Samuel Reber, Chief of the Aviation Department of the U.S. Army, whom Paul and I have grown to know well, Dr. Seaman, a famous U.S. Army surgeon, Irvin S. Cobb, and Will Irwin. There is also one De Besa, who calls himself a Brazilian count and has been dabbling in Mexican politics for several years and was on President Madera's staff. He is a 33rd degree Mason, has traveled all over the world and speaks several languages. Everyone has him down as a faker, but he is certainly most interesting to talk to. Then there is a Hungarian officer in the Red Cross who wants to get back to his country. I suspect him of being a spy. He is of the better class and has lived in all the great cities of the world, speaks fluently 5 languages. There are French and English reservists and adventurers of all description, and several war correspondents. So you can see we have had something to keep us entertained. The first 3 days out were fine. Since then, it has been rough. Monday morning we sighted an iceberg, and it became rather cold. Later in the day we ran into a storm which lasted for 2 days, and at least 2/3 of the people were seasick. Paul and I, however, are good sailors and did not feel the effects. Wednesday, we passed a British warship which caused a little excitement at first. Night before last we had a mock trial, and Irvin Cobb was presiding judge. Last night we had a concert given for the benefit of the widows and orphans of seamen. Paul and I will probably spend tonight in Liverpool and go to London tomorrow, where we'd like to spend a week before going on to Paris. I hope you will realize that this is best for us both and will not worry. Love to you and Agnes, Kiffin. London, August 24th, 1914. Dear Mama, we are still in London but expect to leave tomorrow morning. We have been constantly on the go and have seen a great deal of the city. At first I thought it would be hard to find my way around the city, but I don't believe I would ever get lost here now. We spent Saturday afternoon in the British Museum, which is the most wonderful thing we have seen. Everything is very quiet here now. Most of the Americans have gotten away, or at least, they are not rushing around as excitedly as when we got here. The people are very calm and business continues as usual. This is a very popular war, and everyone expects it to last a long while, but is willing to fight it out. The Irish have stopped their fuss and are coming to the defense of the flag. The militant suffragettes have stopped their raising Cain, and the ones in prison have been released. Paul and I have decided to go to Paris in the morning. We were around to the French consulate this morning and had our papers fixed up. We will send you our address later. We are leaving our trunk here at 37 Torrington Square, as it would be so much trouble to take it with us. Our mail will be forwarded from here in case we find we are going to stay long. We'll write you again in a few days. Love to all, Kiffin. Chapter 2. Letters from the Foreign Legion. 2nd Foreign Regiment, 1st Section, Rouen Depot, France, August 31st, 1914. Dear Mama, Paul and I are here drilling with the American Corps, and about 1,600 other foreigners from every land. I think Paul wrote you about our joining, as it is very hard to get letters through, and we are not allowed to write much about what we are doing. will only tell you that both of us are well and feeling fine. It is, of course, a little rough, but it will make men of us both. We left Paris Friday morning and arrived here in the afternoon. Since then, we have been living the army life, except that we have not yet our uniforms. The American branch is quite a mixture, but there are several fine fellows. Yale, Harvard, Michigan, Columbia, Cornell, and several other schools are represented by graduates. There are 2 or 3 college professors and 2 lawyers. We drill about 6 hours a day and have 3 hours that we do what we please. The rest of the time is spent loafing around barracks and doing odd chores. The barracks is an old school building. We get to bed every night between 8 and 9, lights out at 9, and get up at 5 in the morning. The food is good, wholesome, and well cooked. We have a sleeping bag furnished and an army blanket and straw to sleep on. Everybody is congenial and good-humored, all trying to make the company a good one. We had from 11 in the morning till 8 at night off yesterday, and spent most of the time looking over the town, which is, in an historical way, the most interesting city in France. This is in Normandy, and the people from this section were the ones who invaded England successfully. The most interesting thing to us yesterday was seeing the dungeon where Jeanne d'Arc was imprisoned before being burned at the stake. The tower was built in 1205. Then there is here a famous cathedral and numerous other old buildings. This will be the last letter I shall write you for some time, as they don't like for us to write letters, and they read them all and don't send them if one talks too much. Everyone uses postcards, and I will follow suit after this. We do not expect to be here much longer, but guess mail will be forwarded from this address. We both hope that you will not worry, as this is a great thing for us to do. Much love, Kiffin. Toulouse, France. September 7th, 1914. Dear Mama, came here last week, 55 hours on a freight car, 32 men in each car. We are fixed more comfortably than at Rouen, are working hard and have very little spare time. It agrees with us. Paul and I are gaining strength and have a healthy look in our faces. Love, Kiffin. September 17th, 1914. Dear Mama, have been too busy and tired to write even a card. We get up at 4 a.m. and work as much as 14 hours a day. We are now fully equipped and expect to leave here soon. Hope to write you a letter in a few days. Both of us are feeling well. Kiffin. September 25th, 1914. Dear Mama, Paul and I have received only one letter from you since being here. It was a note written September 4th and addressed to London and begging us to come home. The thought of you has been the very thing that has worried me since my enlisting. I realize how you feel and did before I enlisted, but I don't think you should worry or feel bad. I am of such a temperament that if I didn't do things that seem strange to you, I could never be satisfied myself, or make a success of my life. You would not wish my life to be a failure in my own mind, even if by doing so I should live many years and be always with you. If I should be killed in this war, I will at least die as a man should, and would not consider myself a complete failure. I know you must think me selfish and inconsiderate of your feelings, but I am not. You expect great things of me, and I want to do great things, and can see a great future before me. If I am killed in the attempt to attain that future, I have at least done my best. That is all any of us can do. Since being here, I have taken more interest in life than ever before. It has brought out new feelings and thoughts in me. I think if anything will make a man of me, it is this giving as a volunteer one's best for an ideal. Tomorrow we leave here and will have no address except France. There will probably be times when I shall be unable to write for weeks. But please don't worry. If anything should happen to either of us, you would hear before a letter could reach you. The government has your address and several of our friends have it. We are only a few Americans, and if anything should befall any of us, the news would be sent immediately to the States. We have been working very hard, and my feet have bothered me a little from a forced march we took the other morning. It is going to be a life of hardships, but I am willing to go through them and actually enjoy them. The only worry is you. But I hope you will be proud of me instead of worrying over me. Lots of love for you and Agnes, Kiffin. Camp de Mailly, Aube, France, Friday, October 16, 1914. Dear Mama, your letter of September 20th reached us the first of the week, and the one of the 28th came today, showing that the mail service is getting a little better. We are always glad to get mail as we hear very little of what is going on outside. Paul said he wrote you this morning, so I guess he told you of our trip from Toulouse here. We have been here 2 weeks now, and I have wanted to write you before, but we are always either busy or tired out, and the writing conveniences are poor. We are still working very hard, as France expects a long, hard war and wants her men well trained so they can stand it. I feel well, and I think I can stand the hardships. Of course there is the danger of the bullets, but, as I have already written you, I am willing to take my chance and will go through everything willingly, always doing my best. The news we have heard since being here has been bad. Eventually, the Allies will win, but I fear it will take a long time. Things are quiet here, but nearly every day we hear the heavy cannonade from the front. I don't expect we will be here much longer, but that does not necessarily mean we will go to the front when we do leave. Mr. R.L. Mock of 36 Central Avenue, Atlanta, has the things Paul and I left there, or knows where they are. I must get ready for drill. Please look at everything in the right way, that everything will turn out for the best. Lots of love, Kiffin. November 14, 1914. Dear Mama, I will write you a short letter on the chance of its going through to let you know that Paul and I are both well and safe. We are still at the front, but have been most of the time in the reserve trenches and therefore in no danger. Of course, the hardships are severe, but we are standing them well and the outlook is bright. We hope soon to get to some town and rest up for a while. The French army pays only 1 cent a day, and we are both broke. We left the money we brought over locked up in our trunk, and we have no way of getting at it. When we do get into a town, we will need to buy a few things, so if you will send us some money regularly, it will come in handy. Send by international money order, and never send more than $10 in one letter. We have received many letters from you, all of which we enjoyed. We get our mail even when in the trenches. Love to all, and don't worry. We will come out okay. Kiffin. Address care of the Regiment France, December 1st, 1914. Dear Mama, since my letter of November 14th, I have spent 12 days in the trenches and rest of time at work in the rear. Go back to the trenches tonight. We are so safely entrenched that there is practically no danger at all. Our losses have been mostly through sickness, as conditions are bad in that respect. We are getting along fine. Hope you got my letter, asking for money orders of not more than $10 at a time. Much love, Kiffin. December 10th, 1914. Dear Mama, have received letters from you as late as November 20th. Am living in anticipation of the package, though I know my getting it is very uncertain. Do not go to much expense or trouble with packages, but if you find they come through and you send any more, you might put in something like a little jam, peanut butter, etc. Also a few American cigarettes. It is more the idea than the quantity that would make them so good. We are beginning to get a few packages from Americans in Paris. This morning, a package came out of which I got a pair of socks, some tobacco, and some chocolate. The American bunch has dwindled. Only 15 of us left. The others are either reformed or sick in hospitals or have gotten easier jobs, only one wounded. I have spent 21 out of the last 24 days in the trenches. At first, I suffered some from cold, but the trenches are now fixed up for winter, and we can now have fire at night when the smoke won't show. I'm in fine physical condition. This takes my Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you all. With all my love, Kiffin. December 26, 1914. Dear Mama, just a few lines to let you know that I am well and thinking of you. This is the 6th day that we have been in a small village in the rear of the trenches. It was to be 6 days of rest, but each day, at 11 a.m., we have gone out with our guns and picks and shovels and dug trenches until 4 p.m. The same was to be done yesterday, Christmas, but about 10 of us slipped off to a farmhouse and drank coffee and talked all day. This morning we went to work at 7 and worked till 11, and then with the others until 4 p.m. Tonight, we go back to the trenches. I suppose Paul has written you that he is out of it, but his condition is not serious. I haven't heard, but I'm hoping he was sent to Paris. We had plenty of good things to eat for Christmas, some of them bought and some sent to us from Paris. About the best thing was a Virginia ham given us by an American doctor who was in the Legion. It had been sent to him. We had candy, nuts, jam, cheese, etc. And I even had an orange given me by an Englishman from a package he received. The weather has been fine for the last few days, cold, but clear. Much love, Kiffin. December 26, 1914. Dear Paul, received your letter yesterday, also saw your article in the Daily Mail, which we all thought well written. This is the 6th day that we have been herein, supposedly for a rest, but every day we have gone out at 11 o'clock and dug trenches until 4 o'clock. Yesterday they did the same, but about 10 of us slipped off and spent the afternoon at a farmhouse drinking coffee and rum. This morning we went to work at 7 and quit at 11. Tonight we go back to the trenches. I have had an awful cold for the past week and have felt perfectly rotten. Mail was so congested that few packages have arrived. Only 2 came for the Americans, and we split the things up among ourselves, that is, among the ones who claim to be Americans. We have had plenty to eat, but I don't think anything has been distributed that you would need or care for. There are socks, gloves, helmets, mufflers, and all kinds of woolen goods for everyone. But they are only lice traps and really not needed, so I don't bother to load myself down with any. I haven't received any package from Hilda. If it comes, I will send it on to you if possible. Otherwise, eat it myself. Some man in Paris sent a package of 2 mufflers, 2 pairs of socks and 2 helmets for you and me, but nothing else. We are all loaded down with such things, so they are worthless. But I will write today and thank him. I have not been able to locate your Rubaiyat. Casey said his girl gave the films to Prince. I have your Toulouse book. Bill Thaw left day before yesterday to join an aviation corps. The English expect to be transferred to the English Army soon. They took the names of all the English, and Rapier wanted to add my name. I had rather stay with France, but sometimes I feel that this is a rotten outfit, and I had best transfer, being handicapped by not speaking French. Send me a 20-franc bill to pay up my few debts. Dr. Van Voas gave us a good Virginia ham, which we all enjoyed very much. As I said, we had plenty to eat for Christmas, but I didn't enjoy it much, owing to the bad cold. Hope you had a good Christmas. Much love, Kiffin. 2nd Foreign Regiment, December 29th. This is the 3rd day back in the same trenches as we were in last. The line is a little more active. Last night our petit post and a German patrol had a little scrap. They gave aux armes. We stayed out for a few minutes, then started back in when the moon came out. It made the trees in the distance look like a vast wave of men coming across the field. 2 or 3 officers yelled, aux armes, with their voices full of alarm, and there was much excitement for a few minutes. We were commanded not to fire until they were close, and then the mistake was discovered. Later in the night, shrapnel shells burst right over us, and the Germans turned loose their machine guns on the whole line of trenches. The fire was high, and no one was injured. We have plenty of clothing and food owing to packages arriving from Paris. Passed Rapier yesterday. He yelled, "Hello," and live in hopes. Kiffin. January 7, 1915. Dear Agnes, I have had practically no sleep for the last 80 hours, but I can't sleep now, so will write you and try to keep my mind occupied. I received your letter and the gold piece a few days after Christmas in the trenches. I forwarded the letter to Paul, but kept the money myself, and thank you very much for it, and must say that you are very ingenious. I spent the holidays fairly quietly, came out of the trenches New Year's Eve. New Year's Day we were marched 10 kilometers to the rear and given the first bath the Army had given us for 3 months. The next day we were inoculated for typhoid. The next 2 days our arms were a little sore, and we were more or less feverish. So we got 2 days rest, the first since being in the Army. On the night of the 4th, almost midnight, we started to where I now am. This is a village that I should say probably had 5,000 inhabitants before the war, and it has been fought over quite a bit, the Germans having lost 2,000 killed in a night attack on it in the early part of the war. There is now not a building that has not been demolished by shells. The march here was through swamps, and it was dark and rainy, so it took us about 3 hours to get here. We marched quietly through the streets, and my section was sent to the sector nearest the enemy, which was a beautiful chateau, probably belonging to some millionaire, with a fine park all around it. When we got to it, we relieved the section there who had been staying in the basement, it being intact. While the relief was going on, the 9th Squad, the one I am in, was called off by the sergeant as Petit Poste. We went through the park about 100 yards and came to a wall that was like the walls built around castles in medieval times. There were 9 of us and our corporal. Our number in camp was 15. 4 of us were stationed at different points along the wall as sentries, while the others went down to the station for the Petit Poste. At my position, a shell had blown a hole through the wall. This hole had a door, propped up against it by a ladder, a small opening being left at each side, from which I could watch the direction of the enemy. Once in a while, I would crawl up the ladder and look over the wall. I was stationed there about 4 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, when it was getting light, the corporal came and told me to go back to the chateau for food for us, which I did. There, I met one of the other guards and we got the food and started back with it. As we came out of the woods towards the wall, we saw that we were exposed to fire from 3 directions and that the German trenches were quite near the wall. About that time, bullets began to whiz, and we ducked and ran to the wall and then along the side of it about 200 yards to the Petit Poste. All that day we crouched in little dugouts and cursed our officers for putting us in such a death trap without more men and without telling us the real situation. At nightfall, we were stationed in such a way that 4 of us had to watch a wall practically 1/2 mile long, right under the nose of the enemy, with hundreds of men in the rear of us subject to an attack. The poste was 2 hours on and 2 hours off, with no man to close his eyes, and the understanding that we would be relieved at 6 the next morning. At 10:30 p.m., I was standing at the door mentioned above when the communication sentinel came up to me. Just as he started to speak, something fell at my feet and sputtered a little, and then went out. We each said, "What's that?" I reached down and picked it up, when the other sentinel said, "Good God, it's a hand grenade." I threw it away and we both jumped to attention, asked each other what to do, and finally decided for Seeger, the other sentry, to go to the Petit Poste for the corporal, while I watched. Just as he and the corporal came running up, the corporal called, "Garde à vous, Rockwell," and another grenade fell at my feet. I jumped over the ladder toward the corporal, and as I reached his side, the bomb exploded. We both called out aux armes. We had no more than done this when the door gave in and a raiding band entered the side of the opening. The corporal and I both were in an open position at their mercy, so we turned and jumped toward cover. I went about 10 feet when a rifle flashed and I dropped to the ground. When I dropped, the corporal fell beside me and I knew by his fall that he was dead. I crouched and ran, the bullets whizzing by me, but I made it to the woods. In the meantime, the 5 men left at the poste jumped over to their positions. When they did, the Germans in the trenches, at the door in the wall, and others who had managed to slip over the wall at some unprotected point, opened fire on them. 2 were slightly wounded and another's rifle was shattered by a bullet. They immediately dropped flat on the ground and lay there, afraid to fire as most of the fire was coming from the direction in which they expected reinforcements, and in which they knew we sentries were. I lay in the woods and watched, not daring to move lest I be seen. While they had us in this position, part kept firing while others ran down to the corporal, dragged his body up toward the door, cut off his equipment and coat and took them and his gun, broke his body up with the butts of their rifles, and then got away without a shot being fired on our side. A few minutes later, a sergeant with 2 men came running through the woods, and Seeger, who had joined me, and I halted them, and we 5 advanced on the opening and put up the door. By that time, reinforcements came up, written 4 days later and sent in same letter. Corporal Weidemann was a full-blooded German, but a naturalized Frenchman, having been in the Legion for 15 years. He was ignorant but honest, impartial, and afraid of nothing. something that can be said of few legionnaires. In my mind, he was the best of all the old legionnaires. The affair was rather a disgrace for all of us. I made mistakes in my actions due to not being well versed in all kinds of warfare. The corporal acted wrongly through ignorance and astonishment. The whole thing impressed all of us more like a murder than warfare. The Germans had no military point to gain by doing what they did. It was done as an act of individualism with a desire to kill. The top of poor Weideman's head was knocked off after he was killed by the butt of a rifle. After the reinforcements came up, they scattered in search of Germans, while I resumed my post with the corporal's body beside me. In about 15 minutes, the Red Cross men came and got it, and I called the acting chief of the squad and told him he would have to relieve me as my nerves had gone all to pieces. He did this, and I went back to the chateau to make a report on how it all happened. After about half an hour, I came back to my post and was on guard practically all the rest of the night at another post. About 2 hours after all this happened, there came from the German trenches the most diabolical yell of derision I ever heard. It was mocking Weideman's last words, his call, Aux armes, and it practically froze the blood to hear it. Up until that minute, I had never felt a real desire to kill a German. Since then, I have had nothing but murder in my heart, and now no matter what happens, I am going through this war as long as I can. At daybreak, we were relieved, and I went back to the chateau but couldn't sleep that day. At night, we were relieved by another section, and went to another chateau where I was out on petit poste again. The following morning, I came in and felt that I must sleep. I lay down and was just getting to sleep when some excitable fool called a false alarm of Aux armes, and I could not get back to sleep. In the afternoon, I started writing to you, was sitting in the doorway, and got up to get more paper. When I came back, German sharpshooters were firing at the position, so I had to give it up. That night I was on petit poste again, also the following night, until we were relieved early in the morning and came back here where I now am, about 5 kilometers to the rear. Nothing could be worse than those 4 days and nights. The uncertainty of it all, lying in the rain and mud, eternally watching and listening, knowing that everywhere men were prowling, trying to slip up on one another in the dark and kill. I have had my second inoculation for typhoid fever, and am not feeling well today, but will be all right by tomorrow, I suppose. Tomorrow night we will go back to some point on the line. With much love, Kiffin. Jan. 11, 1915. Dear Paul, haven't heard from you for a long while. Will not mail this letter until tomorrow in hopes of having your address. If I don't hear, will send this and forward other mail. Have been unable to write myself, owing to what I have been going through. There were 6 days and 5 nights that I practically didn't sleep. 4 days and nights of it I was on petit poste at different sides of the town that our first trenches faced. The first night, I was on guard at a wall surrounding a chateau. We were right on the German trenches, and they were higher than we were, so had the advantage. At about 10:30 o'clock, I was watching at a place along the wall where a shell had blown a hole through it. There was a door propped up by a ladder against it, leaving a small opening at the side out of which I watched, once in a while crawling up the ladder to look over. The petit poste was about 50 yards along the wall from me. On the other side, it was about 200 yards to the next sentinel. Seeger was the communication sentinel. It was a case of 3 men watching a position, where there should have been 20. At about 10:30, Seeger had just come up to me, when something fell at my feet and sputtered a little, then went out. I picked it up. It was a hand grenade. Seeger ran for Corporal Weideman. As they came rushing back up, Weideman yelled, "Garde à vous, Rockwell!" and I heard something fall beside me. I jumped over the ladder towards the corporal. As I reached his side, the grenade exploded. We both yelled, "Aux armes!" At the same time, the door came in, and we caught the flash of rifle fire. Seeger had jumped to the woods. Weideman and I were exposed and taken by surprise. We jumped towards cover, went about 10 feet, and I saw the rifles flash again. I dropped to the ground. As I did so, Weideman fell beside me, and I knew by his fall that he was dead. I arose crouching and ran, 3 bullets whizzing by me before I reached the woods. When all this happened, the 5 fellows at the poste jumped up on a platform by the wall. The Germans at the doorway, the Germans in the trenches, and other Germans who had slipped over the wall at some unprotected point all opened fire on them. A bullet clipped Cap's ear, another went between Zinn's fingers, skinning each of them, another shattered Buchanan's rifle. They all fell off the platform and lay flat in the mud, afraid to fire for fear of hitting some of us. I lay in the woods, covering the path to the post, but afraid to move or be seen. My rifle had jammed, and I could not fire. While we were in this position, the disgraceful thing to the 9th Squad happened. Without our firing a shot, the Germans passed through the doorway, knocked the top of Vitamin's head off with the butt of a rifle, took his gun, coat, and equipment, and all got away. Soon, Therezien came running through the woods with 2 men. Seeger had joined me, and we halted them. Then we 5 advanced to the doorway and closed it up. The rest of that night, and the next 3 days and night, I spent on guard, and so did everyone except the ones out prowling in search of Germans. The whole town was demolished. Everywhere were barricades and dead bodies. It was a hell of a time, and everyone's nerves were shattered when we came back here for a rest. I would like to write you a good description of it all, but am not in condition to do so. Probably go back someplace tomorrow night. Love, Kiffin. January 15, 1915. Dear Paul, haven't heard from you for a long while, but hope you are in Paris. Just got back from 8 days in the place where Weidemann was killed. We were not allowed to send any mail, and they are putting a strong censorship on all our letters. Have threatened to cut off all our correspondence if we are not careful about what we write. Have written you all along and forwarded a lot of mail. I have not received any packages, except the ones sent around Christmas for the Americans. Volume, therefore, have been short this month. We have had little chance to spend money. The English leave tomorrow, but I will not go with them. We'll stick it out in the Legion. Love, Kiffin. January 19, 1915. Dear Paul, received your letter from Chateau Thierry yesterday. First I had heard for a long while. I wrote 1 letter and 1 card to Montmirail, telling what I had been doing and of Weidemann's death. I have just got back this morning from another 4 days in the village death trap. Had about 5 hours sleep during the 4 days, being on petit poste every night. Night before last, I crouched by the wall for 14 hours in the sleet and snow, with my gun loaded and the magazine open. There were 4 of us and a corporal, with orders that if we moved from the posts, no matter what happened, we would be court-martialed. We got away all right, but this morning, about 15 minutes after the post I was on, was relieved by Bondy. They got shot up. Don't know how many were killed. I have been well ever since you left, perfect health, have gotten strong and hearty and stood it better than anyone. But the mental and physical strain we have been under this month is breaking us all down. It has been worse than if we had been having big battles. I have experienced more and done more work and guard than anyone else in the section, and it is telling on me now. That terrible guard night before last was with the 1st section, only 3 men from the 3rd section, because the 1st was short 3 men for the different posts. The others of the 3rd had a rest. There are all kinds of rumors today. You have probably heard bad news about the line a little way north of here. Well, we know we are going to change in the next day or so. We don't know whether it means the rear for a rest, or whether it means real hard action. Anyway, we move. I may get to some place where money will be useful, and I want to take a bath and clean up generally, as soon as I get a chance. So you might send me some money. It wouldn't be a bad idea to wire it, as the Bureau Central would forward, regardless of where I am. I suppose you have gotten in touch with the account Mama has started for us in England. I don't know about the English volunteers. Rapier has left. If you can get me into a French regiment, get busy, for I want to get out of the Legion. This regiment is no good. The officers are no good. It is just luck I am not dead owing to their ignorance and neglect. The only thing in their favor is that they have fed us well lately. They brought hot tea to us at midnight last night on guard. Rations have been increased all around. I am going to sleep now. Kiffin. January 21, 1915. Dear Paul, I have written you letters to both Montmirail and Chateau Thierry, also forwarded a bunch of letters. because I felt you were more sure to receive them that way than by my keeping them, as our life is very uncertain these days. I have received a card from Nilsson saying he was waiting to hear from you in order to forward mail. I think several of the letters I forwarded were important, so be sure to write for them at once. I wrote you, asking you to send me some money at once, as I think we are moving soon. I also wrote you that if you could get me transferred to a regular French regiment, to get busy at once. In regard to your coming back to this regiment, I will say for the last time, don't be a fool. At least 1/3 of the men who left Camp de Milly have gotten out of the regiment and elsewhere in the French service, and there are not 5 here, but would change if they could. If you try hard and get sent back, you will be no good inside a month. You will suffer a lot and finally reach the point where they will have to send you away. I know what I am talking about. I told the boys you were trying to come back and not a one of them, but said that they thought you had more sense. Love, Kiffin. 2nd Foreign Regiment, January 31st, 1915. Dear Mama, I suppose you are a little worried about me owing to recent happenings, but have spent 8 days in a position where we couldn't send any mail. They have put a strong censorship on all our mail and threaten dire punishment if we write too much. I am well and strong. We gave the Germans a nice birthday present all around where I was, but I didn't fire my rifle, although I came awfully close to having to do so. Our artillery, however, did splendid work. I have never received your package. The parcels post was opened to the Allied countries the last of November, and other fellows have received packages. Don't understand what is wrong with our P.O. However, I am getting along fine, but would like for you to send me a $2 Ingersoll watch in some way or other, but don't bother about other things. Don't worry about my welfare, for the more I see, the more I am convinced that I am coming through safe and whole. Winter will soon be over, and I'm glad of it, as the recent cold has made it a little hard. I'm getting real fat from the outdoor life. Love, Kiffin. February 1, 1915. Dear Paul, received your letter this morning. Was certainly glad to hear from you, also to receive the 20 francs. There is a farm here that is stocked up with chocolate, cheese, etc., and all of us have been feeding up, so you can see the money was greatly appreciated. The English left this morning. I was given the option of going or staying, and it may have been I am foolish, but I stayed. I figured that I came over to join with France and had stuck it out 5 months, so might as well continue. If you can get me into a regular regiment, that will be fine. The reason I keep writing you not to come back here is because I know that you are not able to stand it, and then there is no romance or anything to the infantry. It is not a question of bravery, it is a question of being a good day laborer. So if you don't want to leave the service, get into something that requires education and not brute strength. I personally am stronger than I have ever been in my life, but without one exception, I am the only one. Cap, Krogh, and all the fellows we thought strong have gone backward and been sick a lot. Out of the 18 men of the 9th Squad, there are only 6 of us in it now. Myself, Cap, Seeger, Dowd, Krogh, and Nilsson, who returned yesterday, but who we all know will not be able to stick more than 3 or 4 weeks, owing to his stomach. Zinn has been put in the mitrailleuses. As far as fighting goes, we are always in danger of our lives but don't get a chance to protect ourselves, as this is mostly an artillery war. Of course, the infantry sometimes does fierce fighting, but seldom, and I believe it possible to go through the war without ever taking part in the kind of fighting we imagined we would do. You take a few days ago. A battle was raging on every side of us, and we were in a very advanced position. Our artillery near us did the most damage of any. It simply raked the valley, yet we didn't fire a shot. We sat with our rifles in our hands underground, ready to go out any minute and fight, but that was all. Well, I must go to work, so we'll close. Love, Kiffin. Young Towle left with the English. A good riddance. February 8th, 1915. Dear Mama, little to write, just the same old life. Came back last night from 4 days at one of our most advanced positions here. The English in the Legion left for the English Army about a week ago. I could have gone, but decided at the last minute that from a sentimental standpoint I would stick it out here even though it would be easier for me and my opportunities greater in the English Army. I understand the relations between England and the U.S. are rather strained, but I hope there will be no trouble. Our company was a rather dilapidated bunch that went to the front last time. What with the English gone and our losses in the last 3.5 months in killed, wounded, sick, and those transferred, we had only about a third of a company, and part of those were men who came after we reached the front. The 9th Squad has been the best known all along, for many reasons. When we left camp, we were 18 strong. When we went up last time, there were only 6 of us, and without a corporal, one of us acting as chief of the squad. When we lost our old corporal, we lost one of the greatest characters in the Legion. We often compared him to an eagle with the squad as his young. We later got a corporal who was the exact opposite in every respect. We thought of a sparrow instead of an eagle. He was a faker, lazy, a coward, and a crook. He did not last long, however, before he became sick and was evacuated. They say it was the 9th Squad that made him sick. The work lately has been harder than ever, as we have been doing the work of a full company. But new men arrived from the depot today, and we expect easier times. About half an hour ago, the 9th Squad received its allotment of 6 husky Alsatian rookies. We are already planning how we can let them do most of the work and take a little rest ourselves. Today, we feel more like real soldiers than ever. We no longer grumble or kick, as we have found it does no good. We do everything now with an I don't care spirit, and one of the main qualifications of a good soldier is not to care. We have had beautiful weather lately, and that has put me in a rather good humor. Heard from Paul a few days ago. He seemed to be in pretty good spirits, but keeps talking of coming back, which would be foolish. Have also had a letter from Irma, which I greatly enjoyed. Much love, Kiffin. 2nd Foreign Regiment, February 16, 1915. Dear Paul, I would have written you earlier, but I have been either too busy, too disgusted, or too uncomfortable. The last 4 days we have been at a reserve post, the first since you left, and they were 4 miserable days. It rained or snowed the whole time. We worked 3 hours in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, and 3 each night, and our trenches were leaking water from the top and water was seeping in at the bottom. Nilsson said that Hadley was still in the hospital. As you say, Nilsson is a good lad, but he is a nuisance here and we do not expect him to last long. I have just found out that the Vaguemester here has forwarded quite a bunch of our mail to the depot at Orleans, also whatever packages had come for us. The Americans here now are Capdeville, Zinn, Dowd, Seeger, Trinkard, King, Felizot, and Chatkoff. Morley is also here. He just came back after studying a few weeks in a corporal's school. He is now the sergeant in charge of this section and a bigger prairie than ever. He takes every opportunity to insult the Americans in front of superior officers so as to try and curry favor with them. He and I are always at swords' points, and I have told him that someday we will both be back in America. The first thing I shall do when we are back there is to beat hell out of him. None of us has any use for him. But you know how it is in the French army. A sergeant has it over a private. I have even been thinking of changing my company because I might really lose my temper sometime and kill the blackguard, and you know what that would mean for me. I want you to keep this letter in regard to Morley, and if by any chance I do not get back to the United States, and he tries to get a lot of cheap notoriety over there, like he is after, this is what the Americans think of him. The new corporal of the 9th Squad is a Boer, who fought through the Boer War and lost his father, brothers, and sisters in it. He has been in the Legion for 10 years, and his time is up March 1st. Then he will probably go back to his own country and fight against England. He is a soldier and a gentleman, and would probably be a captain now if he had his just deserts. Just what are the chances of another regiment for me? If not a regular French regiment, the first étranger. With love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Peloux. 2nd Foreign Regiment, February 16, 1915. Dear Sir, I received your letter 4 days ago, for which I thank you very much. I am well and getting along fine and have no right to complain of anything. I came back last night for repose, After 4 days at the front. They were uneventful, but a little uncomfortable, owing to the snow and rain. In regard to my wants, I have been very lucky throughout the winter in having plenty of all necessities. However, I should like for you to send me some of the little luxuries we cannot get here at the front. I should also appreciate it very much if you could send me an English and French grammar, as my small knowledge of the French language has proved quite a handicap to me at times. What I desire is a beginner's grammar. In other words, one used by first-year students. I have very little spare time, but think I can find enough to do some studying. We all look forward to the coming of spring when we hope to advance and bring France victory. Again, thanking you and your wife for your interest in me. Sincerely yours, Kiffin Y. Rockwell. February 28, 1915. Dear Paul, received your letter yesterday. Got the 50 francs. The package announced hasn't arrived yet. Spent 6 days on petit post in an open trench close enough to hear the Germans talking. On guard all night. In the daytime, would slip down through the communication trench about 100 yards and sleep in a covered trench. There were only 12 of us there, but nothing happened except a little sharpshooting. Seeger had a bullet through his capote, but it didn't break the skin. Zinn was evacuated yesterday. We had been trying to get him out for the last 2 or 3 months. He was a nice lad, but a nuisance as a soldier. He was sick most of the time and would fall to sleep on guard and snore loud as hell. They gave him prison sentences and work, but finally became convinced that he was really sick, so now have sent him back. We have been busy cleaning up as we are going to be inspected by the general. It means a hike of 15 kilometers to the rear and the exercising, then 15 kilometers back here. Not pleasant to look forward to. We may go this afternoon. That's all the news. Love, Kiffin. To the Vicomtesse du Peloux, 2nd Foreign Regiment, March 7th, 1915. My dear Madame, I received your letter and appreciate it very much. The package has not yet arrived, but suppose it will be waiting for me when I go back from the trenches this time. The time it takes for packages to come is very uncertain. I'm looking forward to its arrival both for the grammar and for the berries of life, as the latter have grown to be a great item in the life here at the front. Not that the government fails to give us plenty, but I'll enjoy a change. When we went back from the trenches last time, we were told that we would probably march 15 kilometers to the rear and be reviewed by General Joffre. It pleased us very much, and we busied ourselves cleaning up and getting everything réglementaire, but the review did not take place. We were rather disappointed, for we wished to see General Joffre, and then there was a current rumor that it meant a change of sectors for us. You see, I left camp October 19th, and came to this sector and entered the trenches on October 27th. The trench I am now in is about 700 meters from the first trench I was ever in. I have made every trip to the trenches with my company, except one, which was due to my feet being in very bad condition from the march here. Our record for length of time in the trenches is 24 days out of 30. However, now we do not have it so hard, but spend half the time in the front and half in the rear. Our positions at the front are usually petit posts where there is no danger at all from artillery fire, and that is about all we have here now. Once in a while we suffer from it when we are in the rear. If the enemy should take a general offensive in this sector, he would hardly attack our trenches but would probably try to push through on either side, which, if successful, would mean our being cut off and surrounded. If we should take the offensive, the line would have to be pushed back on each side of us before we move. So all we can look forward to is staying here for quite a while yet, unless we get a change of sectors. I don't care about a rest, for I am in fine condition and content to stay at the front until the war is over. But I have always been a great roamer, and to have to stay in the same place is my greatest trial. So I keep hoping for the change in sectors. We have been very lucky. We have always had plenty to eat and to wear and have really not suffered any at all. We volunteers feel at times that we are only an expense to France instead of an aid to her. However, when we get the chance, we will try to do our share. Yesterday, I received letters from my mother and brother, both saying they had heard from you. It pleases my mother very much to know that you and your husband are interested in my brother and me, and it pleases us to know that you send her cheerful messages. She is inclined to worry too much about us, but I suppose that is the way with all mothers. I am inclined to be a fatalist, and don't see the necessity of her worrying as much as she does. I hear the call soup at the end of the trench and must close. In answer to Monsieur Dupelou's card, my sector postal number is 6. Assuring you both of my appreciation, I am, sincerely yours, Kiffin Y. Rockwell. March 11th, 1915. Received your letter the other day. I might as well stay where I am. Get along pretty well, although local conditions are bad. The 3rd section has been having trouble with the mitrailleuse section, and we are practically under arrest now. That is, we can't go out in the streets, because it would mean a war. Felizo died night before last as the result of foul play in a scrap between him and 2 Arabs of the M section, which afterwards turned into a battle royal between the 2 sections. However, don't mention this to anyone. We'll write further particulars some other time. Received a nice package from the Vicomtesse Dupelou this morning. Good things to eat, and a French grammar. Love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte Dupelou. 1st Foreign Regiment, March 18th, 1915. Dear Sir, I am changed to the Premier Étranger. I wrote my brother some time ago that I would like to change from the 2nd HRG, if possible, to a regular French regiment. He found that impossible, so had me transferred here. I can tell that this is a much better regiment, and I am with 5 fine Americans, so am glad of the change. Have been here 2 days, and am now in the trenches. I do not know where my brother is now. If you know, write him my address, please. Sincerely yours, K. Y. Rockwell. Via Bureau Central Militaire, Paris, 1st Foreign Regiment, March 21st, 1915. Dear Mama, I guess you will be surprised to see my new address. I wrote to Paul the early part of the year telling him I was dissatisfied with local conditions in the other regiment and asking him to see if it were possible for me to get into another regiment or into a regular French regiment. We found that owing to the laws of the country, it was impossible for me to get into a regular French regiment, and I was making up my mind to be contented where I was. About a week ago, I came in from working on trenches and was told I had been transferred to the 1st Regiment and was to leave in 2 hours. I packed my sack in a hurry and rode that night with the 1st wagon to a town in the rear. The following morning, I went to the headquarters of the Army Corps, where the general and several other officers talked with me and treated me very courteously. I stayed there until 6 that evening, when I got into a limousine with a captain who spoke a little English and who took much interest in the fact that I came over to France for the war. I rode with him to the headquarters of another Army Corps where I spent the night. The following morning, I climbed into a limousine with another captain who spoke perfect English and had been in the States. On our journey, we came right through Reims, which was in a terrible condition from the continuous bombardment. This captain described to me all the surrounding country and gave me a number of interesting points on the war. The previous afternoon, he had run the gauntlet, as you might say, having 30 shells burst around him before he could cover 100 yards in his machine. A little beyond Reims, he stopped, and I took a 3rd automobile to my destination, where I joined this outfit, and came to the trenches with them that night. The change has done me worlds of good. My trip here was the most pleasant thing I have experienced since leaving the States. When I got here, it was a change of territory and a better regiment than the one I was in, and better local conditions. I found 5 other Americans here in the regiment, who are a better lot than the Americans in my old company. One of them was at VMY the year after I was. I am well pleased with everything. Today is the first day of spring, and the weather testifies to it. I am sitting in the sun on the side of the trench writing this. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte Dupelou. March 29th, 1915. My dear Sir, received your card yesterday and was glad to hear from you and to learn that Paul was on his way to Paris. Have been in 1st and 2nd line trenches for 13 days now, and will probably stay 9 or 10 days longer. The lines are very close together here, but we have exceptionally good trenches, so it wasn't very bad. A cheap watch would be very handy for me. Regards to your wife. Sincerely yours, Kiffin Y. Rockwell. April 1st, 1915. Dear Paul, Received your letter a couple of days ago, glad to hear from you and that you were in Paris. I have been in the trenches for 16 days now and will probably stay a week longer, then go back for a week's repose. This is a better regiment than the second was. More discipline, etc., but better soldiers and men you would have confidence in case of action. There are 5 other Americans, and not a bad bunch. Love, Kiffin. April 10th, 1915. Dear Paul, I have been intending to write you a letter for a long while, but haven't felt like writing any at all lately. When I received notice of being transferred, I had just come in from work, and it was about 4:30 o'clock. They told me I was changed to the 1st étranger and was to leave at 6:30. It was a surprise to me and a rush order. I left some of my things there, washing, for instance. However, I had little regrets at leaving the outfit, although things were at the best stage for me that they had ever been in. Capdeville and I were practically running the 9th, and Morley had suddenly become exceptionally friendly towards me, owing to my having got his number on a few things. Our lieutenant, who had always been very friendly to me, had just been made captain of the company. But I came here and found conditions very good. Good officers, and the men are good soldiers, an entirely different outfit from the 2nd. We went to the trenches the night I arrived here and stayed for 22 days in them, and then came here for a week's rest 2 nights ago. Things were rather quiet in the trenches. The lines are very close together in a field that is level as a floor. The trenches are laid out so that it is almost like an underground city. The regiment made them this winter. They are about 8 feet deep and 3 feet wide and wind around in every direction, so that you can walk for hours, all of them leading into the front combat trench, which is especially well made, having loopholes every 2 feet and a little place to stand in when shooting. I think that nearly the whole division Marocain is in that field with us. The Zouaves were about 100 meters from us. They have an exceptionally good reputation for fighting. There are 5 Americans with me, not a bad lot. 4 of them, however, cannot speak French as well as I. The sergeant is a very nice fellow, but we lose him, as he has been named sous-lieu. The man who takes his place as sergeant is the former corporal of the 13th Squad. He is an old legionnaire, but has been very attentive to the Americans. He squandered 17 francs last night on a dinner for me, and the one American who speaks French. But he is doing it with the idea that we will spend a lot of money on him. But I have worked awfully hard for over 7 months and have gone through a good many hardships. I am tired out now and am bothered very much with rheumatism. So if I can make my life a little easier by bribing my sous officers with food, etc., I will not hesitate to do so. So far, since being here, I have had it pretty easy. I am running out of clothes and would have written the Vicomte du Peloux for some, but hate to put him to so much trouble, so thought I would write you about it. I have forgotten what we left at the hotel, but if there are 2 or 3 2-piece suits of underwear there, send them to me. If there are not any there, buy me 3 suits of lightweight, the size that you wear, also 2 pairs of heavy socks. I'm looking forward to receiving the box of eats announced. I have written to the other regiment for my mail, but all I have received is 1 card from you, 1 from Mama, and 2 that I enclose. Perhaps part of the mail was returned to the depot at Orleans. In that case, I suppose it will be sent to you. The packages Mrs. Coomber writes about will probably be lost or eaten by someone else. I hope you are feeling well by now, but not to see you back in the trenches. The weather is cold today. Love, Kiffin. April 17th, 1915. Dear Paul, I was very glad to receive your letter this afternoon, as it was all I had heard from you for over a month, except 1 card. I have written the other regiment and 2 of the fellows about my mail, but all I have received is what I wrote you of. I have been hoping to hear that you are going to be discharged, for I know you are not physically able to come back to the trenches and stand the life. I received the underwear at the same time as the letter. I was glad they were not warm suits, but would have preferred something in the line of BVDs, as they are easier washed and easier for clearing of lice, but this is good underwear, so I'm satisfied. In regard to seeing a doctor and getting evacuated, I have never reported at sick call once since you left. I may be wrong, for I still have very painful rheumatism in my arms and hands, but I have been conscientious about doing my best ever since I enlisted. At first I was handicapped very much by not knowing any French, Now, however, I speak a little and understand more. They all treat me now as being a good soldier. The corporal shows a little favoritism towards me, more than to anyone else in the squad. The sergeant asked me not long ago if I wanted to be a candidate for corporal. That, however, meant drilling when the others were at rest. And then, the men do not like the ones who get to be corporal that way, so I said no. However, I really feel that if I could speak French a little better, I would make a better officer than many of them here. Being in the war is probably the only useful thing that I have ever done, or ever will do. So while I am in it, I want always to do my best, and if I am killed in it, I will be perfectly contented to die, more so now that you are getting all right, and I know that you will prove to Mama that her sacrifices and worrying have not been wasted. Even if I come out of the war, I am afraid that that will be up to you, for I have lost my ambition for what the world calls success. I do not want to go to the doctor and be evacuated, although there are very few who have been in the trenches as long as I, and not gone back for a rest. If, through any other means, I am given a rest, I will be glad to accept it. As regards a commission as sous-lieutenant, I doubt if that will be possible. However, I may get a chance to show my ability and merit a commission. About the Americans here. One is Kenneth Weeks, an author of several books who has lived in France for several years with his mother. Another is Russell Kelly, who went to the Virginia Military Institute in 1910, the son of a lawyer in New York City. Another is John Smith, an adventurer who served in the Spanish-American War, was a sergeant in the Philippines, has lived in the Orient, in Alaska, and many other places. Another is Lawrence Scanlon, a New York electrical engineer, and young. These three men came over in November on horseboats. The last is Skipper Pavelka, sailor and wanderer, has never had any ambition, otherwise could probably have made a success, as he has quite a lot of genius in several ways. Weeks has plenty of money and speaks perfect French. The other four have no money and do not speak French as well as I. Weeks and I share what we have with them, and the six of us stick together pretty close and get a lot of pleasure out of being together. Weeks is now cooking chocolate, and we are going to eat some of the cake with it that arrived in the package you and the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou packed, and which I am enjoying greatly. I have been back in the trenches for 3 days now, and probably will be here about 3 weeks longer. This trench is a little to the rear of the first line trench where we go tomorrow. This whole field is nothing but a network of trenches. The town I was at for repos is where we rested 4 days last fall. It has more civilians now than then, and when we were there this time we could buy anything to eat that we wanted. The Germans shell it almost every day, and there have been a number of women and children killed there. I'm able to get matches now and do not need a briquet. If you could get a rubaiyat in Paris and send it to me, I would enjoy reading it. Give my regards to the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou. Tell them that I received the package of eats, and thank them, and that I will write soon. Much love, Kiffin. P.S. Seeger was alive when I left the 2nd Regiment. Felizeau got in a scrap with 2 drunken Arabs of the machine gun section, and a 3rd Arab slipped up behind him and hit him on the head with a 2-liter bidon full of wine. The wound was neglected, and Felizeau was not excused from service when he said he was seriously hurt. The next day, he fell by the roadside, where a lieutenant found him paralyzed and lockjaw setting in. He died 2 days later, after horrible suffering. The only time he could speak was just before he died, when he raised up out of bed and pulled the American flag from around his waist and cried, "I am an American." Felizeau had given quite a lot of money to the war sufferers, and had 9,000 francs on him when he died. To the Vicomte du Pelou, April 21, 1915. Dear Sir, I have only time for a short letter, as that long-looked-for period of repose has arrived. We leave the trenches tonight for the rear and for a rest. I do not know where we will go. The depot is at Lyon, and we may go there, or we may be sent to Camp Meilly. I am enclosing an international money order for $10 that one of the boys here has and does not know how to get the money. His name is Russell Kelly, who went to Virginia Military Institute the year after I was there. The sender is James E. Kelly, his father, a lawyer, whose address is 45 Broadway, New York City. This is the first money Kelly has had since being here. so I would like for you to send it to me at once and charge to my account until order has been cashed. Also, send me 100 francs, as I may need it in repose. If we are in the rear long, I will try to get to Paris, though I have no idea what the chances are. I received your letter yesterday and enjoyed hearing. I really had plenty of clothes all winter, and the reason I wrote Paul about the underwear was for summer. I consider that I have put you to enough trouble without having you do things that Paul can do for me. I received the package of eatables the second day, back in the trenches, and have enjoyed all the contents. I was glad it came while I was in the trenches. Tell Paul about my being on the way to the rear. Regards to your wife. Sincerely yours, Kiffin Y. Rockwell. P.S. Address me the same as before. April 22, 1915. I will leave my letter the same, but we did not leave last night. We got everything ready and expected to go and did leave the trenches we were in, but stopped in others more in the rear. They say this stop is only temporary, and that we will leave any time now within the next 2 or 3 days. Of course, something may happen to prevent, but I really think we are going this time. The captain had a telephone message last night saying Italy had declared war on Austria. Most of our company are Italian, so it created great excitement. Haven't heard the message confirmed, but hope it is true. K.Y.R. To the Vicomte du Pelou, April 28, 1915. Dear Sir, we started to Lyon for repose. At least all the officers and everyone thought so. But orders were evidently changed while we were en route, for we are now in the rear of the lines getting a little rest after a very strenuous trip. Very heavy firing in front of us. We went through Paris about midnight of the 26th, but the train did not stop 10 minutes, as we were then making fast time and turned north from there. I was disappointed, but after 8 months one gets indifferent. Note address on other side of card. Sincerely yours, Kiffin Y. Rockwell. To the Vicomte du Pelou, May 2nd, 1915. Dear Sir, I received your 2 letters yesterday with the mandate for 151.50 francs and am returning the money order, signed by Kelly. Haven't been to the trenches yet since coming up here. In fact, I am very puzzled as to what we are up to, as we keep moving around. We are now within 1 kilometer of a railroad station, and it would not surprise me if we take train again for some other sector, though we may go straight into the trenches from here. We get the papers, and of course they explain a good deal to us. Anyway, whatever we are planning to do, it is a great change from the last 6 months, and to me is proving a mental and a physical rest. We have had a number of rumors regarding Italy and other countries, but I am of the same opinion as you, and will not believe Italy in the struggle until I see it. I think Italy has shown herself a coward and very selfish. But in spite of that, the Italians in the Legion have proved themselves very good soldiers, and I like the ones we have in this company very much. It is fine weather here, and we are all taking life about as easy as possible in the army. Tell Paul about this letter. Regards to your wife. Sincerely yours, Kiffin Y. Rockwell. May 2nd, 1915. Dear Mama, I left the trenches at midnight of the 24th ult. Since then, we have been doing quite a bit of traveling. When we left, we thought we were going to Lyon for repose and then go to the Dardanelles. But when we passed through Paris at midnight of the 26th and turned north, we knew that was all off. We have been in the rear of the lines at different places now for several days and expecting to go into hard action at any time. We are now back within a half-mile of a railroad station, and for all we know, we may embark for some other sector. The weather has been very hot, but what marching we have done has been short stretches at a time, and I have really enjoyed it all. It has been such a change from the last 6 months, and has been interesting to see the country, and also the large movements of troops, artillery, many aeroplanes, zeppelins, captive balloons, etc. There is quite a change in the civilians also. They are not so hysterical and excitable, and instead of crying, they give one a cheerful smile. Paul wrote me that the Atlanta papers had been giving me quite a lot of publicity, and that the journal had published my letter to Agnes. Others also have written me, and all of you write and act as if you thought I came over here for notoriety and to try to be a hero. It has hurt me and made me mad also to think how few people there are who give me credit for any strength of character. Maybe the restless life I have led justifies all in their opinions. However, I am sorry that such is the case, and it means to me that I will never try to live in the South. I just had my beard cut off today and shaved for the first time since being in the Army. I had a fine beard, but it made me look very old, at least 15 years older than without it, they all say. Well, the soup is here, so we'll eat. Lovingly, Kiffin. May 5th, 1915. Dear Paul, would have written you sooner, but have not done any writing to speak of lately. I suppose the Vicomte du Pelou told you that we had changed sectors. Since the 24th of last month, I have not done much of anything but travel around, and at the same time have as good a time as possible. The last 4 days we have all been eating and drinking to a fare you well. We have been able to get all the wine we wanted, and things to make special meals. Each day we have had a big party. The only time we have done any work was night before last, when we went to the trenches 10 kilometers from here and worked out between the lines. The bullets were pretty thick, and one of my friends, an Italian who had been in on all the parties, was killed near me. The same night, Battalion D had 4 killed and 15 wounded. The night before, Battalion C lost 15. All this was without any real fighting. I hate to think of what is going to happen soon, for we are all going into hard action. A big battle is going to commence soon, and we have already received instructions as to what our position will be in it, and what we have got to do. It is no rumor this time. I have seen the troops, artillery, etc., enough to convince me. So in the meantime, we are making the best of things and getting the most out of life possible. Tonight we go down to the trenches, I think to stay a couple of days. I was sorry to hear that some of my letters home had been published, as I do not want any publicity or fame, and do not care to write for the newspapers. This is not a very good letter, but it will have to do for today. I will write again soon. Love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Pelou. May 11th, 1915. Dear friend, am en route to some hospital, having received a nice clean bullet through the thigh day before yesterday. We made one glorious advance, breaking the German lines, driving them out of the trenches, and advancing over open country, fighting every step of the way. It lasted for 5 hours, and by then we had advanced 3 or 4 kilometers. I do not know where I am going, but we are now in Abbeville, so that is on the route to Paris. If we go through there, I will try to get off and go to the American ambulance. Kiffin Rockwell. May 13th, 1915. Dear Paul, well, I am lying between 2 nice clean sheets now for the first time in nearly 9 months, so I guess you know how good it must feel. We went to the trenches on May 5th to stay 48 hours, as the trenches were only a little over 100 meters apart, and there was nothing to do but stand guard and work building tunnels and boyaux toward the German trenches. When our 2 days were up, instead of being relieved, we were told that there was to be an attack all along that line the coming night at midnight, and that our battalion was to lead our regiment. So all that day, everyone was busy going to the rear for cartridges, food, etc., and also working throwing up an embankment nearly reaching to the barbed wire of the Boches. This work was very dangerous, as it was done under rifle fire and danger from bombs, but we were protected a little by our own rifle and artillery fire. I spent 3 hours at it, and didn't like it a bit. We got everything ready, and at 8 o'clock settled down to wait for the bombardment which was to precede the attack, but it didn't begin. At 10 o'clock we were told that the attack had been postponed, and that the following morning we would be relieved. So we went out to our temporary trench and spent the night on guard in it. The following morning we were relieved, and marched 12 kilometers to the rear, 4 of them through trenches. That night at 7 o'clock I lay down thinking I would get a good night's sleep, having had only 5 or 6 hours sleep in the last 3 days. At 1 o'clock in the morning, we were awakened and told to make our sacks at once. We left in short order, arriving in the second-line trenches at daybreak, where we took our position. In a few minutes, it began to sound as if all hell had broken loose, when our artillery all along the line opened up on the Germans. The deadliest bombardment imaginable was kept up until 10 o'clock. Along the whole German line, you could see nothing but smoke and debris. At 10 o'clock, I saw the finest sight I have ever seen. It was men from the Premier Étranger crawling out of our trenches, with their bayonets glittering against the sun, and advancing on the Boche. There was not a sign of hesitation. They were falling fast, but as fast as men fell, it seemed as if new men sprang up out of the ground to take their places. 1 second it looked as if an entire section had fallen by one sweep of a machine gun. In a few moments, a second line of men crawled out of our trenches, and at 7 minutes past 10, our captain called, "En avant," and we went dashing down the trenches with the German artillery giving us hell as we went. Just as we reached the first-line trenches, a shell burst near the captain and left his face covered with blood. He brushed his hand across it, and I heard him say "cochons," and that it was nothing. Then he called for everyone out of the trenches. We scrambled out, and from then on it was nothing but a steady advance under rifle, machine gun, and artillery fire. We certainly had the Boches on the run, but at the same time they were pouring the lead at us. We would dash forward 25 or 50 meters, and then when the fire got too hot, would drop to the ground with our sacks in front of us, and lie there until we had our breath, and the bullets were not quite so thick. Then we would take our sacks in one hand as a kind of shield and make another dash. To think of fear or the horror of the thing was impossible. All I could think of was what a wonderful advance it was, and how everyone was going against that stream of lead as if he loved it. I kept that up for 5 hours. By then we had advanced 3 or 4 kilometers, but were badly cut up and also mixed up with men from other regiments, mostly Algerian tirailleurs. Most of our officers had fallen, including the colonel and 3 commandants. I understand that there only remain now 4 officers out of the whole regiment. We had taken most of a village and were taking the rest of it. My outfit was a little to the left, and we were being raked by fire from in front and from the end of the village still held by the Germans. Skipper Pavelka and I were lying alongside the sous-lieutenant when a messenger came and told him that the captain and lieutenant had both fallen, and that he was in command of the company. The fire had been so heavy for the last half hour that we had been advancing 1 man at a time to the section. The sous-lieutenant gave us the direction to take and told us to follow him, 1 at a time. He jumped and dashed forward. I turned to Skipper and told him we might as well get it over with at once, so I started with Skipper behind me. I go about 20 meters when a bullet catches me in the thigh, through the fleshy part, without touching the bone. I continue for a few steps and then topple over. Skipper sees me drop, so drops also in order to bandage me up if necessary. But I told him I could do it myself and for him to go ahead. I crawled over to a marmite hole and into it. There I examined my wound and bandaged it, then turned my attention to a comrade of the 156th Regiment who was lying there. He had been shot through both hips, and afterwards a piece of shell had gone through his stomach. I tried to bandage him up, but he was dying, and I could not do any good. He wanted water, but I had none, and could get none for him. That was the cry going up everywhere, for water. I stayed there until he died. The line had not advanced anymore, and the fire was terrific. While I was lying there, 3 shells exploded within 10 meters of me, each time covering me with dirt. The last one landed within 5 or 6 meters of me. I would hear them coming and would say to myself, "Well, it is over," and shut my eyes. Then I would brush the dirt off and find that I was all right. Finally, I crawled out of the hole and up to the line where the men were. But they told me to crawl to the rear, saying the Boches might counterattack, and then I would be captured. I knew they were right, so I started snake fashion for the rear. I made about a kilometer that way to a haystack where there were several other wounded men. It was dark then, so I rested there and put my bandage on again, as it had come off. After a while, a Red Cross man came. He told us that there were so many wounded that it would probably be the following day before we could get transported to the rear. So I found a stick and managed to hobble 2 or 3 kilometers more to a farm, where there was a large number of wounded. I slept there that night, and the following morning continued on my way. Finally, by walking some and riding a little on an artillery cart, I got my evacuation card, and at midnight was able to get on a train. It was very crowded, and by the following day my leg was too sore for me to move about much. About midnight we passed through Paris, but no one was allowed to get off. The first stop this side of Paris, I was taken off, and I asked to go to Paris. The major said he would send me there, but there was so much confusion that I suppose he got mixed up. Anyway, I was put on a train, and instead of going to Paris, arrived here last night, and was brought to this hospital this morning. This is a better hospital than the average, and so I really have no complaint to make. So far, I have been treated royally here. I am in the officers' ward, and have every convenience. I went 4 days without any attention to my wound. There were so many more badly wounded than I that I did not have the heart to ask for care, and it has festered a little, so they may have to open it up tonight. But it is nothing bad and will soon be all right. This has been a long letter, and I am tired after it. This will do for Monsieur Dupelou also, as it is too much of a task for me to write many long letters. Send me 50 francs, not a mandat, but a bill in a registered letter, as it will be more convenient for me. You might also write the vague-mester of my company, telling him that I am wounded, and for him to forward my mail to your address. In that way, I will be more certain of receiving it. When I am well, I will also want you to help me get 8 days congé in Paris. Much love, Kiffin. An afterthought. The Legion has again come into its own. We took the Boche colonel prisoner. This was mentioned in the papers. To the Vicomte Dupelou. Military Hospital, Rennes, France. May 18, 1915. My dear friend, I hope you will pardon my not having written you sooner, but I knew Paul was telling you I am doing well and I have been a little tired, so have just rested without doing any writing. I will not write much of the battle, as Paul told you what I knew about it and the papers told you more. However, I want to say that I was certainly proud of my regiment that day. When I was in the 2nd Regiment, I had but little confidence in the men and never wanted to see them called upon to make an attack. When I went into the 1st Regiment, I immediately saw that it was composed of different kind of men. They were more serious about the war, and the volunteers were men who engaged out of love and admiration for France, and because they knew, they were right. They were men who had the courage of their convictions and were willing to die, if necessary, to prove it. So the day we were called upon to attack, every man went into it willingly with the determination to do his best, and humming the Marseillaise. As to the officers, no officers ever led their men better than ours led us. Practically every one of them fell, but they fell at the head of their men, urging them onward. I don't want you to think that I am cold-blooded without feeling, but the horror of it all is overshadowed by the feeling of pride and admiration I have for them all. This life does not hold such great value in my eyes as it does in some people's, and I feel that those men who died that day died having made a success of their lives in their own little way, doing something for the world, for posterity, and that their characters are their souls which will forever live and be passed down from generation to generation. So, is not that success? And what more can a man ask for his life than success? As for me, I only have a little old wound through the muscles of the thigh which will probably keep me out of the fight for a couple of months but not pain me much and will allow me to take life easy. This is a very nice hospital, and all are fine to me. There are several nurses who speak English, and they and the English-speaking residents of the town come around every day to see me. I am in the office room, and in it also are a Sioux lieutenant and a young artilleryman whose father is a colonel in the cavalry. Both speak English, and as I have said, they just all treat me fine. At times, it really embarrasses me. Then Paul comes up from 12 until 5. I have piles of magazines, books, and newspapers to read and all kinds of good things to eat. So you see, I am in a regular paradise here and consider myself exceptionally lucky. Paul has told me a lot about you and your wife and your kindness to him, and seems to be greatly attached to you both. Again, I want to thank you for what you have done for us both. I sincerely hope I may soon have the pleasure of seeing you in Paris. Sincerely yours, K.Y. Rockwell. May 21st, 1915. Dear Mama, I have wanted to write to you but knew that Paul and the Vicomte Dupelou would write you that I am doing well. My wound is through the muscles of my thigh and doesn't pain me any, but will keep me away from the front for at least 2 months. This is a better hospital than the average, and I am treated royally, so really rather enjoy it. Paul is here and comes in every day from 12 to 5, and it seems to me that everyone in the city who can speak English has been in to see me, offering to do whatever is possible for me. They tell me I will be here 6 or 8 weeks, and after that, I will get at least a week's convalescence in Paris. Then I don't know what I will do. Our depot is in Lyons, but there is practically nothing left of my regiment. We did some brilliant work and made a great advance, but naturally suffered terribly in doing so. When I was wounded, we had captured all the trenches in front of us, had taken one village, La Targette, and were taking Neuville-Saint-Vaast. Most of my regiment had fallen, and I presume that the rest fell during the following days. So when we wounded report for service, I suppose we will be put in some other regiment, although I do not know. If they put us into regular French Regiment S, I will try to get into one in which the Vicomte du Peloux has officer friends. However, I am hoping that if Italy declares war today or tomorrow, the war will soon be over. If the US would do right, it would end sooner. Germany is sure to lose, but how long the struggle will last is a question. Paul tells me that when he arrived in Paris, he found we were quite well advertised, but not to our advantage, by a number of rather wild letters you had written to everyone you could think of. If you had understood a little more about war and diplomatic affairs, you would have known that the ambassador could be of absolutely no assistance to us while we were in the army. Then, too, you wrote me a letter of advice as to how I should act if taken a prisoner. I never entertained the idea of being taken a prisoner. But if I had been and had followed your advice, I would have been immediately put up against a tree and shot. Now, we appreciate the fact that your efforts are out of love for us, but there are a lot of things you do not understand in regard to conditions over here and the war, and it is hard for one to give advice about something one does not understand. It is marvelous to me the way the women of France are doing their share in the courage and fortitude they show. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Peloux. May 26, 1915. My dear friend, I received your letter several days ago and enjoyed and appreciated it. I am taking life exceptionally easy. My wound is progressing well and I suffer very little. Owing to the long time I had gone without attention, they thought at first they would have to cut it open. But it is doing so well they have decided cutting is not necessary. As I said before, this hospital is much better than the average military hospital. It was a large school for boys before the war. It has a nice garden, and on fine days I am carried down to enjoy it. Paul's visits make it a great deal pleasanter for me, and I have many other visitors. But I have much time for reading, which is mostly English magazines, though I read the French papers every morning. When I get a little more energy, I shall devote more time to the French. At present, I am taking my mind off everything as much as possible. Sometimes, I nearly imagine that the whole war has been only a horrible nightmare. But it doesn't take me long to disillusion myself. The hospital has so many pitiful examples of the effects of the war, men crippled and terribly disfigured for life. I do hope the war will soon be over and that Italy has really come in, which may cause other small nations to join us also. However, I do not want it to end till Germany is completely broken. We have all gone through so much that it would be a shame to have it to do over again in a few years. There was a sous-lieutenant Mallet here who was very kind to me. He has now gone with his mother to Paris. I understand his father is a prominent banker there. Perhaps you know them? I shouldn't be surprised if Paul returns to Paris soon, and I think he'd be more contented there. I think he finds it rather dull in Rennes. My kindest regards and love to your wife. Sincerely yours, Kiffin. June 8, 1915. Dear Mama, Paul went back to Paris Saturday, and so I'm all alone now. I am still in bed but hope soon to get up. My wound has closed up very nicely, but of course the muscles are still rather sore, and the side where the bullet came through has to heal over, which will take some time as the hole is rather large. I received a letter from one of the boys of my squad, telling me what happened after I was wounded. There were 6 Americans in my squad, and 8 others of different nationalities. We all fell but the other 5 Americans and the corporal, who was a very good friend of mine. He was a Moor, and spoke a little English. The second day of the fighting, he took command of the company. 2 battalions of about half strength have been formed out of the whole regiment. We are all watching the U.S. now. If she wants to keep up her name and be respected by other nations, I don't see how she will keep from fighting. If she does declare war, it ought to be easy for you to get a good commission for me. If troops were to be sent over here, I could stay in France and be quite a lot of assistance when the troops arrive. I have received but little mail from U.S. since I changed Régiment S. However, the Vicomte du Pelou keeps me posted. Write me in care of him, or of Paul. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Pelou. Hospital 101, Rennes, June 10th, 1915. My dear friend, I suppose Paul has told you all the news there is, but I will write to let you know I'm doing well. I walk a little around the room, not much, however, but I hope soon to be able to go to Paris. Life is about the same each day with me. I spend the morning reading, and in the afternoon, I go down into the garden, where I usually have visitors. I try to improve my French a little each day, although I think I make mighty slow progress. I have been a little disappointed in the news lately. I have been hoping and expecting all along that the fighting would end this summer, but I am beginning to fear it will take longer. I am now watching my own country, but must admit that I have not the great faith in it I probably should have. I was glad to see in the morning's paper that Bryan's resignation has been accepted. I was always an ardent admirer of Bryan until he became Secretary of State. I also thought Mr. Wilson a good man, and maybe he still will not disappoint me. Well, they are waiting to carry me down into the garden. Tell Paul I hope his affairs are progressing nicely. With best regards to yourself and wife, sincerely yours, Kiffin. Hospital 101, Rennes, June 15th, 1915. Dear Mama, the Vicomte du Pelou sent me the letter you wrote to me when you first heard I was wounded. I could see by it that you were imagining all kinds of things. In this war, if a rifle bullet doesn't kill one outright, he can feel pretty sure of getting well, and in most cases, have absolutely no bad effects. When a man gets hit by a rifle bullet, he is considered lucky by everyone, himself included. It is only the pieces of shell and the poisonous gases that we are afraid of. The only rest one gets is when he is wounded. So it was really rather welcomed by me, although I am very tired of the hospital now, and will be glad to leave it soon. When you write of the chances of my being killed, I can see that you have a great horror of it. But I don't see anything so terrible in death. Of course, anyone with any feeling at all hates to see a loved one or a friend die. I didn't watch a friend of mine continue on after I was wounded because I did not wish to see him if he fell. But if he had fallen, I should have felt proud of him because he did his duty and died bravely. So if I should be killed, I think you ought to be proud in knowing that your son tried to be a man and was not afraid to die, and that he gave his life for a greater cause than most people do, the cause of all humanity. To me, that doesn't appear a bad death at all. Otherwise, I may never do anything worthwhile, or any good to anyone after the war, and may live to regret that I wasn't killed in it. So whatever comes, I don't want you feeling sorrowful or worrying. And don't be afraid of my taking any foolish chances just to appear brave. I always take every precaution possible and have no desire to be killed by foolishness. Whatever is necessary to be done, I try to do conscientiously, but that is all. Much love for all, Kiffin. Hospital 101, June 15th, 1915. Dear Paul, there is little to write. I am tired of the hospital and either want to be where I can do as I please or back at the front. It is uncertain when I can get away from this hole. I walk fairly well now and my wound is practically healed, just the muscles a little stiff. There is no reason why I couldn't go to Paris convalescing until all right to go back to the front, except the rules in regard to the wounded. When I leave this hospital, it is necessary for me to go to a convalescence hospital here in town. There it is entirely up to that hospital as to when I leave. They may let me go the first day, or it may be 2 weeks. They say that that hospital is very poor in food, beds, and everything, so as I say, I can't tell when I will get away. They might let me leave here the last of this week, send me to that hospital, where they might let me leave at once. Or I may stay around here a week or two, and afterwards the same length at the other hospital. I don't know whether I will need it or not. But in case of emergency, you had better send me some more money in your next letter. It has been raining the last 2 days, and my rheumatism in my right shoulder has been the worst it ever was. So all in all, I haven't been in a very good humor. The pretty blonde Alsatian comes down to see me every afternoon, and I enjoy talking to her very much, as we have become quite friendly. But I declare that the women do not make much impression on me any longer. The Englishman comes often but gets on my nerves. Haven't received much mail. Had a letter from Weeks and one from Skipper. They say that the Italians in the Legion have all been liberated, that the regiment is very small, only 35 in their company, and that they haven't been back in the front-line trenches since the battle. They said that some of the Duxiem were up there, but didn't go in the trenches, left for somewhere else. Hope everything is coming along well with you. Love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Peloux, June 19, 1915. My dear friend, there is little of interest to write. Your letter of the first of the week is the last mail I have received, so I don't know much of what is going on away from here. I am passing the time about the same as ever. Walk very well, though my muscles are still stiff. I had hoped to leave here this week, but am told that I will have to stay several days yet before going to the convalescence hospital, where it will depend on the doctor as to how soon I get to Paris. Owing to the uncertainty of the length of time I'll be here, you might send me 50 francs. When Paul left, I didn't expect to be here long and took but little money from him. I am about getting resigned to the idea of another winter's campaign, and for that reason have decided to accept as long a convalescence as they will give me. I am told here to ask for a month, and that I will get it. I have a notice here from the station to the effect that there are packages there for me weighing 13 kilos. I suppose they are the packages you sent in May, and part of some packages sent from England in March. They have not forwarded my letters to me from the regiment. I would rather they had sent my letters and have given the packages to my comrades there. Love to your wife. Sincerely yours, Kiffin Rockwell. June 20th, 1915. Dear Paul, I have received your letter this morning, for which of course I was glad, as I was wondering why you hadn't written and why I didn't receive any mail at all week. I don't expect that I can get to Paris before a week at the earliest. I am walking all right now, but my muscles are still a little sore. I must have some money, as I don't know what expenses I will have here. What clothes I had on were in very bad condition, and the clothes they give you here are second-hand and no good. So I have been having my coat and over-trousers fixed up. The coat was in very bad condition, and I gave it in to be washed and mended so that I can wear it. 2 Sulus from Band B came here wounded yesterday evening. I talked to one of them. He told me that what was left of the regiment, after May 9th, fell this week. He said that he was in BI, and that when he left the battlefield, there were only 6 left in the company. He said that a lot of things happened that the newspapers haven't told of. He said that we broke a big hole in the German line, and that the cavalry came up to carry through the advance, but that fresh infantry did not come up as was intended, and for that reason we were unable to go on through and caused the troops there and the cavalry very heavy losses. From his news, I can't see how the Americans could escape at least being wounded. You might, when you have the chance, inquire at the American hospital to see if by chance any of them are there, and if so, make it a little pleasanter for them. I am writing today to Weeks and Pavelka to see if I can get in touch with them. The last 3 days have brought a great number of wounded. Yesterday afternoon, one of the wounded had the detonator of a bomb in his pocket which dropped on the floor. One of our fellows in this room stepped on it. It exploded, blowing a hole through his shoe, knocking him over, and a piece entered his leg. Another bit entered the leg of one of the men connected with the hospital, who had never seen the front. I received part of the stuff Mrs. Coombe sent us, and a package Madame du Peloux sent me the 1st of May, yesterday. Nearly everything was spoiled. I am going out for a walk in the town soon. Love, Kiffin. June 22nd, 1915. Dear Paul, I am enclosing you a letter I received this morning from Skipper. I received a card from him also, written before the letter, in which he said that he had been bayoneted, so it was evidently a bayonet that got him as he was fixing to jump on the Boche. It appears that the regiment was reorganized just before the attack, and B2 put in with B1, the company the Sioux lieutenant here is from, and of which only 6 men remained at night time of the 16th. The Greek skipper speaks of were not with us before. I thought they were in the 3rd Regiment of March, so perhaps the 2 regiments were put together just before this last battle. Skipper evidently never received my letter in which I enclosed the piece of change. So I'm sending him 5 francs today to keep him in tobacco until I can send him more, and I want you to do anything you can for him from Paris. Skipper's family didn't amount to anything, and he never had any education to speak of, and he has been on his own lookout ever since a child, rambling about the world. But he has the sentiments of a gentleman. He did not have to enlist for France. He could have gotten a boat away from Europe and continued as a sailor. But he is a good lad and brave. He has no way of getting money from home and no friends in France. Now I want you to find someone in Paris who appreciates that a chap like that is fighting for France, and who will take him when he gets his convalescence, so that he can enjoy it before returning to the front. You and I can keep him in spending money, and his wants are simple and few. As I have already said, the 1st was a good regiment, and it makes me sad to hear of so many having fallen. All those he mentions are fine fellows. Nemarin was from India, had studied at Oxford, and was a fine, great-hearted Indian and a good friend of ours. I can always feel proud of having been in the 1st, for they certainly have done their work well. Write soon. With love, Kiffin. P.S. If you can locate Mrs. Weeks, you might see if you can find out anything about Kenneth. June 24th, 1915. I came to the convalescence hospital today. They were going to send me to the depot as I had nothing to show that I could stay in Paris. I put up a holler, so they told me to wire you for a certificate of lodging, signed by the mayor, which I am doing. Send it at once. Kiffin. June 27th, 1915. Received the certificate yesterday and passed my last visit. Was given a month's convalescence, and am now waiting for them to tell me when to start. I may start tomorrow, or it may be 3 or 4 days. Can't tell anything about it. Just have to wait for their convenience to give me my papers. Kiffin. June 27th, 1915. Dear Mama, have received 2 or 3 letters from you, one from Agnes and one from Irma this week, and enjoyed them all. I am now in the convalescent hospital here in Rennes, and I have been given a month's convalescence in Paris. Am now waiting for my papers before starting. In regard to what I have done for France, I had rather be fighting for France than doing anything else now. If one is going to fight, I don't see why the country should have as great an influence as the principal. I'm just following out my old theory that we are a part of this whole scheme of affairs, and that we can't successfully confine ourselves to one small district. Everyone over here is suffering, but the people are growing calmer all the time. I am in fine health and am looking forward to my stay in Paris. Much love, Kiffin. Paris, July 8th, 1915. Dear Mama, I have intended writing every day, but am always on the go. I have hardly had a minute to myself since I arrived here. Everyone is lovely to me. I met Paul's fiancée and her mother last week. They are certainly nice people and very influential in France. The Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Peloux are 2 of the finest people I ever knew, and are of the best of the old aristocratic families in France. They seem to think a world of Paul and me. In fact, they treat us as if we were their own children. They have lovely apartments, and we dine there very often. Last night, they had Prince Colonna to dine with us. He is French and Italian, I think. There is a chance of his cousin being King of Italy sometime. Monday we are to go out to the American ambulance with him. Paris is very sad now, and we all wish the war could end. But I have very little hope of that being any time soon, because the only peace that would be any good is a peace of complete victory, which will take time, for the Germans are still strong. I have all this month here, but will return to my depot the 1st of August. You and Agnes must continue to be brave, for every day I am gladder I came over and am fighting for France. I think Paul will be married before many months, and he has certainly found a fine girl. Much love, Kiffin. Paris, July 20th, 1915. Dear Mama, I have been on the go too much to write. Paul and I have made many friends over here and have many invitations out. We spend much time with Mrs. Weeks, who is mother of one of my friends in the 1st Regiment, who is missing. Then Pavelka, the American who was with me when I was wounded on May 9th, has been here on a week's convalescence, as he was wounded by a bayonet on June 16th. He has given me full particulars of all that happened between May 9th and June 16th. After May 9th, the regiment was cited in the Order of the Army, and then each battalion decorated, and every night-long reports read about the bravery of the regiment, etc. After that, the regiment was completely reorganized. All the men from the depot were sent up, and also a battalion of Greeks. But now, after June 16th, we get no reports, and the nearest I can find out, the regiment doesn't exist any longer as a unit. It appears that I may be sent to the 3rd Regiment de Marche of the 1st Regiment in Alsace, in a very quiet sector. If I go there, I will then have seen all the line in France. We dine tomorrow night with our friends, the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou, who take so much interest in us all. They watch for your letters. Much love, Kiffin. Paris, July 31st, 1915. Dear Mama, I leave tonight for the depot after having had a very enjoyable vacation. It was really the first month's vacation I have had, as you know, for 5 or 6 years, so I have enjoyed it, especially as everybody has been so nice to me. I had a long talk with our ambassador this week. He told me that owing to the letter he received from you, he went to the War Department and tried to get Paul and me released. I was awfully sorry to hear that he had done that. But he offered to do anything possible for me. So I asked him to go back to those people and explain things, and tell them I regret that such a request had ever been made. I hope to get a few favors from the War Department now, so I want to fix things with them. Paul is well and expects Mademoiselle Jean here in a few days. The Vicomte left today for the country. I have spent much of my time here with Mrs. Weeks, whose son was with me north of Arras, and who has been missing since June 16th. She is very brave, and we all hope Kenneth is a prisoner. He was a nice fellow, only 25 years old, and had written 6 or 7 books that had been published. Mrs. Weeks told me she was going to write to you. I do not know what my address will be, so write me care of Paul. Much love, Kiffin. Sunday, August 1, 1915. Dear Paul, well, I arrived here all okay this morning and spent the morning getting settled. Conditions don't look very good. The place is filthy dirty and they say rotten food, but tomorrow morning I am going to the doctor and ask for electric treatment. I understand that if I get that, I will be exempt from all service and allowed to go out from 1 until 9. I will try to keep that up until I find out just what is coming of the different propositions, and then if they can't come through, I will leave for the front. I only found one man here that I know. He was in my squad and shot through the shoulder. Every time I inquire after anyone, they say dead, except Kenneth Weeks and the other boys. No one seems to know. But I was told that we lost ground on June 16th, and that the colonel's orderly was taken prisoner after being wounded in the leg. He lost his leg and has already been sent back from Germany, and I hope to get his address tomorrow, and maybe he can give me some information. Thierry Delano left for Paris 2 days ago. Grumet is in the country for a week or so, so I am all alone. It is true that all the Legion is all together, and we even have men here from the Dardanelles. My corporal was wounded there. I expect I will see Trinkert tomorrow. As I have no one to write French for me, will send you the name of the commandant here. Lieutenant Colonel Metz, Commandant du Dépôt, Premier Régiment, Étranger, Lyon. You can either send his name to Monsieur Legge, or write a letter in French for me to send to him. Well, this is about all to write. Keep up good spirits and give our friends my regards. Much love, Kiffin. To Mrs. Alice Weeks. Lyon, Sunday, August 1, 1915. My dear good sweet second mother, I read your letter last night on the train and it did make me feel much better and happier. But I spent, I think, the saddest night in my life. I was not sad because I was going back to the war, but it was from thinking of the ones who stay behind. I was in a second-class coach and very comfortable, but I could not sleep. I just thought and thought all night long and could not keep the tears out of my eyes. I want to live now more than I ever did in my life, but not from the selfish standpoint. This war has taught me many things, and now I want to live to do whatever good is possible. But if I am killed at any time during the war, I will not be afraid to die. And you may know that I will die like a man should, feeling that it is the greatest death that a man can die. I will always take the greatest care of myself and not do foolish things, but will always try to do my duty to the utmost for what we are fighting for. Paul feels it very much that he can't go back to the front, but he is really not strong enough and couldn't possibly do it. So I wish you'd rather look after him and keep his spirits up as much as possible. And whatever comes, don't let him come back. I arrived at the caserne about 8 o'clock this morning and spent an hour or more getting settled. Things do look very bad and I wouldn't want to stay here very long. But tomorrow I'm going to report to the doctor and ask for electric massage for my thigh because it really needs it. I think by that I can have things my own way and go out from 1 till 9 p.m. And also not do any work. If I can do that, it will not be so bad, and I will soon be changed or returned to the front. I saw only one man that I knew, but I was so glad to see him that I took him out to lunch with me. I don't think much of him, but the poor fellow has no money and hasn't had any convalescence, so it was a chance to make him a little happier. I have heard that our regiment lost a number of prisoners June 16th, and one man, orderly to the colonel, was taken prisoner and lost his leg and has already been returned to France. I hope to get his address tomorrow and maybe he can give me some information about Kenneth. They say that most of the men taken prisoner were wounded, but we will hope for the best. After lunch, I went to the hospital to look up a friend, but he left 2 days ago for Paris. Then I went to the home of a boy who was in the hospital at Rennes with me. He left this morning for the country to stay a week or two. So I am all alone, sitting in a cafe writing to you, and I shall write other letters. It is true that the two regiments are put together now. Well, keep cheerful and in good hopes, and I will also. With much love, Kiffin. Friday, August 6, 1915. Dear Paul, there is no news to write, as I have done absolutely nothing since being here. Just go to the assembly and for a walk each day, escorted by the sergeant. There is nothing to do in the town also. I get out from 5 until 9, and try to take up as much of that time as is possible eating dinner. I am thoroughly demoralized as far as this outfit goes. Every single nationality that is engaged in this war is being released, except the ones who might be Germans, Austrians, or Turks. They are being sent to Africa. The ones that will be left will be a rotten bunch. If by any chance I am not transferred to the aviation, they ought at least to put me in a French regiment. Sunday, a detachment leaves for La Valbonne. I think I will go with it. That is only 30 kilometers from here, and I think will be better. I will have to drill there. But if I stay here, my 8 days' repose I was given will be up, and I will have to work all the time. Trinkert is here, but is in another company, in another building. I see him once in a while in the evening. He said that Hubmeier, the big Serbian, passed through here on his way to Serbia. By the way, I was looking over the list of punishments here and found Karl Jean Drossner down for 2 years hard labor for desertion. Well, give everyone my regards. Love, Kiffin. Sunday, August 8, 1915. Dear Paul, just a line to let you know that I came here this morning with the detachment that left Lyon. I found Pavelka all right and Trinkert came with me. Then there is also another American here. I don't think it is so bad here. It is a little like Camp Maley, only I think better. There are plenty of cafes in the small town here, and a canteen in the camp. The room that I am in is very clean, and I have a sleeping bag, clean blanket and all, and am feeling better all around, except I am still hoping the transfer will come through this week. Am now in a cafe having a drink with the boys. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou, August 10th, 1915. My dear friends, I will address my letters to you both. I should have written earlier but have not been doing anything since coming back, and also haven't really known what address to give. All last week was spent in Lyon. Didn't do any exercises or work while there, just stayed around the caserne, which was formerly a school. It was very dirty there, and everything was so as to get a person rather demoralized. So Sunday, when a detachment came here, I came also. This is only 30 kilometers from Lyon. It is a regular military camp right out in the country. The sleeping quarters are good and there is plenty of fresh air, trees, and grass. So I like it here. Tomorrow, I will have to start in on the exercises. All of the Legion in France is now in one regiment, and a couple of men who were with me in the 2nd Regiment are here now, and Pavelka is here. They are sending all the men who may be Germans, Austrians, or Turks to Africa, and are liberating all the Russians, Italians, Belgians, English, etc., who can go to their own country or into a French regiment. The Greeks are all being sent to the Dardanelles. So what will be left of the Legion here will as a whole be a rather poor lot, because most of the men who stay will be men who can't possibly go elsewhere. I haven't heard anything encouraging about getting something better, but I'm still hoping. I can't tell how long I will be here before going to the front, but know that it will be some time. I hope you are both enjoying the country. Sincerely yours, Kiffin. To Mrs. Alice Weeks. Thursday, August 12, 1915, my dear second mother. Just a note to let you know how happy I am. I have really not done anything since I have come here, and this is not a bad place, but it is in the air for everyone to be demoralized, officers and men. Yesterday afternoon I was to the point of not caring about anything or what happened when Pavelka came over to where I was. He had just been called up about the aviation. In a few minutes they were around looking for me. I went to the bureau and found that an order had come in to transfer the 2 legionnaires, Pavelka and Rockwell, to the aviation corps. We were so happy that last night we got several of the boys together and had a regular celebration. This morning, Pavelka and I were busy signing papers at the bureau and passing the medical visit to see if we were all right. Now we are just waiting for the order to move. You can't imagine how I thank you for all you have done, for I certainly wanted to get out of this place. Yet I don't want you to think I am selfish and only thinking of myself. I have been thinking of you and of Kenneth all the time, and only wish there were something I could do for you. One never receives all one's mail in this regiment, and my mail has not come from Lyon. So I don't know whether or not you have received the letter I wrote you, enclosing the address of the corporal who had been a prisoner. In your next letter, let me know. And if you have seen him, did he have any news? Pavelka received your groceries, and we enjoyed them very much. As soon as I move, I will send you my new address. Don't write here, as there is small chance the letter would be forwarded. I hope we will be sent where you can come to see us. With much love, Kiffin. Sunday, August 15, 1915. Dear Paul, I haven't heard from you this week, but Mrs. Weeks wrote me that Jean had arrived, so suppose you have been busy. If you have written, suppose the letter has been lost like most of my mail. I don't seem to have any luck in receiving my mail since being here. However, I am hoping to leave soon, as Wednesday, the regiment received a notice from the War Department regarding transferring Pavelka and me to the aviation. But they haven't seemed to have sense enough to know what to do, and it took them until today to get my papers fixed up. I suppose everything is fixed now, and hope that in a day or two I will be removed, although can't tell. There is really not much hard work to do here, and plenty of cafes right in the camp. But it seems to be in the air for everyone to be completely demoralized, and it is nothing but grumbling and yelling from morning to night. Prison sentences are handed out freely on the slightest pretext. As I say, my mail hasn't been arriving at all. I wrote Petchkov about trying to locate his things. Ask him if he received the letter. I also wrote to Mile, Doobie, but didn't know whether I had the address right or not. I am not going to write anyone else until I know just where I am going to be. Hope everything is going well. Mrs. Weeks said she hoped you were going to take a room at her new apartment. I think that a good idea, as you would be more contented. Give everyone my regards. With much love, Kiffin. La Valbonne, Thursday, August 26, 1915. Dear Paul, just got in this morning from 24 hours of trench life. Yesterday morning, they took the company out at daybreak. It was awfully hot, and the company worked all day long digging trenches. Trinkard, another fellow, and I volunteered to be the cooks, and we had it pretty easy on the rear until 11 o'clock last night, when they came and got us and made us go up with the company and work the rest of the night. For the company, it was 24 hours of steady work with 3 hours rest in the middle of the day and 1 hour at midnight, and then the regular hourly 10-minute repose. All to teach them how to make trenches and how to live in them. Most of us knew more about it through experience than the officers did. This afternoon we go out for bayonet exercise and grenade throwing. This morning I received your 2 letters and one from Mrs. Weeks, written Monday. I doubt if you will be able to do much. What I would like to see is the Legion broken up, as it is a shame and a disgrace to the country the way conditions are now. It has never been any good in this war, except the ones who were killed or wounded on May 8th and June 16th. As far as I can find out, it didn't cover itself with glory the 16th. For what I hear is that Bon B, which went out on the lead, was the only Bon that marched well, and I don't think any of it came back. I will tell you a few incidents that happened recently. 2 days ago, the commandant passed a review of the men proposed for the reform. Nearly all of them had been wounded. The only one not was Krogh, who was proposed owing to heart trouble. All of the men had been in the trenches all winter. Because these men were going to get out of it through the doctors, the commandant was sore as hell. He lined them up, some of them could hardly walk, and cursed them out. He told them they were not worth that they disgraced the Legion, and that they only came here for La Gamelle. Now, we have heard that from sergeants and such all the time. But for a commandant to tell men who have ruined themselves for life out of a love for France and the principles she is fighting for, I think it is going a little too far. The same day, August 25th, Sergeant Bergeron, 2nd Company, went up to a Greek volunteer who could not speak French and began to curse him about something or other. The Greek could not answer him but just stood at attention. The sergeant kept on talking and finally hit the Greek twice in the face, knocking him down. The Greek got an interpreter and went to the bureau to reclaim, but they only laughed at him. My corporal is a Greek about 21 years old. He served through the Balkan Wars, coming out a sergeant. He was wounded twice in them, once a revolver bullet, the other time a bayonet. He enlisted here at the outbreak of the war, was a second-class May 9th, when he was in the first line of men out of the trenches. He was the only man in his squad that didn't fall May 9th, and was named corporal a few days afterwards. On June 16th he was wounded, but left the hospital as soon as possible, came here and asked to return at once to the front. They said he was not well enough, and kept him there. He sleeps next to me. 3 nights ago he didn't sleep a wink, owing to toothache. The following morning he reported sick. The doctor gave him consultation motive, but didn't exempt him from exercise. To report sick, he had to miss the morning exercise. They have a rule now that if you report sick and are not given exempt service, you go to prison for 8 days. This morning they read out 8 days prison for the corporal. He took it badly, telling me that he had never before in his military career served a half-hour's prison sentence. He came back here, and I held his coat while he cut his stripes off. On his way to the prison he carried the stripes and threw them on the floor at the bureau, and told them he wouldn't have them. Now here is what happens in case you are exempt service. The other day Trinkard sprained his thumb at exercise. He went to the doctor and the doctor gave him exempt service. He was immediately carried to a room where all the men exempt service are gathered. There they are kept all day until time to turn in at night, with a guard over them. They are not allowed to leave the room and have to listen to theory all day. Now, since I have been here, there has been no one that has said a word out of the way to me. Yet I see these things every day and never know when my turn will come. And it is such a disgrace to France for such things to happen that I wish something could be done to stop it. My idea is that the Legion should be broken up, and any man France is unwilling to accept in a regular corps be given his freedom. I can't help but believe that if enough of these facts get to the War Department that this will happen. Well, none of my letters nowadays are anything but complaints, and you know the kind of spirit I was in when I came back. I am glad that you are with Mrs. Weeks and that you like it. It is much better than living in an hotel. Regards to our friends. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou. La Valbonne, August 29th, 1915. My dear friends, well, I am still in Valbonne doing the same thing each day, drilling, which grows monotonous. I suppose Paul has told you that I came very close to being transferred to the Aviation Corps. The order came for the transfer, but they didn't like to let men out of the Legion, so they kept delaying until they fixed it, so I can't go unless a second order comes. I'm now planning to try to go to the Dardanelles with the next detachment. I think the Legion there is pretty good, as I have heard fine reports of their actions. Then it would be an interesting trip, as I would go from here to Algeria and stay a week in Sidi Bella Base before going to the Dardanelles. It has been very hot here, and I never have ambition enough to go out of the camp except on Sundays. There are several cafes in the camp where we can get food and drink. I go there twice a day for an hour or so and sleep the rest of the time that I am not out to exercise. I forgot to write you that when I arrived in Lyon, I found that your friend had left the hospital. I know nothing of news. Sincerely yours, Kiffin. September 1, 1915. Dear Paul, just came in this morning from another 24 hours of work and no sleep in the trenches. That is a better idea than the kind of drilling we had last fall. But I get tired of it, after having had the 7 months of the real thing. I suppose Mrs. Weeks has told you of the good news Pavelka got, of Kelly having written his father about being a prisoner. I think that it is pretty sure that Kenneth and Smith are prisoners also. It would be more trouble to get a letter to France from Germany than to the U.S., and then Kenneth may still be in Belgium, where they are not allowed to write. I can't understand why Red Scanlon didn't write me or Mrs. Weeks one, as he had both of our addresses. But then he is a slow thinker anyway. Pavelka has written to him, and maybe he will send some news in a few days. Then I wrote Mr. Kelly as soon as I got to Lyon and ought to be getting an answer soon. The letter will come to Paris, and if you receive it, you open it before forwarding it on to me. There is not much doing here. I will leave sometime between now and the 15th for the front, not later than the 15th, if I am not transferred before then. I can't tell anything about what they are going to do, so don't know whether it will be for the Dardanelles or this front. If I go to the Dardanelles, we'll go to Algeria first and spend 1 week at Sidi Bella Bess before going on. I suppose I have enough money to last me the rest of the time here, but you had better send me about 250 francs for emergencies, because if I were to leave for the Dardanelles, the Lord knows when I would get any more mail. I received Uncle Jake's letter last week. He said that we could draw on his bank for whatever we needed, and that he had arranged with Mama to take care of our account. Have written 2 letters to the Vicomte de Pelou but received no answer. Did you get my letter last week? I put up such a howl that was afraid they might open it and not send it. I have reached my old point of indifference now, and it doesn't make much difference to me where I go or what I do. I will get along all right wherever they put me. I expect a day's permission in Lyon sometime this week. It will be a relief from this place. My regards to all. Much love, Kiffin. In the same envelope was enclosed the following: Aviation Militaire, Division M. Farman, Dear Paul. Well, at last I am all right. Saturday morning I was just going on guard when the adjutant came and told me that a telegram had come, and that I was to leave in 1 hour. I went to Lyon and there got my papers and finished up with the Legion. I was to have left Saturday night at 8:15, but I was feeling so good that I decided to celebrate, which I did. I left Lyon at 5 o'clock yesterday morning. Had to change trains 4 times and arrived at the station here at 9 last night. This is a big camp and is about 2 kilometers from the station. There were 2 small hotels there, and I tried to get a room for the night, but they were full. So I came out to the camp and spent the night at the poste de police. Then reported to the bureau this morning. Everything was fine. The captain shook hands with me and was exceptionally pleasant. He asked me what machine I would like to fly. I didn't know much difference, but he told me that the Maurice Farman was one of the best and easy to learn. So I said all right. I have been getting located this morning and begin work this afternoon, when the chief pilot will take me up for a look around. I suppose you have written me at La Valbonne, and I am writing today for my mail. I will probably want you to send me some clothes soon, but don't know what I can get here, so we'll wait. This is such a relief to be out of the Legion that I can hardly believe it. I think that if I had had to stay at La Valbonne for a month or so longer, I would have gone completely nutty. Well, I am going out to eat now. Much love, Kiffin. Chapter 3. Letters from the Aviation. September 8th, 1915. Dear Mama, have been very busy lately and now have time for only a note. I have at last gotten what I have been trying to get these past 2 months. I am transferred to the aviation as a student pilot. That is a jump from the lowest branch of the military service to the highest. It is the most interesting thing I have ever done, and is the life of a gentleman, and I am surrounded by gentlemen. I have been here only this week, but I fly each morning and afternoon with an instructor sitting behind me, directing my movements. It is very easy to fly, but I must get the habit of the movements and understand the air currents. I'm perfectly satisfied here and everyone treats me royally. Love to Agnes and all friends. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou, September 8th, 1915. Dear friends, just a note to let you know that I have at last got what I have been wanting. I am perfectly contented now. Arrived here Monday morning and everyone has been lovely to me. They have immediately started to teach me to fly. I was up for 2 trips Monday. My instructor is a very nice man and a friend of Casey, one of the Americans of the 2nd Étranger. We go up each morning and afternoon. I sit in front and run the machine while he directs my movements from the rear. It is very easy and most interesting. There are 4 of us on the same machine, 1 lieutenant and 1 sous-lieutenant, 1 corporal and myself. All of us were north of Arras, May 9th. I'm very busy now getting settled and acquainted. Sincerely, Kiffin. Friday, September 10th, 1915. Dear Paul, well, I am getting along fine. It is very easy and I take to it just like a duck to water. My instructor is a marvel and an exceedingly nice fellow. He is a friend of Casey's and takes special pains with me. I think he will turn me loose this afternoon and let me fly alone. I am now on a 1913 model Maurice Farman. After I am turned loose, we'll stay on it for 4 or 5 days practice, and then change to the 1914 model. We'll stay on it 2 or 3 weeks and then hope to pass my brevet militaire, which will entitle me to go to the front. However, afterwards, I think I will ask to change to a squadron, the same machine that Thaw flies. That would keep me here 2 or 3 weeks longer and give me more practice. Then, after leaving here, I will have to go to the camp at Paris, where we saw Bill, Thaw, and Hall. We'll stay there 3 weeks before going to the front. I can get permission at any time to go to Paris, but don't think I will, at least not before I pass my brevet militaire. Most of the élèves are lieutenants and sous-lieutenants. There is nothing militaire about the life, and all the aviators are treated the same. The only difference is the officers wear stripes on their uniforms and are paid more. We all go out on the field at 4:40 in the morning and assist in moving the machines out of the hangars. Then we see that the motors, etc., are in good condition. Then we go out on the field and take turns flying with the instructors. At 7 o'clock, we come in for a little breakfast. At 8, we have a lecture on flying, then go out and put the machines back in the hangars. We are free until 9:30. At 11, we have déjeuner. Then we usually sleep until 3:30 when we go back on the field. We are out there then until after dark. Don't have dinner until 8 or after. That is the day's routine. They are all a quiet bunch, little foolishness going on, and all intent on learning to fly as quickly as possible. I am sending notes and cards now to all our friends. Expect to go to Bourges next week and buy a uniform, cap, large suitcase, gloves, and other things of the kind. You might go to the bank and draw some money and send me. Much love, Kiffin. Wednesday, September 15th, 1915. Dear Paul, was glad to get your letter and the money this evening. Tomorrow morning I'm going to ask to go to Bourges in the middle of the day and we'll see what kind of a uniform I can get there. In regard to the clothes you mentioned, send them all, and send me 2 shirts, also the passe-montagne and the scarf. Because one of the first things I will do toward gaining my brevet will be to mount 2,000 meters in the air and stay there for an hour. And it is cold up there. I wear a passe-montagne now when I fly, but it isn't much good, and I was going to buy one tomorrow but will not now. Send all the things right away, for I have practically nothing at present. I'm getting along well, although yesterday and today have been bad and we have done nothing each afternoon. I go up now all alone, and tomorrow we'll go on a new machine and begin to go a little higher in the air than I have so far. In regard to photographs, there is no place here to have them taken. I have had my uniform changed 3 times since leaving Paris, but still retain the kepi as a souvenir. What did you write Mama about her coming over here? I haven't heard from Mrs. Weeks for a long time. Hope she is all right. Have you heard any more news from any of the boys? And did you get any more news of Scanlon, and whether or not he is still in the hospital at Orleans? Much love, Kiffin. Sunday, September 19th, 1915. Dear Paul, well, I have finished with the 1913 model Farman, and tomorrow I go on the 1914 model, and with no bad luck will try to pass my brevet militaire during the next 2 weeks. If I succeed in doing that, I will then go to Paris on 6 days' permission, as that is given to all the men when they finish. I have been to Bourges twice this week getting things. I couldn't find a ready-made uniform to suit me, so I'm having one made. It is black, with the broad red artillery stripes on the trousers, and I think will look very nice. The kepi is black, with red stripes, and then there is a police bonnet, black with a red stripe. It will all be ready for me Wednesday, and I will go for it then or Thursday, as I want to have it to wear when I start on my different trips for passing my brevet. One of the trips is to go to Chartres, 150 kilometers from here, and go in a straight line as the crow flies. At present, I am only a second-class soldier and student pilot. As soon as I pass my military brevet, I shall be named corporal, as that goes with the brevet. After I pass my brevet, I will change to another machine, probably the squadron. If so, I will only be here 2 or 3 weeks on it before being ready to go to the front. There is a chance of my being named sergeant here in the rear, as I stand in very strong with the officers. If not, you are always named sergeant during the first month at the front. Of course, I hope that I will be able to gain my stripes as a sous-lieutenant in a little while. When I came back here, I had absolutely nothing. Even my toothbrush, post, and comb were stolen from me at La Valbonne, and my dirty clothes were in the wash. I have bought such things as can be found, but am anxiously waiting for the package I asked you to send me. As far as luxuries go, I'm able to buy good cigarettes and wine with my meals, and sometimes eat out at a cafe where good meals are served. But I'm not living a riotous life here. I stick close to the camp all the time, and am trying to pass my brevet as soon as possible, as I expect to reap the good times after once being at the front. Answer this immediately. I want to go to Bourges not later than Thursday and get everything I need, as that will probably be the last day that I shall have the time. Much love, Kiffin. September 19th, 1915. My dear friends, everything is going well with me, but I don't feel like writing much these days. I guess I am too busy thinking about all the new things I'm learning. I have been flying all alone this week on the 1913 model Maurice Farman, but tomorrow morning I go on the 1914 model. I will spend only a few days on it in order to get used to it, and then we'll start on the different flights that are necessary for me to pass my brevet militaire. They consist of the following. Stay for 1 hour or longer 2,000 or more meters in the air. Make a trip in the form of a triangle to 2 different towns about 60 or 75 kilometers from here. Volplane to the ground from a height of 500 meters. And the last is to fly to Chartres in a straight line over 150 kilometers. I hope with good luck to pass all those tests within the next 2 weeks. I seldom go outside the camp, although I went to Bourges twice this week in the middle of the day. I was over there seeing about getting some clothes, as I have more demand for them in the aviation than I did in the Legion. I have found some very congenial people here, but so far have not tried to make any intimate friends. There is here a very nice young boy, only 19 years old, who is very bright and knows much about aviation. He has just passed his brevet militaire at the end of 21 days, which is the record. A sous-lieutenant and I fly the same machine, but I don't like it much. Sometimes, when there is work to be done, he is a little inclined to shirk his share of it, and he thinks he knows a great deal more than he really does. But then he isn't a bad fellow. I hope to be in Paris on permission in a few weeks, and will see you then. My best wishes to you both. Sincerely yours, Kiffin. To Mrs. Alice Weeks, Wednesday, September 22nd, 1915. My dear Aunt Alice, I was glad to receive your 2 letters this week and enjoyed them, also the clippings you sent. I think the clipping about Brian and the desk was especially good. You asked me if I was glad that I came into the aviation. Of course I am glad. But I will be still gladder when I finish here and go to the front as an aviator. I worry more or less here, and am not satisfied with everything. We have not got enough machines, and there is not enough attention paid to the machines. We have had a great number of machines broken lately, and at present, everything is tied up waiting for them to be put in condition. Yesterday there were altogether 9 machines smashed. I was unlucky enough to be one of the 9. Monday morning I went on the double command 1914 model and made 3 short tours lasting in all 15 minutes. My instructor told me I was very good, and there was no need of my continuing under the double command. I was well pleased as I had expected to spend 2 days under it, as that is the average. I immediately began to count on making my 1 hour at 2,000 meters today, and finishing my brevet by next Monday or Tuesday. Instead, I went in and asked for a machine, but was informed that there were so many broken I would have to wait for one to be repaired. I did nothing Monday afternoon or yesterday until 4:30. The mechanics had been working all day on a machine whose wheels were not good and whose motor did not work well. I was anxious to get started, so they told me I could take it out and try it if I wished, but to be careful. I barely got started on the ground when it began to turn with me. I tried to straighten it but could not, and saw that it was going to break if I didn't do something, so I tried to get off the ground. The motor was not working strong enough, so it only made matters worse and threw it completely around, breaking it up pretty badly. It made me awfully mad. Although it was not my fault, it does not help my record any, and also delays me for several days, as I must now wait for another machine. But it will all come out eventually. I am all right when up in the air, but as our machines are old and not very good, they are hard to manage on the ground. Much love, Kiffin. Monday, September 27th, 1915. Dear Paul, the last week has been practically a week lost for me. We have had bad luck and bad weather. The last flying we have had at all was Friday morning, and it was an unlucky morning, as we had 3 men killed and 1 badly injured. 2 of the deaths were very horrible. It was one of the instructors on a Moraine aeroplane and a mechanic. They started out to the end of the field to an accident. On the way, a puff of wind caught the airplane and almost upset it. Then something went wrong and it shot straight up in the air, then fell. The instructor and the mechanic were imprisoned in the wreckage, and there was an explosion, and the whole mass went up in flames, and they were burned alive with all the men watching but unable to do a thing. In all, last week was very bad, and even if the weather had been good the last 2 or 3 days, it wouldn't have made any difference, as I have no machine. I hope tomorrow to have one, but there will probably be 5 or 6 of us on it, as there are 12 of us ready to begin our épreuve for brevet, and all are waiting for appareils. I went to Bourges and got my clothes, and feel much better now. Also received the package of clothes, which came at an opportune time as I was in need. An American named Chapman, from the 3rd de Marche, arrived here this morning and seems to be a very fine fellow indeed. I suppose Skipper and the other boys are fighting, as they had written that they expected to attack. Much love, Kiffin. Victor Chapman wrote his father under date of September 27th, 1915. I find a compatriot I am proud to own here, a tall, lanky Kentuckian called Rockwell. He got his transfer about a month ago from the Legion. He was wounded on the 9th of May like Kisling. In fact, 1/2 of the 2,300 were wounded that day, not counting the killed and missing. He gives much the best account I have heard. Having charged with the 3rd Battalion and being wounded in the leg on the last buck, he crawled back across the entire field in the afternoon. At this moment, I have mixed feelings of pride, envy, and sorrow, for he has just received a postal from a friend who has returned to the regiment. They were given a banner, and 3 days ago they were up where the big advance took place. On account of their reputation and the general understanding that they were reserved for attack, the regiment must have been in the very thick of it, and has enormous losses. Even Rockwell is chafing because he changed too soon. There is nothing like it. You float across the field, you drop, you rise again. The sack, the 325 extra rounds, the gun have no weight. And a ball in the head, and it is all over. No pain. To the Vicomte and Vicomtesse du Pelou. October 7th, 1915. My dear friends, last week and this week I have had little to do, as we have had bad weather most of the time. It is now real cold and there has been a heavy mist all morning which has prevented flying. The few times that the weather has permitted flying, I have been able to do but little, owing to most of our machines being broken or the motors not working well. Yesterday was fine for flying and I was out on the field at daybreak with everything ready to start right in. But the motor would not work. The mechanics worked over it for 2 hours and got it, so we thought it would work all right. I got in, but when I got 400 meters in the air, my motor began to do all kinds of stunts, making a terrible noise, and finally stopped. Luckily, I was where I could make a good descent, but I was not at all pleased. They decided that the motor was just tired out from age and usage, so I didn't fly anymore for the day and still haven't an appareil. Everybody's fine here, but they are really not serious enough, and the appareils are nearly all old and unsafe. Everyone has been trying to go too fast and do things before having enough training. As a result, we have had a great number of regrettable accidents. Yesterday afternoon, one of the best acquaintances I had here was killed. He was from Paris, spoke good English, and was the first man I knew here, and was always very kind and nice to me. We learned on the same machine, and he was turned loose on the 1914 model about an hour before I was. He started then on a good appareil and flew every time the weather permitted, whereas I have not been able to do so. Yesterday afternoon he started here from Chartres, and almost 20 kilometers from there his body and his machine were found in a mass of wreck. It was undoubtedly the fault of the appareil, but nevertheless everyone admits that he had not had enough experience flying around the camp before starting out. Yet he was only trying to do what I and the others have been trying to do. That is, finish as soon as possible. Now, I think I will go a little slower, as that is the 5th death recently. At the front one thinks little of a death because there is always more or less glory in it, and we feel that it is necessary there. Here there is no glory in it, and it seems so unnecessary. I am afraid that the Legion is done for, as I got a card from Pavelka, written the 23rd, saying they were to attack in a day or so, and also that the regiment was in Champagne, right where the hottest fighting has been. It has evidently been a glorious advance, but I know what those things mean, and I feel rather sorry that they tried it unless they continue to advance. And the last 2 days' reports appear as if they have stopped, like we did. It is awfully long and hard, and there is a lot of time now when I feel completely tired out with it all, but still, I am willing to stick it out to the finish. There's another American here with me now, a very nice fellow who was in the 3rd of March of the 1st Foreigner. We'll close now. With kindest regards to both. Sincerely yours, Kiffin. Tuesday, October 5th, 1915. Dear Paul, I was glad to get your letter Sunday and today. I knew that the Legion was in the action in Champagne, and had expected that it had been badly cut up, but had received no word from the boys. I had given them your address as my permanent one, and suppose that the ones who are left will write to one of us there. I am afraid that it has gone badly with Skipper, for otherwise I think he would have written by now. Thorin is a fine boy. He is a little rough, as he has done nothing but knock around over the world. But he has a good heart, and one could not find a better comrade in a fight. He was shot through both legs, jaws, and his hand cut open while fighting in Mexico. I found him with Skipper at La Valbonne, anxious to get to the front. I liked him, and when he left for the front, gave him a little money. As soon as he writes, send him some money and also send me his letter so I can write him. I am doing little or nothing here now. We have first one thing and then another to keep us from flying, mainly bad weather and broken appareils. To show you how bad the latter is, there were 44 good appareils in the M. Farman School not long ago, whereas now there are only 16. There have been 2 more fellows killed since I last wrote. One of them was a Jew, but a nice fellow. He had been on the same appareils that I was on. I was going to do my hour at 2,000 meters Sunday afternoon, but there had been 2 of us on the same appareil, and the other fellow broke it when we had only 1 more flight each to make, before going to the 2000. So now I am waiting, and when I do fly again, I will have to go up a few times to get back the practice. You had better send me some more money. I don't like to keep asking for money, but have to spend more or less here, especially when I am not doing anything. Otherwise, the life would get too much on my nerves. Then it is always best to have a good sum on you, as sometimes the men flying away from the camp have accidents and stay at some town as long as a week, all the time waiting for repairs, and then you live at an hotel, paying all your own expenses. In regard to magazines, I have been thinking of asking you to send me some, but have always expected to be able to finish most any time, and then go to Paris. It is possible for me to finish now this week, if everything were exceptionally lucky for me, but I may be kept here 2 or 3 weeks longer. Can't tell. According to Mr. Kelly's letter, it is not sure that Russell Kelly is a prisoner, as he has heard nothing since the 16th of June. Chapman got a card from one of his friends of the 3rd de Marche that he was wounded, but gave no news of the action. If I get any letters from any of the boys, I will forward them to you. Much love, Kiffin. To Mrs. Alice Weeks. Monday, October 11th, 1915. My dear Aunt Alice, I was glad to receive your nice long letter yesterday, and I'm glad you are comfortable and enjoying life as much as possible under the circumstances. I'm taking things rather easily and not worrying as much as I usually do. The weather's too bad for much flying, but I put in good time Saturday afternoon and yesterday morning. One other fellow and I have been flying on the same appareil, and yesterday morning the chief pilot was well pleased and gave us a biograph to show the record of our flights. He told us to make 1 flight each, and that if it was good, he would give us each a good appareil and let us go up to our hour of 2,000 meters in the afternoon. My friend started up first and had the misfortune to be caught by a strong puff of wind on starting, and it ended by his smashing the appareil and getting off lucky by not being smashed himself. So now we are waiting for it to be repaired before we make that 1 flight each. But I have learned just to take things easy. Whatever flying I do from now on is part of the épreuve for the brevet militaire. In other words, I am a regular aviator now. I get up every morning at daybreak and go out on the field and stay around watching the work and flights until 7 o'clock. Then if I see I am not going to fly, I go down to the canteen with a few others and we have hot chocolate, eggs and toast and the morning paper and spend the rest of the morning there. If I don't fly in the afternoon, I go down and have tea. No, I have not heard from Petchkov, but Paul wrote that he had sent his regards to me. Pavelka and 2 other boys wrote me on the 23rd that they were soon to go into an attack. No news since. Chapman got a card from a friend who was wounded and was on the way to a hospital, but it gave no other news. I thought I had written you how glad I was to receive the pictures. My memory seems not to be as good as it used to be, and sometimes I don't know what I have or have not done. That is the truth. For the last few months, it has been hard for me to concentrate my mind on anything or to think clearly. For that reason, I find more trouble in writing letters than anything else. Many times I have started letters and just had to give up. When I was first here, I hardly knew where I was at. You see, I had never been in an airplane before, and I knew absolutely nothing about a motor. The only time I have ever been up as a passenger was the first day here, and for only about 5 minutes then. Yet I have been gaining as rapidly as anyone and more than some. Now when I get up high, I have a feeling of perfect confidence and enjoy the coming down very much. It is a great sensation. But I will tell you the truth, there were times, when I went up on an old, worn-out appareil, that I felt as if it would be my last flight, or last of anything. You spoke of sending me socks. I must admit that they will be very useful and I'll appreciate them. I have no warm clothes worth mentioning, but I have been counting on going to Paris most any time, when I can begin to get a supply. Warm clothes are necessary in this work. I am glad you are learning French. I also am trying to learn, and we will have to practice on each other. Well, I think this quite a long letter today, but had better close it now. Much love, Kiffin. Tuesday, October 12, 1915. Dear Paul, I have been glad to get your letter, enclosing the clipping about Kelly and Thorin's letter, also the money. I have heard nothing more since writing last. I wrote to Thorin and to Skipper. As there is still very heavy fighting down there, the boys left have probably had some more of it. The sergeant skipper spoke of was of Belgian birth but had served in the American Navy. I forget his name, and it doesn't make much difference. He had been in the Legion for 9 years, and to me was the poorest specimen of manhood I ever met, although he always tried to curry favor with Trinkert and me. Trinkert is all right, and we can help him out a little, but there is no need of doing too much for him, as he isn't a great specimen of manhood, having very little brains. The fellow Chapman heard from is a South American but has an American name, Preston Ames. That is all I know of him. He was in the mitrailleuse with Chapman. Here it goes quietly. I was just figuring up. Out of the last 3 weeks, I have 14 days that I haven't been in an appareil, and most of the other 7 it was only in odd minutes. Altogether, I have between 12 and 14 hours, not sure exactly, of actual work in the 5 weeks I have been here. Yet when I do go up, I shoot right up into the air anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 meters high, and I make fancy descents, showing perfect control of my appareil. Saturday morning, the last time I have flown, I was up to 2,000 meters and came down in what is known as the spiral, or regular corkscrew descent, around and around. I was deaf for an hour afterwards, as it is hard on the eardrums. I spent all yesterday at Bourges, as it was raining here. Love, Kiffin, Thursday, October 14, 1915. Dear Paul, I'm enclosing the letter I received from Skipper this morning. That is all the news I have received so far. You look after the wants of the boy, and then we ought again to try and get him changed. Musgrave seems to have a charmed life, staying through all he has. If one shell killed 5 Americans, there must not be any left from the second, except Casey. Love, Kiffin. To Mrs. Weeks, Thursday, October 14, 1915. Dear Aunt Alice, I received your letter day before yesterday and the package of socks yesterday. I enjoyed your letter very much and thank you for the socks as they are very good and warm. I received a letter from Pavelka, written October 5th, but he gave little news, only said that he was still all right, but that he was going back to the trenches that night. Said that owing to the fact that they were in territory formerly held by the Germans, there was nothing to be bought. Tell Paul that Chapman had a letter last night saying that an American named Farnsworth was killed in a recent attack, but the letter gave no particulars. Also, I got a card from Thorin in Hospital Auxiliaire No. 20, Brau. He says he is getting along finely, but he has been moved around quite a lot. I am doing little of interest here, and at times it grows very monotonous and gets on my nerves. I have been waiting for 2 weeks to do my finishing flights, but there is always something to interfere. Rain, wind, motor not working, or something. So I go to Avord or Bourges, or maybe sleep or read, and once in a while I go out to the field and fly a few minutes. When I do fly now, I go just as high up as I have the time. If I have the appareil for half an hour, I climb 1,500 or 2,000 meters and then practice fancy descents. At times the scenery is wonderful, and I will never forget the beauty of the clouds one day last week, when I was up above them. Well, if I don't finish my flight soon, I am going to Paris. Much love, Kiffin. October 16th, 1915. Dear Paul, I have time to write a few lines, although I am having the greatest time of my life. I acted foolishly yesterday, but had more or less luck. I left Camp d'Avord at 2:30 o'clock for Châteauroux. It was cloudy and a little foggy, but the clouds were 800 meters high, so I started out at 600 meters, but had only gone for 10 minutes when I ran into clouds only 300 or 400 meters high, so I went still higher above them all, and flew by my compass and watch. When I thought I was near Châteauroux, I shot down through the clouds, and sure enough, I was there. I landed and found one of the other fellows there, who had broken his machine on descending. He wanted me to stay there because it was too foggy to continue, but I said that if I had found Châteauroux, it was still easier to find Romorantin, so I started out again. I soon ran into a heavy fog and also a little wind, so I was completely lost. For 2 hours I hunted for Romorantin, but could not see a D thing. Finally, I descended and found that I was within 15 kilometers of Romorantin. It was nearly night, but I figured I could arrive there in 10 minutes, so I asked the direction and started out again. I could not see a thing, and passed a little to the right of Romorantin without seeing it, so I was lost again. I flew for a half hour in the night and fog. I knew I was nearly out of oil and essence, so when I saw the lights of this town, I headed for it. I made 3 turns above the town, just above the houses, trying to find a place to land, and hoping someone would have sense enough to signal to me or put out a light, but nothing happened, so finally I trusted to luck and shot down. I made a perfect landing without breaking a thing, something that would not happen 1 time out of 100 under similar conditions. Well, to end up, everyone in the town heard me and turned out to see me. Today has been foggy, so I have stayed here and may leave tomorrow. I demanded a guard for the machine, also oil and essence, and a cover for the motor, so now I can rest tranquil. But I have the pick of the town for everything I want. I am followed by 200 or 300 people everywhere I go. My machine is covered with flowers, also names of girls. People meet me in the streets with bouquets, and in all I am bien content. I have not gotten drunk yet, but it is not the fault of the inhabitants, as they bring out the choicest wines from their caves. Well, I must close now, as someone is waiting for me to go to dinner. Send me some money to avoid, as I will be breveted in 2 days if the weather is good, and then will. Love, Kiffin. October 18th, 1915. Dear Mama, I have not written because I have been having quite a lot of experience and have been busy. The middle of last week I spent most of each day flying. Last Friday I left here for a town about 1 hour's distance away. It was cloudy and foggy, and I was soon lost in the fog, so I went up above it, not always a wise thing to do. I flew for an hour like that when I discovered that I was right over my town. I landed, got my papers signed, and left in about 15 minutes for another town about 1 hour north. There was still more fog, and the wind was so that my compass was no good to me. I hunted for 2 hours for my town without finding it, and just at nightfall descended. I found that I was within 15 kilometers from my town, which I figured would take me 10 minutes. So I started again, but passed a little to the right of the town without seeing it, owing to the dark and fog. I continued to fly in the night for half an hour, and then reached Vierzon, a town of about 40,000. I made 3 towns over the outskirts, and picked as well as possible what I considered the best place to land. So I took the chance and shot down toward the earth without seeing it, felt my way down, as you might say, until my instinct told me I was nearly down. Then I let my machine lose its speed and settled nicely on the ground without breaking a thing. I was well satisfied, as I had been in a very dangerous position. I immediately called up the Bureau de Place and demanded soldiers to guard my machine and also to cover it up. Then I went into the town. The fog continued, and I remained there 3 days and nights, having the time of my life. Everybody turned out to see me, and it was practically impossible for me to walk through the streets. I was loaded down with flowers, and my machine covered with them bearing girls' names and nice little messages, such as Vive l'aviateur américain, engagé volontaire pour la France, J'adore l'aviateur, etc., and I was not allowed to pay for a thing. Sunday afternoon, there were about 1,000 people out begging me to fly, so I went up for a little while, but the weather was too bad for me to leave. Yesterday afternoon, I did the same thing. It was still foggy and bad, but after I was up in the air, I suddenly took the notion to come back to camp, turned my machine in this direction, and followed my compass. I was lost for a while, but finally found the camp and am now waiting for good weather. I like the aviation more and more and can now do most anything I wish, but will probably ask to learn another machine before going to the front. I expect soon to go to Paris on permission. Much love, Kiffin. To Mrs. Alice Weeks. Wednesday, October 20, 1915. Dear Aunt Alice, fog and clouds always. I should almost forget what the sun looks like had I not once or twice been up high enough to get a peep at it. I suppose Paul told you about my getting lost last Friday in the fog and landing at Vierzon in the night. Quite a foolish thing. I remained 3 days and had a wonderful time, giving an exhibition Sunday p.m., but it was too foggy to come back to camp. Monday p.m., I went up again. It was bad weather and I couldn't see a thing, but while up, I took a notion to take a chance on finding the camp and turned this way. I arrived here safely, but am a little sorry that I left Vierzon, as there is nothing at all to do here but look at the fog, and everyone was surprised to see me come in when I did. When I told my experience to the chief pilot, he laughed and said it was good training for me before going to the front, but that I was an old fool and lucky not to have broken my neck. It was very foolish, but at the same time it has given me much confidence, and confidence is the greatest asset in this game. I have a letter from Pavelka, written just on his arrival with the 170th Regiment, so too early for him to tell if he would be better off than in the Legion. Hope you are nicely fixed in the new apartment, but as neither you nor Paul have written me the address, I will send this to the old one. Postcard from Chartres, October 21, 1915. Well, I am now a full-fledged amateur, ready to go to the front, if I was going on the M. Farman. The weather has been bad, but I have been flying in spite of it. You had better hurry and send me your new address, so I will know where to go on arrival in Paris. Love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Peloux. Chartres, October 21, 1915. Dear Sir, I arrived here this afternoon at 4 o'clock, leaving Avord at 2. This is the finishing touch of my épreuve for the brevet militaire. Hope to be in Paris in 2 or 3 days, if the weather permits my returning to Avord in the... Sincerely, Kiffin. Sunday, October 29th, 1915. Dear Paul, I was glad to get your and Mama's letters yesterday. There's not much news for me to write. We have been having a storm of wind and rain the last few days that has knocked the school out quite a lot. Friday night, about 1 o'clock, everyone was roused up to go out and try to keep the whole camp from being destroyed. The wind was blowing down the hangars, and aeroplanes were flying around all over the camp. We had about 15 machines completely destroyed, and I understand Chartres had 20, so it has been rather expensive for the government. I get awfully bored here, and am sick and tired of the rear. I almost regret that I didn't go to Serbia on the Maurice Farman. But in the long run, it is best for me to stay, because when I do go to the front, I will be practically able to do as I please and also do some very good work. I received a note from Skipper, written the 9th, saying that he was going that night to the trenches with extra cartouches and food and a musette full of grenades, which means another scrap. I am afraid the Boche will get him yet. It was Gash, the fellow from the Argentine, that was killed on the 29th. I hated to hear of it, because I never met a finer fellow in my life. If we can only have a little good weather, I will not waste much time here, as I intend to go just as fast as I can possibly get them to let me. Much love, Kiffin. Paris, October 31st, 1915. Dear Mama, I have been up here on 8 days' permission after finishing my épreuve for the brevet militaire. I have been here with Mrs. Weeks and Paul having a good time and trying to get fixed up for the winter. Paul is very busy, and I have been much with Mrs. Weeks. She has about given up hopes of Kenneth, but is very brave, and I think a lot of her. I am going back to the camp tonight to begin learning a new machine. If I get the one I shall ask for, I will be capable of flying any machine after learning it. When I finish my brevet militaire, the chief pilot and the monitor recommended that I be given the very best machine to go to the front on, saying that I was a very good pilot. You asked about finances. While in the rear studying aviation, I get little pay and my expenses are heavy. But when I get to the front, I will be better paid, but will have to buy most of my clothes. In flying, it is necessary to be in good condition, physically and mentally. It is cold up in the air, and as I have already flown 3.5 hours in one afternoon, I find it necessary to get the warmest clothes possible. What we are all doing over here is to help one another along as much as possible, and if necessary, give everything towards the final outcome. There are boys in the trenches who have now been fighting for over a year, who have nothing, and whose hardships are great. So we all try to share a little with them, and some of your money has gone to give them a little more interest in life, but I hope you will not regret it. Someday, the war will end with us victorious, and then you will be glad of what we have done. If we should not be victorious, there would be no interest left in anything to me, so I want to stake all on it. Mrs. Weeks has made this like home to me and is now sitting near me, doing some work on my uniform. I am sorry that I can't see you and Agnes here, but we have all agreed that it would be very unwise for you to come over. Much love, Kiffin. To Mrs. Alice Weeks. Friday, November 2, 1915. Dear Mother Alice. Well, I arrived here all okay yesterday morning, but I found the camp rather upset. The captain had been fired and sent to the front, and a new captain had come to command the school. He is completely changing everything, and it will be some time before things run smoothly. He is very strict, and most of the men are greatly dissatisfied. When I heard all this, I was rather discouraged and made up my mind to try and leave as soon as possible. I learned that they had been asking for volunteers to go to Serbia. They are very hard to get, owing to the danger, in spite of the fact that France is paying the aviators who go there the highest salary paid by any nation. A corporal aviator who goes to Serbia is paid about 600 francs a month instead of around 100, as on this front. Well, yesterday I tried to see the captain but couldn't, so I didn't do anything till this afternoon when I saw him. I expected a rough greeting, but instead he greeted me overly nicely and asked me what I wished. I told him that if France needed volunteers to go to Serbia, I was ready to go at once on the Maurice Farman. It took him right off his feet, and he gave me one compliment after another, telling me how proud he was to see an American volunteer for France, and one who would make such an offer. He concluded by telling me that unless I absolutely wanted to go to Serbia, he preferred that I stay on this front, and that I could have any appareil that I wished. So I asked for the Newport, and he immediately gave it to me. How is that for diplomacy? When I left, he shook hands and said several nice things which made me feel very good. We are all susceptible to flattery. But I had something still more pleasant to come. When I left there, I went to the bureau of my old school to sign a few papers, etc. While there, the clerk, who is a friend of mine and speaks English, showed me the report that was going in about me on my papers. There was never a better report sent in on an aviator. There was a whole page of nice things of my ability as a pilot, and started off about my being an American volunteer. I can't remember all the nice things said, but a few were that I was most courageous and audacious, but at the same time prudent. That is as good as one can be, quick to learn, an intelligent, perfect pilot, and would be most invaluable at the front. I hope you will not think me too conceited, but it does make me feel good. I have done my best ever since I have been in France, but this is the first time I have felt that the military people realized it and appreciated it. I have a mighty good start now and will try to keep it up. The new captain's name is Boucher. If you meet anyone who knows him, it will not hurt if you let him know I am all right socially, as well as a soldier. Tell Paul the news and that I will write him soon. Much love, Kiffin. Saturday, November 6th, 1915. Dear Paul, I was glad to get your letter yesterday. I had figured out when I didn't see you at the station that you had not been able to get away soon enough. I'm getting back to doing nothing here. I have spent exactly 10 minutes in a machine since my return. The trouble has been rain and heavy wind. If it keeps up this way, I will regret that I didn't go to the front on the Maurice Farman. But when I do finish here, I will be on the best fighting machine that France has and will be able to fly any machine made, so it is worth staying for. In order to get to the Newport, I have to pass on a lot of machines, but only for a short time on each. I want to spend about 1/2 an hour on the moraine roller, that is, rolling on the ground. Then about the same time on the Blériot roller, then on the Blériot 50 HP tour of the track, then B, 60 HP, the B, 80 HP, then moraine 50 HP, 60 HP, and 80 horsepower, then moraine parasol, and afterward, I will pass on to the Newport. Of course, on each it only means a very short time, but it is nearly always bad weather now, and a lot of people on each machine. I don't do a bit of work now, not even to help fill the motor or move the machine about. The new captain has changed things about quite a lot, trying to put a little system and militaire in the school, but the men object to it and are causing trouble. Night before last they tried to make an appel of the works at 9 o'clock, but the men made a rough house of it, putting out all the lights and yelling at the top of their voices. As a result, the whole place is under a kind of consign for 2 weeks, and no one will be given permission to go to Bourges or anywhere. Give Bob S. Subiran my regards. I would like to have him with me, but if it is worked, it will have to be done from Paris. The thing to do is to state that Bob is an expert mechanic, and that as such he wants to go in the aviation, and that he wants to go to the front as my mechanic, we both being Americans and friends and my having absolute confidence in his ability. We'll close now, as I hope to do a little rolling this afternoon. Much love, Kiffin, to the Vicomte du Pelou, November 10th, 1915. My dear friend, I have been intending writing ever since I came back, but have little news. When I got back, I found that we had a new captain in charge of the school. He has made a number of changes, and the school is more strict than before. Most of the men have been a little dissatisfied, but he is very nice to me, and I don't mind a little system to the school. I am now preparing for the Newport, but before learning to fly it, I must be able to pilot the different Blériots and Morans. I have only been in a machine 4 times, about 10 minutes each time since coming back. But I'm learning very quickly for what time I do spend at it. Regards to your wife. Sincerely yours, Kiffin. Camp de Voorde, Thursday, November 18th, 1915. Dear Paul, I was glad to get your letter and the letters from home yesterday. I have been expecting any day to leave here, but it seems I will be longer than I thought. I went to the captain today and asked him to send me to Le Bourget, but he told me that he cannot do it. He has the order not to send any more pilots there right now, and is waiting for further orders. They have been talking of changing the General Reserve, and I am afraid that is what is being done now, which will mean that I will not be in Paris. They are expecting an instructor for the Newport now, so as soon as the weather permits, I will probably start to flying it. Lately, I have been doing as I please. I get up when I feel like it and go up to the camp, and if I want to fly a little around the country, I tell the mechanicians to prepare my moraine parasol, which no one uses but me, perhaps take a passenger with me and go out for half an hour or an hour, then come back home and sleep or do as I like. Sometimes I go up and do a few acrobatic stunts. But all in all, I have only flown about 10 hours since being back here. Yesterday, I tried going up in a very strong wind. My machine was doing all kind of fancy tricks with me, so I didn't stay long. I landed all right, but was bringing my machine into the hangars when the wind blew it clear over sideways. Broke it a little, but only required an hour or so's work by the mechanics to make the repairs. Today, I went up in the rain and stayed 20 minutes in the clouds. Hope everything is going well with you. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Pelou, November 22nd, 1915. My dear friend, I was very glad to receive your letter a few days ago. We had bad weather till 5 days ago, and since then it is cold. But I take advantage of all weather that will do and have learned first to pilot the Blériots and then went on the Morane. We have 3 or 4 Newports here, but no one flies them. They said something today about some of us trying the Newport, but I prefer to wait till I go to Le Bourget, where the Newport is understood. I expect to go to Le Bourget most any time now. The only drawback is that they say I have learned too fast and have not enough hours of flight. The Morane is supposed to be the hardest machine to learn to pilot, and after learning it, one is supposed to be able to learn to pilot any of them. Yet, so far, I have found it the easiest thing I have ever done. I do anything I want to on it in a practically perfect manner. If I do happen to break a machine now, they can't say that it is because I do not know how to manage it. I suppose I am a little conceited, but everyone here regards me as un as, and I am satisfied, as I like to succeed at whatever I undertake. But of course, the way to prove it will be when I am at the front, which I await with impatience. I have a special permission which entitles me to do as I please, so I have a room out from the camp and am really very comfortable. My kindest regards to your wife. Sincerely, Kiffin. Monday, November 22nd, 1915. Dear Paul, I was glad to receive your card yesterday and to know that everything was going well with you. Today has been foggy and bad and I have done nothing. But until today we have had 5 days of fairly good weather, and I have made good use of those 5 days. I have gone faster than I ever dreamed of going. I finished all the Blériots and have gotten complete control of the Morane. I am now ready to go to Le Bourget most any day. The only thing is I've gone so fast that they don't want me to leave yet. They say that I ought to have more hours of flight. Most men take from 6 weeks to 3 months to do what I have done since being back here. I don't know, but it just seemed to come naturally to me, and I have always had absolute confidence and so have been able to do anything I have wanted to. They have 3 or 4 Newports here, but no one flies on them. They may want me to fly on one of them, but I had rather wait until I go to Le Bourget, where they know something about it. Then I am beginning to think of asking for a machine that I never dreamed of asking for before. It is the Moraine monocoque. There are only a few men who fly it at the front, and they are known as the kings of the air. It is the same machine to pilot as the one I am now flying. The only thing is that it is used for nothing at all except to fight, and you are all alone in it, and must have much sang-froid and courage. Then your machine gun is fixed, so that you aim it by maneuvering the aeroplane, which is more or less difficult. The chief pilot told me today that I might demand it when I go to Le Bourget, but that he was doubtful of my being able to get it before going to the front on the Newport and bringing down at least 1 or more aviatics. That looks like a far-off thing, but one fellow made the remark today that he would give me not more than 2 months before I either brought one down or broke my neck. There is one other man here who has gone like me. He is the twin brother of Navarre, France's greatest living aviateur, who has brought down 7 aviatics with the Moraine monocoque. We 2 hope to go to Le Bourget this week, but I don't know. It depends on the higher authorities. I suppose Mrs. Weeks has told you that I wrote about my living out for the last week, having taken a little house with Victor Chapman, where we have a cook and all. In other words, I'm perfectly free from the militaire. Well, this is about all, so we'll close. Much love, Kiffin. Monday, November 22nd, 1915. My dear Aunt Alice, letters from you have been coming more frequently lately and have kept me in good spirits, and I thank you very much for them, and also for the socks which I received today. The weather has been rather cold lately, but I have been bundled up and not suffered much except with my hands when flying. When I go to Paris, I must try and find some kind of special glove. I was foolish not to have let you get the fur coat for me while I was there, but you can give it to me when I go back, which I hope will be very soon. It will not be necessary, however, for the extra lining. With 5 days of fairly good weather, I have gone like a house on fire, and yesterday I spent 2 hours and a half flying the Moraine. I am now thinking of going to Le Bourget most any time. I received a very nice letter from Georges de Fontenay's, written from Tours. Also heard from Musgrave, who is still at the same hospital. Have heard nothing from Pavelka, and am afraid for the boy's welfare. Believe me, dear, I feel that I have many scores to settle, and there is going to be more than one Boche aviator to settle them, or I will not live to tell the tale. As the French say, I am vraiment un as when in the air, and I am going to take advantage of if. Have several letters to write, so will close. Much love, Kiffin. November 26th, 1915. Dear Mama, a card from Paul says he is forwarding some letters from you which I shall be glad to get, as I haven't heard for some little time. Am ready to leave the camp and will go to the General Reserve as soon as they ask for more men, which will be within a week or 2. The General Reserve is right out of Paris, and I shall be glad to get there, as I expect to ask permission to stay in Paris most of the time. I now rank as one of the best pilots and am considered as capable of flying any aeroplane. I think nothing of doing things in the air that men were paid thousands of dollars to do before the war. I do them that I may be prepared to put my machine in any position I want to when at the front and to be able to meet any emergency. I shall fly the fastest and best machine France has, and naturally will be given important work. I am giving the best that is in me in this war, and will not stop at anything as long as it helps toward the final victory. This is a war of the world, and means as much to the people of America as it does to anyone else. There is not one human being who is not being affected by the war. So no one has the right to forget about it or lose interest in it. Today is one of the coldest days I ever felt in France. I went up for 15 minutes this morning, and when I came down, my hands were almost frozen in spite of my gloves. Much love, Kiffin. December 3rd, 1915. Dear Mama, well, I am still here at Camp de Voorde, flying a little when the weather permits, which is not often. I have been expecting to leave here for some time, but now will probably be here a week or more longer. I have all the liberty here I could want. Have my own machine, which no one uses but me, and only fly whenever I want to. However, I'm usually in the air when the weather is halfway good. Today it rained until about 3 p.m., and then stopped. I immediately went out, as it was the finest time for 3 days, and stayed out till dark. I have piloted 3 different makes of machines, and now I'm supposed to be able to pilot any of them, so expect to nearly always have my choice of the different machines. My promotion naturally will depend more or less on what I do at the front. In France, the aviators start in as simple soldiers, unless their rank is higher beforehand. I have been made corporal, and when I get to the front should be made sergeant. Much love, Kiffin. December 14th, 1915. Dear Mama, I am now at the General Reserve of the Aviation, getting a little more entrainment on the Newport and waiting to be assigned to an escadrille at the front. This is right out of Paris, and I spend most of the time there, as the weather is nearly always bad, and then I sleep there every night. I find Paul and Mrs. Weeks, and in fact, everyone well and in good spirits. I had dinner one night last week with Monsieur Dupelou and have chances to go out to dinner very often, but I try not to accept many invitations, as I like plenty of sleep now. I am expecting to spend all this month here, so we'll have a good Christmas dinner that Mrs. Weeks is planning. I hope that you will have a good Christmas, and that if Agnes goes to Grandma's, you will go too. Much love, Kiffin. January 7th, 1916. Dear Mama, I am still here, just outside of Paris. The weather is nearly always bad, so it means little activity in the aviation and less demand for more pilots for the front. I am still taking things very easy. When we do have a day fairly good, I fly a little, and the rest of the time I stay in Paris. I seldom go around, however, in Paris and dread it every time I have an invitation out to dinner. Paul, Mrs. Weeks, and I stay very quietly at home, and I usually go off to bed as soon as we have finished dinner. New Year's night, Paul and I dined with our good friends the Dupelou, and that is about the extent of my doings since I wrote last. I hope you are taking a good rest and feeling much better by now. Much love, Kiffin. General Reserve, January 17th, 1916. Dear Mama, I am still here, and as I am now starting to fly still another machine, a new Newport, I shall be here at least 2 weeks longer. It is still cold and bad weather, and little doing. We have just had news that Kenneth Weeks and the other boys reported missing on June 16th last were killed. Mrs. Weeks had really had stronger hopes than any of us concerning them. It is very sad for us all. Mrs. Weeks is brave, and her interest now is in doing all she can for the ones of us who are left. Everyone seems hopeful of the final outcome. When Bulgaria went in, there was a feeling of unrest, and also the political change upset people a little. But now there is optimism. The more the people go through, the stronger and more determined they become. Much love, Kiffin. Plessy Belleville, Tuesday. My dear Aunt Alice, we are all settled here. Thaw, Chapman, and I climbed into the first-class wagon yesterday morning and had a nice trip up, taking about an hour. When we arrived, we were the first off the train and hurried over to the only hotel here, which is only about 200 yards from the division. We found 4 rooms and took them all, as Prince was to come this morning. We also made an arrangement for our meals here, and it is not so very expensive, considering everything. It is a rather God-forsaken country, but could be worse. I was rather lonesome last night. We had a fire in one of the rooms and sat around and read until 10 o'clock. This morning at 7, Thaw's orderly came around and woke us all, brought up the coffee, and then brushed our clothes. I call that living in pretty good style, don't you? There was no flying this morning, so we took a rifle and went hunting but didn't kill anything. We did get up a very good appetite for lunch, which we have just finished. They say that no permissions are given from here to Paris, but will run in once in a while. Will write you often to let you know that I am always all right and thinking of you. Much love, Kiffin. February 17th, 1916. Dear Mama, still little news. The weather has been very bad for the last 2 weeks and practically nothing at all doing for the aviators. However, they are organizing the American Escadrille, and everything is all right, so we may leave soon. In all probability, we'll go to Belfort. It is a very beautiful country around there, and I imagine will be rather interesting. Now, I do not want you to worry about me. If I die, I want you to know that I have died as every man ought to die fighting for what is right. I do not feel that I am fighting for France alone, but for the cause of all humanity, the greatest of all causes. Here where I am, I read and sleep most of the time. I go into Paris every 2 or 3 days for the night to see Paul. I have been feeling fairly well, but impatient at the inaction. There are a lot of people now a little under the weather with la grippe, the same as you have been having in America. I was in Paris night before last, and found that Paul was feeling it a little, but suppose he is all right now. Hope you are still improving in health. With much love, Kiffin. Paris, March 11th, 1916. Dear Mama, we are still having bad weather, snowing every day, and seldom any flying can be done. I have been feeling fairly well, except for a little cold. The fighting at Verdun is as heavy as ever, but we now seem to be holding. I've been rather expecting and hoping to go down there, but so far, nothing doing. I came into Paris today and am not going out for a couple of days, so may have orders when I get out there. I thought it rather amusing when I read yesterday about Villa going over and taking Columbus, New Mexico. Suppose the Germans are backing him, hoping to keep the U.S. busy there. From now on, mail may be rather uncertain, owing to the renewed activity of the submarines. Have just noticed some change in the mail schedule for America. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte du Peloux, Plessis-Belleville, April 6th, 1916. My dear friend, I suppose you have been wondering why I have not written before this, but I really have not had anything to write. The fact is, I have been more or less demoralized by never doing anything and waiting each day to go to the front. I ask each week to be attached to a regular French escadrille, but they continue to keep us all back, waiting until the Escadrille Américaine is formed. Why they don't form it, I don't know. We have enough men ready, the material ready, know who will be the captain, that we are to go to Belfort, and that our number is N124. Yet we are not sent out. In the meantime, I fly a little and spend much time in Paris. I have now written a captain at Verdun to please ask for me to be attached to his escadrille if he has a vacancy. I hope you and your wife are having a pleasant stay in the South. Kindest regards to you both. Sincerely, Kiffin. April 20th, 1916. Dear Mama, I am at last in escadrille, but a good distance from the front, and so far it is like being on a pleasant trip to a resort. This is a resort in time of peace with the hot baths and hot water to drink coming up out of the ground. We are just forming the American escadrille, and it will be nearly a month before we really get down to work. Our captain is a young fellow and one of us. We all eat together at an hotel where wonderfully good meals are served. We occupy a villa that has been requisitioned for us, with orderlies to wait on us. We go down each day about 100 yards from here, to bathe in a bathhouse that is over 200 years old. The scenery around the town is wonderful, and we ride over the surrounding country with our captain and are planning to do a little fishing and hunting, so you can see that it is not much like being at war. But we may not stay long, and if we do, we will have some good work to do when everything is ready. We are under the orders of the most famous man in the French aviation, not for bringing down Germans, but for going over into Germany, and we are to be guards for his outfit. He is a man absolutely without fear and one of the most interesting characters I ever met. He always goes at the head of his men, and the Germans have quite a prize on his head. So with him we will be able to do some very good work. I shall like to go with him a few times, but not to finish the war under him. I am sitting by my window now with a good warm sun coming in, and a wonderful view and the birds singing. If it were not for looking in the glass and seeing myself in uniform, I should not be able to believe that I am at war, or that there is such a thing as war. My love to everybody. Much love, Kiffin. Thursday, April 20th, 1916. Dear Paul, I just wrote Mrs. Weeks a long letter, and if you don't mind, let it kind of do for both of you, as it is hard for me to write 2 long letters the same day. Going to Rosenay was a mistake, but interesting to me, as I rode in an auto over a great deal of the road we went over on our famous 56-kilometer march, and also over the road from Epernay towards Reims. Near Rosenay I passed a detachment of the Legion, but didn't know it until we had gone by them, so didn't get to talk to them. I spent Tuesday night in Epernay, in going in past the town of Hauteville, where we slept that night and had the big bonfire out in the courtyard of the church, or whatever it was. I think that we will only stay here about a month to get really organized, when we will probably change sectors to more action. If we had plenty of work to do here, this would be the dream of the war, with our villa to live in, thermal baths, and a good hotel to eat at. Last night the captain showed us some wonderful photographs that he has. I will be able to make a collection of fine ones. The captain is going to try to get for each of us a photograph that is amazing. It is actually a picture of a voisin in air, falling in flames with the Fokker close to it, taken by a third aeroplane arriving too late to save the voisin. The man who took the picture was killed the following morning by the same Fokker, and the day after his best friend killed the man in the Fokker. Well, the boys are hollering for me, so, as I said before, I hope you won't mind letting my letter to Mrs. Weeks kind of do for both of you. I will always keep one or the other of you posted on all I am doing. Much love, Kiffin. Postcard from Luxeuil, postmarked April 25th, 1916. Glad to receive your letter today. Nothing to do here, no machines. Everything seems awfully slow. I wrote yesterday about your coming here. Think you would like it for a few weeks. Love, Kiffin. Saturday, April 29th, 1916. Dear Paul, I was glad to get your letter night before last and hope that you will come on down. A little vacation won't hurt you, and then you might write something while here, and talking to all the boys would interest you. We still have no machines, and the Germans continue to show up. 3 more yesterday. Great big slow things. One good man with a baby could have gotten all 3 of them before they could have gotten back to their lines. Thaw and Hall have just showed up. Day before yesterday I went to Gerardmer. About 2 hours ride from here to the funeral of a pilot to whom the doctors gave too much chloroform for a minor operation and killed. Had lunch with the officers of an escadrille near here. One of the best lunches I ever had, as that is recognized as one of the best popotes on the front. Yesterday we had the funeral of our driver who was killed. Funerals are great affairs, as aviators come to them from all over the surrounding country. If that committee ever comes to amount to anything, it may be useful. Tenot said he couldn't propose us for sergeants until we got to work, but would do so the first week of flying. I have twinges of rheumatism again, but the baths here may do it good, and it will not interfere with my work. The people here are all very nice to us. Love, Kiffin. Luxeuil, Sunday, April 30th, 1916. My dear Aunt Alice, the last 2 days have been rainy, but in spite of that, I had a wonderful trip yesterday. We all piled into the captain's car yesterday morning at 7 to take a tour of the country between here and the lines, to see the few places where it is possible to land, and to visit the other escadrilles. The scenery is marvelous, and I never had such a trip before, in spite of the rain and the cold in some of the mountains. We went to Belfort and from there northeast. I made my first trip into Germany as we went through the section of Alsace that we hold, passing in some places within a couple of kilometers of the Germans. The prettiest scenery of all was looking down on Thann and the valley surrounding it. We went down through the town and the valley. Then in cutting back through the mountains the road wound around like a snake, and we could look down and behold the most magnificent scenery. We didn't get home till 7 p.m., and all of us were rather tired, and after a good dinner went to bed. I've been stirring around this a.m. for some time and have had breakfast, but the others are only now beginning to get up. Thaw and Cowden are still in Paris, but have telegraphed that they and Hall would be here tomorrow. It makes but little difference, as we have no machines so far. This is not in the war zone, and is a nice quiet place with the baths and water I have already told you about. Living is not expensive, and I think you and Paul would enjoy it here and get benefit. Of course I shall be busy, but I'd like to know you both were here. Much love, Kiffin. To the Vicomte et Vicomtesse du Pelou, May 1st, 1916. My dear friends, I was very glad to get your letter, forwarded from Plessis. I left there 2 weeks ago today, but am not yet at work, as our machines have not yet arrived, which you can guess makes me very impatient. However, this is a nice country, beautiful scenery, healthy climate, and very sympathetic people. Since being here, I have spent much time riding over the surrounding country in auto, and have seen some very wonderful scenery, and enjoyed it very much. One day I was over in Alsace, through the Than Valley, and back across the mountains. Another day, I was at Gérardmer and came back through the Val d'Ajol, not sure of spelling. So you can see I am a little better than being at Plessis. I get rather angry some mornings when the Germans come over here and I can't do anything. If we only had our machines, certainly we could have brought down some of them, as they have such a long way to go to get back to their lines. With kindest regards to you both, sincerely, Kiffin. Jim is here also. Saturday, May 6th, 1916. Dear Paul, well, I am at last about to get down to work. The captain, Lieutenant Delage, Thaw, Hall, and myself have our machines, although we haven't yet arranged our mitrailleuses. I took my machine out yesterday afternoon for its first flight. When I left the field, there was not a breath of wind, and the air was very heavy. I flew around for a while at only 2,000 meters, then started down. Just as I got to about 700 meters, a big gale came up that lifted a Maurice Farman off the ground and dashed it to pieces. When it first struck me, I thought that my machine was going to pieces. The captain and everyone were scared to death for me, but I kept my motor going, turned face in the wind, and just kind of dropped to the ground. I didn't think of any danger for myself, but was only afraid for my machine, as I knew I would have to wait a long time for another. Well, I landed without breaking a thing, and then 8 or 10 men came running out to help me get the machine in without the wind turning it over. They all felicitated me, and I didn't regret the event, as it gives me a good start. In regard to photographs, every single fellow seems to be trying to beat the others in sending news to the newspapers, so there is going to be a D cite too much publicity as it is, and every time the least thing happens, 4 or 5 will be sending telegrams to the papers. So I had rather not bother with any of it, as all this junk they pull off makes me sick. The captain has been having a photographer take different pictures, and all of us get copies of them, which I will give to you. But any picture of any interest will be in the hands of newspapers before I could get it to you. Some of us are trying to get an agreement made that for any general pictures that are sold, the money received is to go towards the expenses of the Escadrille. X is taking some pictures in today, to be sold if possible for the benefit of the Escadrille. X is always busy taking pictures of every little thing, and if he can sell them, let him do so. He needs the money. I haven't taken any yet, as I thought you were coming, and could take whatever interested you after we had gotten our machines. I am hoping to go over the lines and try my hand out soon. Still don't know whether to expect you or not. Love, Kiffin. Wednesday, May 10th, 1916. Dear Paul, I received your letter Sunday morning, enclosing the 50 francs, and thank you for same. I am really not in need of anything now, unless I buy some clothes. I have been wanting to buy another uniform, but I passed through Belfort today on my way to another escadrille to get a machine and bring back here. At Belfort, I thought I would order a uniform, but found the tailors there very ordinary, so think I will try and wait until I get to Paris again, or to some other sector. I have not done anything special lately, but have been getting up at all hours and pretending to be busy as everything. There was really a lot of work to get everything right, and then I have had to learn the territory. I think that I am all ready now. I will take your pictures the first good day that I am not too busy, but would really prefer that you write nothing about us. Any time that one of us brings down a Boche, we'll write you about it, but outside of that, I hate to see anything at all come out about us. Jim and Chapman now have their machines and are busy arranging them. Prince is at Paris to get his machine and bring it here. Bert and Thaw are doing the same as me. That is all I know to write. Mrs. Weeks wrote that you were coming down. If so, you can get all the pictures you want and see what the boys have to say. Much love, Kiffin. Postcard of the Dear Paul. No news, as no one is flying at present, owing to weather. Air was here yesterday taking pictures. I don't expect to do anything for a couple of days longer. Love, Kiffin. Telegram from Jim McConnell. Luxeuil, le 18 mai 1916. Kiffin a descendu un Boche. Il a tiré à 30 mètres, Tués mitrailleurs et pilotes tombés en flammes sur les tranchées Boche. Médaille militaire proposée. Jim? Kiffin has brought down a Boche. He fired at 30 meters, killed the mitrailleur and the pilot, who fell with the machine in flames into the German trenches. Has been proposed for the military medal. Jim. Thursday, May 18th, 1916. Dear Paul, well, at last I have a little news for you. This morning I went out over the lines to make a little tour. I was a little the other side of the lines when my motor began to miss a bit. I turned around to go to a camp near the lines. Just as I started to head for there, I saw a Boche machine about 700 meters under me and a little inside our lines. I immediately reduced my motor and dived for him. He saw me at the same time and began to dive towards his lines. It was a machine with a pilot and mitrailleur, with two mitrailleuses, one facing the front and one the rear that turned on a pivot, so he, the gunner, could fire in any direction. He immediately opened fire on me and my machine was hit. But I didn't pay any attention to that and kept going straight for him until I got within 25 or 30 meters of him. Then, just as I was afraid of running into him, I fired 4 or 5 shots, then swerved my machine to the right to keep from running into him. As I did that, I saw the mitrailleur fall back dead on the pilot, the mitrailleuse fall from its position and point straight up in the air, the pilot fall to one side of the machine, as if he was done for also. The machine itself first fell to one side, then dived vertically towards the ground with a lot of smoke coming out of the rear. I circled around, and 3 or 4 minutes later saw a lot of smoke coming up from the ground just beyond the German trenches. I had hoped that he would fall in our lines, as it is hard to prove when they fall in the German lines. The post of observation signaled seeing the machine fall, and the smoke. The captain said he would propose me for the Médaille Militaire, but I don't know whether I will get it or not. Yesterday, Thaw had a fine fight with one that ended up by the Boche diving towards the ground. He was signaled as leaving the air on being seriously hit, but being able to get in his lines. Am very busy now, as the order has just come for us to go to Verdun. Jim sent you a telegram. Percy Noel is down here, and so is going to write the story of my fight. Can't be helped. Will write you again when I get to new location. Just address Escadrille number 124, without the sector. Love, Kiffin. Monday, May 22nd, 1916. Dear Paul, I have only time for a line, as it is nearly supper time, and I must sleep as soon as I finish eating and get up at 3 a.m. Bertie Hall attacked a Boche this afternoon at 4,000 meters high, brought him down. He followed him to 1,000 meters high and saw him hit the ground and go to pieces just in the German lines. Bertie's machine was hit in the fight. I was flying at 1,500 meters high over the Fort Douaumont, protecting the observation machines during the attack. This is a regular hell around here in the way of excitement and the world going crazy, impossible to express with words one's impressions. I am badly played out for lack of sleep. Poor Jim is still at Luxeuil. It was really not his fault. His machine was poor and broke when it shouldn't have, and he is waiting there. Will write long letter when I can. Much love, Kiffin. Give Bertie some publicity. Tuesday, May 23rd, 1916. Dear Paul, I wrote you a short letter yesterday but mailed it without stamps, so don't know whether it will go or not. So we'll write you another one, as I want you to give Bertie Hall some publicity. Yesterday morning, he dived on 3 Boches in their lines. Didn't get any of them, but was lucky they didn't get him. Yesterday afternoon, he attacked an aviotic at 4,000 meters high over our lines, killed the pilot. Then as the machine was falling in the German lines, he followed it down to 1,000 meters high and saw it smash up on the ground. The post of observation saw it also, so it is official. I was guarding the observation machine at 1,500 meters high, so didn't have any fighting, although saw plenty going on the ground. Cowden and Prince have shown up here at last. Poor Jim is still stuck at Luxeuil through hard luck. I'm sorry you and Mrs. Weeks talked so much as my German fell in their lines, which is not as good as falling in ours. Love, Kiffin. Verdun, May 23rd, 1916. Dear Mama, I have been pretty much on the go and having some excitement for the last week, and am tired out for lack of sleep. I brought down a German machine in the German lines, but am sure I killed the 2 men in it. Have been feeling pretty good over it, and am proposed for the Médaille Militaire and the Croix de Guerre. The Escadrille was ordered up here where the great fighting is going on, and we have plenty to do to keep us busy. Words are impossible to express one's impressions here, as this is the greatest thing in the history of the world. Yesterday afternoon I flew for 2 hours, circling around over the Morthomme at a very low altitude, protecting the observation machines. The most terrible fighting was going on underneath me the whole time. But I am not going to try to express my impressions, because I can't. At the same time I was doing that, one of my friends was over my head, about 1,500 feet high, having a death struggle with a German machine which he succeeded in bringing down. We are very nicely quartered here, having a very nice villa to live in, having a cook also, so that we don't have to go out for our meals. We are certainly living an incongruous life. We live like princes when not working. An auto comes and takes us up to the field. We climb into our machines, which the mechanics have taken care of. They fasten us in and fix us up snugly, and put the motor en route. And away we go for 2 or 3 hours to prowl through the air, looking for an enemy machine to dive on and have it out with. About a week ago, we all gave flights before a moving picture concern. The pictures are going to be shown in America. If you see them advertised, be sure and go, and look for a machine with an R on the side, and that will be Kiffin. A great deal of love, Kiffin. May 30th, 1916. Dear Mama, I suppose the papers have given you more information than I can write, but anyway, last week was rather exciting. Last Wednesday morning I went out and had 8 fights, all of them being inside the German lines, so I couldn't tell how much damage I did. 2 of the other fellows brought down 1 machine each, I assisting at 1. Finally I attacked a German about 10 kilometers within their lines and was following him towards the ground, when suddenly there were machines all around me shooting away, and I thought for a minute or two that I was going to stay in Germany, especially when an explosive bullet came through my windshield and exploded in my face. I got 4 or 5 little pieces around my mouth, but that makes no difference, and I am most well now. But when they hit me, what with the blood and the shock, I didn't know much of what was happening. But I got back to our lines okay and landed where there was a field ambulance. Went to Paris for a couple of days, but am now back on the job getting a new machine fixed up and hope soon to be back at work. Much love, Kiffin. Friday, June 2nd, 1916. Dear Paul, I am still waiting for my machine to be fixed up, and so am not doing anything. I certainly felt badly yesterday at noon when I didn't have a machine. You will probably see it in the papers and know why. Tell Thaw I would have given anything if he had been here and both of us with machines, that we would certainly have had the chance to bring down some Germans in our lines. The rest of the escadrille were out, but it was a series of hard luck with them. I thought I was going to be killed by the bombs, which was a very disgusting feeling. As it is, they got a great number of women and children. In regard to the picture, that film I think is at Luxeuil, and there is no chance of ever finding it. Some pretty day I will take some pictures of all of us and send to you. I am hoping that I at least get to work tomorrow. Much love, Kiffin. P.S. For heaven's sake, let's try and shut down on the publicity about the escadrille. Monday, June 5th, 1916. Dear Paul, little news. Mr. Charles Prince is here for dinner tonight, and he brought along the phonograph, which you can tell Air we appreciate very much. My citation hasn't yet gone through, so can't send you a copy yet. Don't think there is much doubt of the médaille, but don't expect 2 citations. There is no reason why I shouldn't have them, except that we are very unlucky in having a captain who is a nice fellow and brave, but doesn't know how to look after his men, and doesn't try to. I have been fighting with him ever since being back, mainly about the fact that I have no machine, he having given my old one to Prince and not managing right about getting me a new one. I think that in a few weeks, I will be pretty sick with the outfit. I am going to try my best to get another German machine down well within the French lines. Then I think things will change a little. The colonel's name is Barres. I think that is the way it is spelled. It is pronounced Barras. He has been the head of the aviation since the beginning of the war. We'll keep you posted. Love, Kiffin. Sunday, June 11th, 1916. Dear Paul, it has been such bad weather all this week that there has been nothing doing. I finally got my new machine and have it all regulated. Did get one flight late Friday over the lines, but nothing exciting. Saw a few Germans, but it was too cloudy to do any good. The Escadrille is now pretty full, as we have been reinforced by Johnson, Lufberry, Balsley, Rumsey, and Hill. The captain has also asked for Skipper and Masson a number of times, so we look for them any time. Just saw a pilot on a Maurice Farman do a stupid thing about 20 minutes ago. They have just carried the pilot and mechanician off to the hospital, and they will be lucky if they live. I feel sorry for the poor mechanician, but not for the pilot, as there is little excuse for him. He left the ground too close to the hangar and ran full into an iron wind indicator, then went head-on into a wall. Much love, Kiffin. Saturday, June 17th, 1916. Dear Paul, well, the last 2 days have seen a lot of action in the air, but none of us has had much luck. I myself was caught twice yesterday by surprise, when I was watching for it at the same time, and being very careful in what I was doing. The only reason that I didn't get brought down was that the Boche shot poorly. I was attacking machines all the time, but they were always too many. Chapman has been a little too courageous and got me into one of the mess-ups because I couldn't stand back and see him get it alone. He was attacking all the time without paying much attention. He did the same thing this morning and wouldn't come home when the rest of us did. The result was that he attacked one German when a Fokker, which we think was Bolka. The papers say he was killed, but we don't believe it. Got full on Chapman's back, shot his machine to pieces, and wounded Chapman in the head. It is just a scratch, but a miracle that he wasn't killed. Part of the commands on Chapman's machine were broken, but Chapman landed by holding them together with his hand. The Germans came over yesterday afternoon and today and bombarded us. I didn't see them yesterday. Today I went up, but my motor didn't work. When I left the ground, one of the bougies broke, so I was unable to get to their height. There were 4 machines whose motors didn't work, because we had been doing too much flying beforehand. The others had fights with the Germans, but none were brought down, so the Escadrille is not in overly good favor, and the newspapers speaking of us in a praising manner don't sound overly good. Navarre was wounded today. Then I saw a pilot and his passenger killed and burned up in a machine, but that was the fault of the pilot. I had thought beforehand that yesterday and today I would try my best to kill 1 or 2 Germans for the boys who got it this time last year, but as I say, had no luck. Am tired out now. Have been out 4 different times today, and all the while going up and down. One time I dropped straight down from 4,050 meters to 1,800 meters on top of a Boche, but he got away. It tires you out a lot, the change in heights and maneuvering. We'll close now. Love, Kiffin. Monday, June 19th, 1916. Dear Paul, well, yesterday was a rather bad day for us. You know we didn't think much of Balsley. It was because he is young and inexperienced. But when he got here to the Escadrille, I began to like him fairly well and better every day, as I saw he had plenty of goodwill to work and was not afraid. Well, yesterday we all left for an offensive barrage over the lines. We were all supposed to follow the captain, but only Prince, Balsley, and myself did so. We 4 were over the lines when we ran across about 40 Boches in one little sector, flying at different heights. At the top, where we were, there were 12 or 15 little aviatiques de chasse, which go just as fast as we do, and in addition they carry a passenger. The pilot shoots like we do, but has a man to the rear of him who has a second gun that can cover the rear and sides. We were only 4, and over the German lines, but we stayed close together, and for 10 or 15 minutes circled around the Boches, they shooting at us nearly all the time from 400 or 500 meters. Finally, we saw our chance. One of their machines crossed over between us and our lines, while all the others were in the rear of us. We immediately went down on this one Boche, which of course caused a general mix-up, as Boches came from the sides and rear. I saw either Prince or Balsley go over in a regular death drop and thought to myself that he was killed. Then I lost sight of the other one, and only the captain and I were left. So we got out of it and finally came home, thinking the other two were killed. Prince came home soon afterwards, having had to drop straight down, owing to a Boche having the upper hand on him and putting a bullet through his casque, but not wounding him. Poor Balsley seems to have dived on one Boche, gotten close to him, and when he tried to shoot, his gun fired one shot, then jammed. He turned off, and as he did, a bullet caught him in the hip and exploded on hitting the bone. He fell straight down, but luckily had his feet strapped to the commands and was able to readdress the machine and land with one foot. He just landed inside our lines and really had a hell of a close call, and his machine was completely smashed on landing. At present, we are not sure of his wound. It may turn out to be only a slight thing, but several pilots have died from being wounded like that, getting blood poison. Then they can't tell yet if any of the bullet went into his stomach or not. All this is not for the press. It is just to let you know. If you give out anything, only say that Balsley was slightly wounded in fighting against several machines, and that he has been proposed for the Médaille Militaire for bravery. I understand that his mother is very poor, and was dependent on him to run their bakery business when he left and came over here, and that now the family is in very hard lines. Chapman is all right, only a scratch, and will be flying tomorrow, having received a new and better machine. Unofficially, Thaw receives the Legion and me the Médaille, but the papers have not arrived yet. We'll send you copies when they do. Thaw is here now, but going back today or tomorrow. Love, Kiffin. Friday, June 23, 1916. Dear Paul, well, I feel very blue tonight. Victor was killed this afternoon. I was the guard here today and so didn't go out over the lines. The captain, Victor, Prince, and Lufbery went out this afternoon. Inside the German lines, they attacked 5 German machines. The captain, Prince, and Lufbery came out all right and came home. But Victor didn't show up. We were beginning to feel uneasy when a Maurice Farman pilot telephoned that he was there and saw the fight. He said that he saw one of the Nieuports suddenly dive straight down and then the machine break to pieces in air. I figured that Victor was probably hit by a bullet, and that also some of the cables of the machine were cut by bullets. When he was hit, he probably fell forward on his broomstick, or whatever you call in English your controller. That would cause the machine to dive, and then if it was weakened by some of the supports being cut would cause what happened. He fell inside the German lines. If possible, try not to let anything go to the papers in America until his parents are notified, which we are entrained to do. After that, I would like to see every paper in the world pay a tribute to him. There is no question but that Victor had more courage than all the rest of us put together. We were all afraid that he would be killed, and I, rooming with him, had begged him every night to be more prudent. He would fight every Boche he saw, no matter where or what odds, and I am sure that he had wounded, if not killed, several. I have seen him twice right on top of a German, shooting hell out of him. But it was always in their lines, and there being so much fighting here, it is impossible to tell always when you bring down a machine. His head wound was not healed, yet he insisted on flying anyway, and wouldn't take a rest. The first time he was ever in an aeroplane, he went as a passenger clear to Dillingham and dropped a bomb on the station there. Since the war, he never received anything in the way of decorations, yet for this 1 month here he was proposed for 2 citations, a l'Ordre de l'Armée, and for the Médaille Militaire. As I say, he and I roomed together and flew very much together, so I rather feel it, as I had grown to like him very much. I am afraid it is going to rain tomorrow, but if not, Prince and I are going to fly about 10 hours, and will do our best to kill 1 or 2 Germans for him. Much love, Kiffin. P.S. The little railroad you asked about still runs, so the lady can go. June 30th, 1916. Dear Mama, the last week has been too bad weather for any flying. The last day there was anything doing, my best friend in the Escadrille was killed, Victor Chapman, the son of John J. Chapman of New York. He was one of the finest boys I ever knew, the most courageous and the strongest character. His whole family is that way. When his father was told of it, he said, "Very well." He died for a noble cause. I think the next few days will be great for the Allies, and everyone is very optimistic. Love to Agnes. Much love, Kiffin. The following letter was published in Victor Chapman's Letters from France, with the accompanying note by Mr. John J. Chapman. Of all the men that Victor met in the aviation corps, Kiffin Rockwell was the dearest to him. He envied Rockwell for having been in the great charge made by the Legion in May, and worshipped Rockwell's courage and romantic spirit. When Rockwell fell, soon after Victor's death, I felt as if Victor's soul was but a little way above Kiffin's head, and stayed for his to keep him company. John J. Chapman, June 30th, 1916. My dear Mrs. Chapman, I received your letter this morning. I feel mortified that you have had to write me without my having written you before, when Victor was the best friend I ever had. I wanted to write you and his father at once, and tried to a number of times, but I found it impossible to write full justice to Victor, or really to express my sympathy with you. Everything I would try to say seemed so weak. So I finally said, I will just go ahead and work hard, do my best. Then if I have accomplished a lot, or been killed in accomplishing it, they will know that I have not forgotten Victor, and that some of his strength of character still lived. There is nothing that I can say to you or anyone that will do full credit to him, and everyone here that knew him feels the same way. To start with, Victor had such a strong character. I think we all have our ideals when we begin, but unfortunately, there are so very few of us that retain them. And sometimes we lose them at a very early age, and after that, life seems to be spoiled. But Victor was one of the very few who had the strongest of ideals, and then had the character to withstand anything that tried to come into his life and kill them. He was just a large, healthy man, full of life and goodness towards life, and could only see the fine, true points in life and in other people. And he was not of the kind that absorbs from other people, but of the kind that gives out. We all had felt his influence, and seeing in him a man made us feel a little more like trying to be men ourselves. When I am in Paris, I stay with Mrs. Weeks, whose son was my friend and killed in the Legion. Well, Victor would come around once in a while to dinner with us. Mrs. Weeks used always to say to me, "Bring Victor around. He does me so much good. I like his laugh and the sound of his voice. When he comes in the room, it always seems so much brighter." Well, that is the way it was here in the Escadrille. For work in the Escadrille, Victor worked hard, always wanting to fly. And courage. He was too courageous. We all would beg him at times to slow up a little. We speak of him every day here, and we have said sincerely amongst ourselves many a time that Victor had more courage than all the rest of the Escadrille combined. He would attack the Germans always, no matter what the conditions or what the odds. The day he was wounded, 4 or 5 of the Escadrille had been out and come home at the regular hour. Well, Victor had attacked one machine and seriously crippled it, but the machine had succeeded in regaining the German lines. After that, Victor would not come home with the rest, but stayed looking for another machine. He found 5 machines inside our lines. None of us liked to see a German machine within our lines without attacking. So, although Victor was alone, he watched the 5 machines, and finally one of them came lower and under him. He immediately dived on this one. Result was that the others dived on him. One of them was a Fokker, painted like the machine of the famous Captain Bolka, and may have been him. This Fokker got the position on Victor, and it was a miracle that he was not killed then. He placed bullet after bullet around Victor's head, badly damaging the machine, cutting parts of the command in 2, and 1 bullet cutting his scalp, as you know. Well, Victor got away, and with one hand held the commands together where they had been cut, and landed at Freud's, where we had friends in a French escadrille. There he had dinner and his wound was dressed, and they repaired his machine a little. That afternoon he came flying back home with his head all bound up. Yet he thought nothing of it, only smiled and thought it an interesting event. He immediately wanted to continue his work as if nothing had happened. We tried to get him to go to a hospital, or to go to Paris for a short while and rest, but he said no. Then we said, "Well, you have got to take a rest, even if you stay here." The captain told him that he would demand a new and better machine for him, and that he could rest while waiting for it to be ready, and then could see whether or not he should go back to flying. This was the 17th of June. The following morning, Balsley was wounded. The same day, or the day after, Uncle Willie came to see Victor and was with us a couple of days. Those first days, Victor slept late, a privilege he had not taken before since being in the escadrille, always having got up at daylight. In the daytime, he would be with Uncle Willie or at the field, seeing about his machine, or he would take his old machine and fly over to see Balsley. At first, Balsley could not eat or drink anything, but after a few days, he was allowed a little champagne and oranges. Well, as soon as Victor found that out, he arranged for champagne to be sent to Balsley, and would take oranges over to him. At least once a day, and sometimes twice, he would go over to see Balsley to cheer him up. And in the meantime, he wouldn't ever let anyone speak of his wound as a wound, and was impatient for his new machine. On the 21st, he got his machine and had it regulated. On the 22nd, he regulated the mitrailleuse, and the weather being too bad to fly over the lines, he flew it around here a little to get used to it. His head was still bandaged, but he said it was nothing. Late in the afternoon, some German machines were signaled, and he went up with the rest of us to look for them, but it was a false alarm. The following morning, the weather was good, and he insisted on going out at the regular hour with the rest. There were no machines over the lines, so the sortie was uneventful. He came in, and at lunch fixed up a basket of oranges, which he said he would take to Balsley. We went up to the field, and Captain Tonneau, Prince and Loughbury, got ready to go out and over the lines. Victor put the oranges in his machine, and said that he would follow the others over the lines for a little trip, and then go and land at the hospital. The captain, Prince, and Loughbury started first. On arriving at the lines, they saw at first 2 German machines which they dived on. When they arrived in the midst of them, they found that 2 or 3 other German machines had arrived also. As the odds were against the 3, they did not fight long, but immediately started back into our lines, and without seeing Victor. When they came back, we thought that Victor was at the hospital. But later in the afternoon, a pilot of a Maurice Farman and his passengers sent in a report. The report was that they saw 3 Nieuports attack 5 German machines, that at this moment they saw a 4th Nieuport arriving with all speed who dived in the midst of the Germans, that 2 of the Germans dived toward their field, and that the Nieuport fell through the air no longer controlled by the pilot. In a fight, it is practically impossible to tell what the other machines do. As everything happens so fast, all one can see is the beginning of a fight, and then, in a few seconds, the end. That 4th Nieuport was Victor, and owing to the fact that the motor was going full speed when the machine fell, I think he was killed instantly. He died the most glorious death, and at the most glorious time of life to die, especially for him with his ideals. I have never once regretted it for him, as I know he was willing and satisfied to give his life that way if it was necessary, and that he had no fear of death, and there is nothing to fear in death. It is for you, his father, relatives, myself, and for all who have known him, and all who would have known him, and for the world as a whole I regret his loss. Yet he is not dead. He lives forever in every place he has been, and in everyone who knew him, and in the future generations little points of his character will be passed along. He is alive every day in this escadrille, and has a tremendous influence on all our actions. Even the mécaniciens do their work better and more conscientiously. And a number of times I have seen Victor's mécanicien standing, when there was no work to be done, and gazing off in the direction of where he last saw Victor leaving for the lines. For promotions and decorations, things move slowly in the Army, and after it has passed through all the bureaus, it takes some time to get back to you. Victor was proposed for sergeant, and for the Croix de Guerre May 24th. This passed through all the bureaus and was signed by the general, but the papers did not arrive here until June 25th. However, Victor knew on the 23rd that they had passed and that it was only a question of a day or so. He had also been promised, after being wounded, the médaille militaire, which he would have received some time in July. I wish that they could have sent that to you, for he had gained it, and they would have given it to him. But it is against the rules to give the médaille militaire, unless everything has been signed before the titulaire is killed. I must close now. You must not feel sorry, but must feel proud and happy. Kiffin Rockwell. Written on back of a letter from a friend. July 17, 1916. Dear Paul, this is all that I found in the letterbox. There is no news since you left, except that they pulled off the decoration, but it is nothing elaborate and weem. Thaw has probably told you of it. The weather has been bad, so no flights. Love, Kiffin. Sunday, July 23, 1916. Dear Paul, have been rather busy lately flying. Friday had a very interesting day. Flew 6 hours and attacked 4 different machines. The first one certainly had a lot of luck. Right over the lines I attacked him first. Went within 10 or 20 meters of him, shot 44 rounds straight into him, then turned off. Lieutenant de Lague then arrived just as close to him and shot over 80 shots into him. Then came Bert Hall with about 20 more shots, but the dear debauch went on as if nothing had happened. In the middle of the day, Bert and I went out alone. I found an aviatic and dived on him. 2 Fokkers dived on me. Bert dived on the 2 Fokkers, and 2 more Fokkers went on him. In that line of battle, we went down through the air about 2,000 meters. I got within about 10 meters of my aviatic, shot all my shots into him, and he began to fall in the clouds, and then I disappeared in the clouds. I thought that I'd gotten the aviatic, but a post of observation that saw the fight said he redressed. As for Bert, he shot his shots into 1 Fokker, then the other 2 got right on his back. They came close to getting him, plugged a lot of bullets around him in the machine, but he wasn't touched. Yesterday I flew for over 8 hours. 1 machine attacked by the Lieutenant de Lague, Hill and me, was forced to land immediately in the German lines. We gave Hill the credit for it, as he was the closest to the German, and more likely to have hit him. But it doesn't count anything officially, but will help him toward a citation. None of this for publication. I only write it that it might interest you. If the weather keeps up, I hope to get an official German most any time. Love, Kiffin. July 26, 1916. Dear Mama, have been so busy for the last week that I haven't kept up with anything going on around me. The weather has been fine, and I have flown between 40 and 50 hours over the lines, and have attacked over 20 German machines, shooting a lot of them up very badly, but never having the luck for one of them to fall over the trenches. What time I have not been in the air, I have not had energy enough even to look at a paper, but from what I hear, things are going well for us. The old Legion has been doing some heavy fighting in the Somme, and there is not much left of it, although I hear it did very wonderful work. Paul and Mrs. Weeks did not go to Normandy, as I thought, but are still in Paris. Much love, Kiffin. Thursday, July 27, 1916. Dear Paul, am pretty disgusted. Have been working my poor head off lately and don't even get thank you for it. I may ask any day to change escadrilles. Everyone here is scrapping and discontented, and I am about the worst of any. I have had about 20 fights lately, sometimes going as close as 10 meters to the Germans, and I almost ran into one 2 or 3 days ago. But I haven't had the luck to have one of them smashed to pieces in our trenches, so as far as thanks go, could not have done anything. This morning, Lieutenant de Lague and I brought one down in their lines. I attacked him first, and he went over on his nose. As he came up, the lieutenant opened up on him and he fell. The lieutenant deserves all the credit one gives him, but I certainly ran the most risk this morning, and if I didn't hit him myself, which I may have, I made it possible for the lieutenant to hit him. Yet do you think I got any credit for it? Not at all. 15 minutes later, I made another German land just within his own lines, having attacked 2, and was seen by Prince. But nothing is said about it. The trouble is that I fight all the time, instead of trying to curry favor in useful quarters. I had a hell of a scrap with the captain about the Popote right after you left, and refused to have anything more to do with it. I think the best thing I can do is to go to another escadrille, but I hate to lose what work I have done here. And to tell you the truth, I want the Légion d'honneur and a sous-lieutenant's grade. I don't give a how conceited it may appear, but I think I have well earned the 2. Love, Kiffin. Monday, July 31st, 1916. Dear Paul, received your letter this morning. The weather was good yesterday and today, but my machine is worn out, and I won't do much until I get a new one. They are repairing it now, but the captain made a demand toward a new one for me, as he couldn't help it, owing to the amount of flying I have done. I took out another machine yesterday but couldn't do any good with it, as it was not arranged right for me. Right now I don't care to take a permission, as I want to keep up with everything that goes on around here. I want to be changed to a French escadrille unless certain conditions change here, and several others will follow my example. I think I have the most hours of flight and the most fights for the month of July on the Verdun front of any Newport pilot, but am not sure. I don't think, however, that a full report of my work has gone out of this office, and a number of times my report on a fight has been changed. The machine that Hall brought down X did his best to prove that it wasn't brought down, and so far Bert hasn't even been proposed for a citation. Lufbery is a quiet boy who does good work, and when he says he has done something, we all believe him. This morning, Lufbery brought down a German machine 10 kilometers in the German lines. We all know he did because he wouldn't lie about it, yet not a soul saw it. Tenolt immediately went in an automobile to the commandant of the armée and proposed Lufbery for the medaille. All of us will be damned glad to see him get it, as he deserves it. Jim has been fighting a great deal lately. Yesterday he got his machine badly hit. I received a letter of felicitations for my médaille from Georges de Fontenay. Tell him I thank him, and send my regards. Much love, Kiffin. August 4th, 1916. Dear Mama, the weather has remained good for a very long time now, but today it looks like bad weather, which will probably last several days. I have been waiting for a new machine and have had a few days of rest. Last month, in spite of much bad weather, I flew 81 hours over the lines and had between 30 and 40 fights with German machines, an official report being made on 21 of the fights. All, however, were in the German lines, so it was impossible to know the real results. The Escadrille has done some good work the last few days and brought down several machines. The news from all the front is good, but still no one has any idea when the war will end, and people seem to worry less about it. To fight has grown to be a kind of habit, and I don't suppose we'd know what else to do. Much love, Kiffin. Friday, August 4, 1916. Dear Paul, in regard to the news from this escadrille and all, I think you had better fix up an arrangement with Jim or someone to keep you posted, or quit trying to handle it. When I have a machine that flies all right, I fly 2 or 3 times more than most of them, and for that reason don't have time to write letters or think much about it, and I don't go to Bar-le-Duc once a week whenever I'm flying, whereas the others do. Then another thing, you never know when a machine brought down is official or not, and I don't care to write about them when they are not. And then again, we are not supposed to publish a history in America of the actions each day of the outfit, although that is practically what happens. Last month, I had from 30 to 40 fights, 21 of them being officially reported, yet they did not give me credit for any machines brought down, so I don't see why they should be written up, as after 1 or 2 are told of it, is the same with all. Now this morning, Lufbery and Jim attacked a machine which they think fell. Later, Lufbery and some pilot from a French escadrille had the same experience. Then Bert Hall thinks he brought one down also. Yet so far, none of them is officially confirmed, so they may report 3 machines brought down, or they may not report any. Sometimes they report a machine brought down without anyone seeing it, and then again they don't. One day, Lieutenant Delag and I attacked 2 machines. At the end of the fight, he went straight down, and I thought the pilot had been killed, but he redressed close to the ground with nothing wrong. He was seen going down by a post of observation, which did not see him redress. This post sent in a report that a German machine had been brought down in the German lines. They wanted to give us credit for the machine, but we both knew we had not brought down a machine, and told them so, and explained the circumstances. Yet 2 well-known French pilots claimed it the following day, and were given credit as having brought down a German machine. So all in all, you can't tell much about what is going on in the aviation. Sometimes a man will work his head off and get no credit or recompense, and then later, when he least expects it, he will get everything. I worked hard last month and got no credit for it. Well, now I am going to take it easier this month, and I bet I gain more by it. I stayed in bed this morning until 10:30, and am taking life easy at present until they give me a new machine. Love, Kiffin. Monday, August 1916. Dear Paul, Johnson and Hill are going in on permission. I will give them this note and they will tell you all the news and just what is going on. Lufbery brought down a machine this morning that burned up over the trenches. Lufbery is a very good man and we all like to see him get credit for all his work. He has been very lucky in his combats, and this is officially counted as his 4th Boche. Johnson will tell you all about it. Love, Kiffin. Wednesday, August 30, 1916. Dear Paul, I am sending you copies of my, Thaw's, and Hall's citations which have just arrived. Also, I'm sending you a card from Dr. Meade and a letter from Bob Knott. You like to write letters, so might answer them, as I have about 20 to write that I put off every day. It has been bad weather for the last few days, so nothing doing. Hope things are going well with you. Much love, Kiffin. Friday, September 1, 1916. Dear Paul, it has been bad weather ever since I have been back, except late yesterday afternoon. I went out then and found a number of Germans and fought with them for a long time, but couldn't do much as I was all alone. We are getting ready to leave here, and are going by Le Bourget, everyone to get new machines. We'll be there 2 or 3 days, which time will be spent in Paris. Probably leave here in 2 or 3 days. I don't like it much, for I lose all the work I have done here, as far as citations or anything go. If anyone asks you where we are going, say Dunkirk, although that is not right. No one thinks X got a German, in fact. Everyone is sure he didn't. Yet the captain proposed him for a citation, wanted to propose him for the Médaille. But everyone said if he did, they would quit. I am going to have to